Radiant's ban. Dire's ban. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. Dire's ban. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. Radiant's ban.
And it was just very difficult. Queen of Pain, Timbersaw blinking into his face. He just did not have a game in the mid game.
See which team can execute better, as both these teams, I feel like they're within their comfort. This Skywrath Mage, definitely newer tech out from Crit. See if it's tech working enough to make sure that they go and eliminate Tundra and go to the second round, but Tundra looking to do the same themselves. Here on this Abaddon, very tanky hero, and you know, do Falcons have the tools to make sure that they can kill and get that damage sustained on against an Abaddon after the borrowed time? If he heals up to full, come back down. Do they have all the tools necessary to stick on to an Abaddon and maybe make his lane a little bit more difficult? But we have game 3, and it's going to be going underway. It's do or die time for one of these teams, and you win, you're on to the next round. You're on to a loss, you're out of here. So you got to make it count in game number 3. It's Falcons against Tundra. We're going to get into this one and start it off with a question mark. Yeah.
We're going to see what happened, what happened to my HP. Whitemon is going to tip him. Again, another difficult matchup for Malrine in the mid lane. He's going to be laning against Quap again. A couple of points in Shadow Strike makes it almost impossible to lane. He does have changing of the guard, which is going to be good for his survivability at the later stages of the game once he picks that up. And also, we did discuss potentially tag team not being picked up depending on the heroes that they wanted to pick. In this one, it's going to be tag team after all. It's just an insane amount of damage, quite a lot of slow as well. This is the slow that got buffed. It got reverted to what it was before it got nerfed.
The game is on.
Bounty runes gonna be 2-piece. Pretty standard and typical. All right. Well, get into the game. We'll see how the lanes go. Now the tango's flying out for everybody as they picked up these bounties. Where is First Blood coming from? What do you think? If you had to pick a lane.
Abaddon is not the easiest hero to kill, so probably not going to be in his lane. I could actually see mid lane being a bit more difficult, and this is how you win some of these matchups. Whenever you have Chen in the team, this mana burn is insanely good against the intelligence heroes who are relying on getting that pressure in. Malrine already down to half HP, but so is BZM.
Keeping this Satyr on the Queen of Pain, trying to burn that mana out. Ari on this Batrider this time around. Last game he was on the Spirit Breaker, and that was a hero that did a lot for the side of Tundra, opening up the map, getting the vision and the information, and immediately with the Flame Break on the crit. He's only level 1, so it's not looking like...
Doesn't matter. He's even with the right clicks, basically dealing pure damage. The crit, who has 0 armor.
Photic Shield even onto Ari, and I wonder how you're able to punch back here if you're this Skywrath Mage. You can see BZM already struggling with mana as this Satyr just sits over mid, burning as much as he can. Now we're going to find a lot of open space at the moment to just kind of CS and farm, and BZM without the mana
doesn't have anything left in the
real
tank.
Tough spot.
Which completely shifts this matchup. It also means that you could be getting the kill on Queen of Pain, level 3. I want to see what he puts. Does he want to go for more Jingu, considering that he doesn't have any mana left, or he's going to be prepping for the later stages of the game to continue to farm up, maybe get a tree dance?
Shutting out the mana too means if these supports come over, maybe you can't quite blink for that rune, and there's First Blood for Malrine, diving under the tower to get this kill on a BZM, and then sustaining in the lane.
Beautifully executed. He's going to be picking up this is something we talked about in the second game, something that can happen with the Chen. He might actually pick up both of these water runes.
denied the other one with the Satyr. Maybe a bit of a mistake denying that other one. Could have picked up both, truthfully. But it's good to have that mana drain on him and burning out the tools that a Queen of Pain normally has, available to them. Yeah, and necessary to fight, honestly.
I was thinking what BZM means in this one, and it'd be bummer. 0 mana, man. It's very annoying to play against the Chen because he can do that kind of a stuff. I saw some other Chens also picking up, I would say like 1 in 40-50 games where they go for the other facet. So they go with the tomato creep. But this one is just way too superior.
Now you've got this bottle BZM, if you can control a rune.
Because they don't need this creep in the bottom lane. Like, they can make this matchup work because they have 2 range heroes against 2 melee heroes in the bottom lane. And now Marine pretty happy about this one. Skeeter completely free farming. You can see 22 and 4 on him compared to 33, who's only sitting at 13. Just giving him the right clicks.
How do you even step into this? Yeah, he shield crashes there, but what else are you really getting? Tag team used, but just the Shikuchi and still gets the CS anyway. Under the tier 1 tower, now we'll get to the tier 2.
Blink on Queen of Pain at this moment. He might be level 3, and he did have 2 points in Scream of Pain.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
But he's getting pushed all the way back to base, so he's walking all the way back. Maureen has complete control of this matchup. Tower also getting pressured by these creeps. You've got the Satyr sitting by the water runes that are respawning. Denies one, picks up the other, and this matchup just completely one-sided with this Monkey King.
That's one of ours.
That was the early pickup. There haven't been many mid-Monkey Kings in the tournament. You said that Emo was the only one, so not a lot to work on with the anecdotal evidence, but showing right now that this is a good matchup.
Got it.
Especially when you've got this Chen just burning away the mana.
Yeah, so he has 201 build on Queen of Pain, about to crack level 4. Let's see if Mulreen maybe makes something out of this. Probably no, seeing how much damage he's taken, how much slowed he is. Whitemon making a move, but he's getting scouted by this Kobold. DP's out. Oh, Snowball. Oh, nice play.
Wow.
That was such a clutch from Ari, pushing him into the Snowball. If he doesn't use it, they don't have enough time. He's going to be able to TP out.
Gets a D ward here, and that gold goes to BZM. All of a sudden, Quap feels a little bit happier in this lane. Ari making it happen again. Just getting that flame break, pushing him into the snowball. All right.
Something bad.
Well, combo there, taking out the courier. Just... Again, you look at what Monkey King had in this lane. Now can he, once you've come over and stopped that, can you accomplish it again? Do you still push out BZM?
No, he's getting the levels. I assume he put a point in Blink just to make sure that he's not going to be dying to Monkey King anymore. And they're making a move on Skeeter. Snowball is ready. Immediately giving him the armor, giving him the regen.
They still want to put pressure on him, but he needs to be careful about how far in he's going. 6-minute rune is going to be amplified damage picked up for the Monkey King. So this still continues to be a bit of a free lane for Maureen. Won't be able to get the kill there on a BZM, but he's 2 levels ahead. He's got an amplified damage, maybe even has some help here from Crit. But he's into the trees, and he will show himself. BZM, what can you do to defend your tower? You'll glyph, but also have Ari coming over. But the balance strike and the arcane bolt shooting away, and Crit just putting some damage on as they flame break once again, but they don't have anything to follow that up like Lasso or Snowball this time around. Ari's still chasing, burning Maureen pretty low. Amplified damage is going to run out. So pressure on the tower, but nothing more. Snowball, Skeeter, he gets hit, but blood grenades back and forth, and White Lotus as well trying to fight back, but this is maybe the Shikuchi that gets the kill on a 1, maybe 2. They had the shield crash. He's going to go towards the XP Shrine, and he's got Shikuchi in 4. He might want to fight back on this, but he's got the extra shield, and now the Shikuchi leaves the Shrine and gives it up to 33. Ari showing up, didn't want to stay too long.
Bango's tanky. He did go for Magic Wand, Bracer, Strength Treads. Can't actually fight him there. The Cube Crash available, but still, nicely done. Skeeter's gonna die.
Ooh.
You are up against.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he had treads available there to swap the strength. Maybe it could have saved him, but his courier also died, which he could have just picked up the treads immediately after he died because he was in the base.
Radiant's mid tower.
Probably not expecting the damage coming out from Pango. This is basically a solo kill.
And another lane in which somebody from the side of Falcons was enjoying for a little while, and then they end up dying, and things get slowed down again. All of a sudden, the Pango's the top of the net worth. Queen of Pain not too far behind, so BZM not too far behind Maureen, who was level 6 to the level 4 of Queen of Pain. But BZM has recovered
BZM
nicely.
doesn't have mana. Why doesn't he just pick up this clarity that is on the ground? Solves the problem easily.
Don't look in my direction. I can't with you sometimes. BZM.
He is level 6 though.
Yeah.
He's saving a point. Maureen scouting things out, seeing Whitemon here.
Maureen comes back over to mid, and they're going to go for 33 bottom, who is unable to survive. They had Snaking down there. They get 33 killed off and unable to escape in that situation. Surprised he was up so far that ended up being a kill on that Bangalore. It felt like BZM was waiting for a moment to try and jump in over mid. They do have this Tusk nearby, but Sky is still here. Whitemon is in. The shards do connect, but do you have the damage? BZM not committing to this, so it's just shards for not much of anything. And Ari now joined here by 33 as 33 level 7, but holding a skill point. I think holding 2 skill points currently.
You are denied.
Kill here, kill there, but things overall just quiet. Why not?
Thunder managed to stabilize. That rotation to the mid lane could have been a disastrous one, and also 33 getting a solo kill on Skeeter, dying afterwards, but he got some of the levels as well, so he's definitely fine with that.
Whitemon coming back over to try and protect this 10-minute power rune. Crit's going to be in the area as well. He's level 5 for a second, and they have Maureen, but Ari, he's nearby. Shards, Flame Break. All right, they'll go for Whitemon and get themselves one. Maureen hit with that Sonic Wave and trying to survive, but won't be able to do so. BZM hits it and kills him. Trade that is well worth it for Tundra as BZM continues to recover and getting another kill onto this Monkey King.
Even though Monkey had a great start, he got killed off, and also he's not getting too much out of the lane. He comes in, he gets shut down by Queen of Pain Shadow Strike. Again, very difficult, even though they play that matchup perfectly with Chen.
Yeah, what isn't difficult is getting tickets to the event. Exclamation point ticket in the chat, as well as clicking the banner below. You can come to Fissure Playground 2 at the Saba Center, October 31st to November 2nd. Join us for the playoffs. Tickets for the finals day, only €12. So come join us November 2nd, if anything.
Have fun trying to bust down Radiant structures.
Ari with Firefly away. Whitemon also coming in. Shards placed out, Boundless Strike, Skeeter here, Flame Break lands, and looking for the Swarm, but doesn't connect it onto Ari. They'll have another one coming through, but they don't have the Rolling Thunder for the moment. This tower getting a little bit low, but 33 to Z. Have enough to really defend this, or can they get the deny? They can. Whitemon at least gets that on the tower.
Immediately hits them with 2 voice lines in the ult chat. Something that Abba likes to do is being left alone. If he's not getting pressured, he wants to farm his rate. This is basically the old school Spectre when you're rushing Radiance. Once you get to your Radiance, things get 10 times easier.
Let's try with Silent Spring, the
He's level
Silence,
6.
and the Mystic Flare. They've got the damage to get BZM.
This kingdom needs no queen.
Made that look a little easy, and early on, this is, you don't have the access to the Aphotic Shield. So you can't get that silence off, and you end up just stuck under the Mystic Flare.
For now.
That's the combo that's going to work for a significant portion of the game, as long as Abaddon's not getting involved. They want to chase under the tower, but don't land the Shikuchi. Flame Break push Skeeter away. They will get the tier 1 tower. Now they'll look for Pure. who is holding a skill point if need be to put it on. He's silent. Sonic Wave, Arena used, and now the Abaddon pops the borrowed time and goes and gets Spear back to the arena. BZM, careful about his positioning. They've got the deny. It's onto a Mars, so they'll take the Mars out, and now Chingu's going to come over onto Malrine, and maybe they could get the kill to BZM, who will blink away, but Skeeter's right here. They hit the swarm, they've got the damage, and they'll get the kill. Skeeter now taking out BZM. Good moves here from Falcons.
He wasn't close enough to help him out. He was also afraid using that ulti. And this is the power of Falcons lineup. Grouping up, going together. See all of these small auras that they do have. Snaking.
Diet has got one last top
Getting
tower.
up the army.
13 minutes in, it is a 3,000 net worth lead for Falcons overall. And they are waiting on this pure Abaddon to have this Radiance. But the more and more he gets pressured, the slower it'll be. And if they start to take over the map, even with the Radiance, I don't know if Pierre's going to have the tools at his disposal to really turn this game around.
And 33 just finished off the raid pact. Just kidding. That's a Vlad's on the offlane Pango.
We don't like
Haven't
that item.
seen too much of that. It was, I would say, popular year and a half ago. I think offlane Pangos were still building into that item. That item got nerfed. You're not giving away as much armor anymore. And now going into Aghanim Scepter next. So no Diffusal Blade.
Smoke move for the 14-minute Shrine. They're going to come over here and see if they can find anybody. The only one showing right now is Chen. He'll shut down that Watcher and maybe that bait. So they've got the smoke. It lands on a 2, or the scan that lands on a 2 while they're smoked. And Ari is level 6, so they do have Lasso. Maybe they could get the control and turn this, but a 4v2 is ill-advised. Not that they know that completely. Right now, all they saw was Shen. But eventually, the Shrine gets taken
Radiant's top
by
tower's
Amar,
in bad shape.
and the other Shrine gets taken by Malrine. So more experience going the way of Falcons as they continue to control the map. Stacks not plentiful for either team. 3 there made by Crit, but 6 for Tundra. Really going to be waiting for Pure for Tundra to have a pack to their punch.
Most important thing completed. Relic being delivered on the courier. That's one component. He also procced his ulti. Not sure if they are aware of it, but they could definitely kill him in the jungle.
Quick pause by BZM. Find out the reasoning soon, but yeah, take a relic here for Pure. Do you wait for this Radiance? Do you try to fight with 4 heroes now that you've got access to the Lasso?
There's no blink available. Your Pango also doesn't have a blink, so not the easiest way to start a fight. I think they're going to be more looking to farm it up and then try to reset the fight with the Snowball, say with the Aphotic Shield once Pure gets to that Radiance timing. Because right now, they're lacking a little bit of something, you know. Queen of Pain, she does have the damage, but they also have good sustain on side of Falcons with the Chen heals, with all these small auras as well. And if Queen of Pain blinks in, Abba's nowhere close by, she's just gonna die. One silence from Skyrat, one silence from Monkey King, who did opt to go for Orchid as his first item, which is really good. Even though you're playing into Abba, there's still a lot of things that you can silence. He does have cooldown on it.
And if you're putting multiple silences on and you can only get rid of one, it's always nice to see that Sky as a long silence. Let's take a look at a replay while we're here paused. So it'll be the deny on Amar and the arena that he ends up using. Boundless Strike lands on 2, and the borrow time does end up keeping Pure alive. But yeah, you see the deny from Crit with this guy, and eventually BZM getting chased to the brink, but Skeeter's there to cut him off the pass. Good movements from Falcons. You can see BZM not too happy about that one. Can't lose it. Rank 30 offlaner.
I guess Amar dropped his rank. With a higher than 30.
What do you think Pierre's at right now?
Check.
We got some time. Give us the numbers on rankings. Let me know what number he's at. What rank are you? 2?
Higher than you, for sure.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a given. If I'm asking the question, I know it's higher than me.
Let's see where he's at.
Typing in.
He is rank numero 3.
Yeah.
Not fully tank at dirt. All the Eastern European carries. Marine 4, and there's Gears as well, Watson. So pretty much all the carries in the top position, except for Malrine.
Do me no. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe it hurt my feelings.
Yeah, that's for sure.
No, but I'm just saying, dude.
You can see BZM, he's trying his hardest to stay locked in. You can definitely lose focus. If the pause is a bit longer, you can definitely lose some of the focus.
Gotta have like one of those fidget tools you just kind of mess with. Keep yourself locked in. Maybe a Rubik's Cube. But we're back in. I think they're still all locked in, hopefully. Wasn't that long of a pause. Just to remind you, we're 15 minutes in, 6-3 in favor of Falcons with a 3,000 net worth lead. Not a lot of kills in these 15 minutes. Not like last game. It felt like we were getting kills every 30 seconds.
We did have Spirit Breaker in the previous game. We did have musical lanes, a lot of shenanigans going on. Marine, after this Orchid pickup, he wants to get Shard. He wants to get a BKB. I'm not sure if he can get the BKB immediately. I think Shard is overall a better option, a cheaper option, that's going to get him out of the fight. You're playing against the Batrider, Queen of Pain, so you need to reset somehow.
Top of the net worth is this Weaver. You don't want to feed into that. You've got BZM nearby, so maybe they just go to the lasso if they can get the damage out in time. But if you do lasso and you do go for the Sonic Wave and you don't get that kill, it feels like a lot wasted, and truthfully, maybe even a turnaround there for the Weaver. Marine just farming deep on the side of Tundra. Whitemon looking maybe for an opportunity to make a jump, but nobody else is really here with him. BZM gets spotted, the swarm is on him. Amar meets him at the blink again. Last time it was Skeeter who met him, and now it's going to be Amar. The chase is on the blink. It's not enough distance, so it will be a kill here for Skeeter.
That Maelstrom proc
as well.
Nicely done. Skeeter, he knew it was gonna proc. I mean, they had to be blessed considering what happened in the second game with the Roche Bash, with the bashes coming up from Spirit Breaker. Gaben trying to even it out in this one.
In a game 3?
Guess
they probably got something game 1. But again, just continuing to be able to match BZM on that movement as they're going bottom for this kill into the Chen. So finally Tundra get themselves something out of this, and Ari using that lasso to have that control and killing that Chen, but Whitemon again looking for a position to get a play down. Mystic Flare, the silence, so nothing following this up just yet. No Sonic Wave. Spear connects. It's on a BZM. You're right there to try and help out. BZM's in, thinks about going to the Sonic Wave, but they change the guard. The Sonic Wave is there, and Malreen's gonna die. BZM in trouble. The spear cuts across him and kills him off. The Rolling Thunder used by 33. Crit in between 4 heroes. He is very, very dead. Flame break off the mark as Amar blinked away, and not a bad fight from Tundra overall. And they finally get this Radiance on the Abaddon.
Mid tower's having technical
Monkey doesn't get to play the game. If he doesn't have any kind of dispel mechanic of his own, he gets hit by Shadow Strike, couple of sticking up palm charges from Batrider. Even though he did reset, he had to run somewhere with the change of the guard straight into Abaddon's hands, and Radiance just got delivered. And even though it says 4K gold lead for Falcons, now the farm is gonna skyrocket. This is a big issue with carry Abba because you don't have like any big ways of farming the neutrals. Now with the Radiance, things are gonna get much easier for him.
See, a good chunk of that net worth lead is the difference between the Malreen, Monkey King, and the Quap, and then of course Chen and the supports. Other than that, it's pretty even across the board. You can see Pure and Skeeter are pretty much even, and they're going to smoke here on Falcons. I feel like they want to just keep the pressure on, continue to shut down some of these heroes, maybe in particular BZM, who is struggling and who is behind from all these cores by quite a bit of net worth. He is behind the Mars by 1,200 gold. Looking, Whitemon spotted, and they've got the silence. It's on a BZM. They might be able to get the kill here. They go to the Mystic Flare. They've got the arena. They get the kill to the Queen of Pain, and they'll take out Whitemon. 2 more kills for Falcons. Oh, ooh. Okay. Sound error as Ari's getting jumped here by Malreen.
Whitemon kind of read that situation well, knew that they are going to be making move on Queen of Pain, but he got initiated on immediately, had to save himself, and then there's going to be another silence onto Queen of Pain. Like, in theory, some of these things as counters do work, but in real Dota game, you can see that they haven't managed to get the snowball off. So far, we haven't seen Abaddon using the shield to remove the silences as well. They need to be grouped up to be able to do that, but you also don't want to have Queen of Pain and Abba farming the same area of the map. They want to be on the opposite side. Everybody wants to get the farm, especially Queen of Pain, who is not having a good time. Like, it was a good lane on paper again, but Chen with the creep completely ruined it, and now she's bottom of the network. Chen almost has the same amount of farm.
What are we doing, Ari? I say I'm a big truce advocate here. just let it, both guys walk away.
I think he's silencing him and using the stun. Okay.
Honorable.
Gentleman's agreement.
Honorable.
Malrine.
That's honest Dota right there.
Easy clap from the crowd.
Oh, he walked away and he gets an applause. Here,
Radiant's mid
God's
tower
Rebuke as well as the
using
spear, but doesn't connect to a tree. Just finds a gap in that tree, but not like they were going to get a kill anyway. He still has access to the borrowed time. Not on cooldown. Going into the Manta next. Malrine wants that BKB. Ahri again in the vicinity. Last time you walked away, this time I'm not too sure about that. What?
Oh, he cut him.
He got the lasso, he cut the tree.
He was faster.
And now this time Malrine's gonna be the one who's caught. Flame break over, Boundless Strike doesn't hit anything, and they end up getting the kill on a Malrine.
That's what you get for playing a fair game. Trying to be a gentleman.
Yeah, never honest Dota is what you're learning. Oh, crit. Trying to juke around the trees, but doesn't matter. There's 4 heroes here, 5 heroes here. Make sure that they get the kill onto the Skywrath Mage. Ahri missing an opportunity to all chat, though. Could have told him what they were doing. They're still combining together for a lot of damage here on Tundra. You know, Falcons, they're finding their pickoffs as they try to go here for Pure. But again, he's got the borrowed time. The rest of the team is here. They're going to snowball in. Swashbuckle Skeeter. Mjolnir armor ready. Running forward.
Mjolnir. Skeeter deals quite a lot of damage. He's going in. Arena on 2.
Borrowed time gets popped. They get the kill to Whitemon. Now Pure, he's going to need some help, but I think they've already bailed on him. He's going to be chased. Boundless Strike connects. Spears the follow-up. They'll get the kill. They'll get themselves 2 for this Weaver.
And this opens up Tormentor for them, but they're chasing. Mid lane, multiple TPs. BZM. Amar, he wants him.
Spears available, and they've got the Yules. Spear connects, and there's the Mystic Flare with the silence, making a 3rd here for Falcons.
Beautifully executed. First, the spear back onto the tower, trying to buy a little bit more time, revealing where everybody is on side of Tundra, and then taking the fight from there. Lands the arena, even though Abbott didn't proc the ulti immediately. They just got 1 kill and knew that the rest of the team is not going to be close by. They are far ahead in terms of damage, like the sustain. Skeeter, he does have full Mjolnir, snaking, mech, Hand of God, level 2, not even used, drums. And something that I've noticed that every single time he plays Chen, if Reaper's Lash is available, he's going to take it. Yeah. Those multiple instances, like see how well it works against Tormentor, and Crit is going to get this. This is the big one. This is actually massive because you do want to buy your shard, but kind of don't because it's very expensive. So you're buying into Kaya, and now you're going to start to scale. You can see that even Skywrath Mage is close to BZM's net worth with this shard pickup.
Yeah, Chen's ahead of him, and this is a really good Chen game. The net worth is kind of insane, and yeah, this shard upgrading that arcane bolt.
Yeah, having
3 bolts are created.
Bolts is just going to be insane. The amount of damage that you can deal, it allows you to scale, it allows you to farm.
What's the answer for Tundra? Because they've shown some pushback, but just not enough. Not continual enough to really shut down Falcons completely. Now they might even just get jumped again. Smoke was used, blink away from BZM, and Amar, he was in the area, but now they'll look to pinch. 33 and Ahri coming from the other side. BZM's gonna jump in. They go to the lasso. It's gonna be on to this Mars. Amar's still alive, uses that Yules. The swarm is on him. Everybody's here. They'll get the kill. They'll take him out. So they do get a kill onto Amar. A lot used to get that kill onto just Amar.
I thought they might commit. Chen ulti was available. Might be enough for him to land ulti and just keep them in place. They're still going to be taking that fight. Silence. Skeeter gets the kill.
I mean, they have nothing left, right? No Sonic Wave, no Lasso, no Walrus Punch was there, no Rolling Thunder. You are free to kind of go into this fight. And they do find themselves at Tusk, but they can play pretty far forward and pressure for more.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
Malrine. Very inconspicuous as this tree, walking down the lane.
He feels much more comfortable after he picked up the shard. Allows him, because he went Ogre Axe into shard. Was thinking about getting a BKB, but this shard is just too valuable. Allows you to reset, get out of the trouble, especially against Queen of Pain. Let's see who picks it up. What did they want to give it to? Malrine, Skeeter. Not sure if they can kill him, but the safest choice would be to give it to Skeeter.
Sky looking for the Conda.
They do have multiple silences. He could actually be the one breaking and silencing Abaddon. and being able to not proc the ulti, so Abba will probably just save Manta Style after he sees Kanda. It's also an insane amount of damage.
Is it Kanda in a Ags for Sky?
Kanda over Ags?
No, Kanda into Ags. Could you go Ags after that? Or do you even get the gold?
Yeah, that's like
so
20 minutes we're talking about in... Because he got that shard for free, so
yeah,
there's going to be an extra... Basically, it gives you ability to farm half an extra item as well. If he lives long enough, this hero just becomes insane. I don't know how much you've seen, but I played a lot. I laned a lot with the Skyrat Mage, and every single time this hero pops off.
The Dire best do something about it.
I see him on my friends list. Level 25 Sky.
Yeah, message him to start playing Sky. Off to the high ground they go. Skeeter with that Aegis.
Radiant's top tower's hurt.
Smoked up, maybe trying to fight this. Skeeter on the high ground, but the rest of the team sitting behind. And now the last one, immediately from Lamar. Trying to negate it, Sonic Wave, and now Malrine jumps away. They go to the Wukong's command, they get the kill to R, they're going to take out the Bat Rider, look for more. BZM needs to get out of here, but the Rolling Thunder is onto the team of Falcons. They've got the Scream, they'll get the kill. It's onto this Monkey King, and now BZM with the Blade Belt popped. They get the kill to Grit. They've taken out two, they lose two themselves. Spear going to be off the mark. Skeeter losing that Aegis. Pure's in on this. He's still got the borrowed time to work with. Do they have control to get the kill here again on a Skeeter? He's running away, but the Radiant's burning him. Who else is here to help out? Nobody just yet. And Pure just going to run at this Weaver, eventually able to just get himself away.
Not a bad fight for Tundra. Losing two supports, killing a core and the support as well, and taking the Aegis off Skeeter. They were not on the same page. Skeeter was in the backlines. Not many people can follow him. Monkey King had to use his Boundless to get out of the fight and then use Wukong's to run away from Queen of Pain.
Trying to bring this back. It's going to take a whole big highlight fight, and you can watch all the highlights here. !F in the chat. Click the banner below. Subscribe to our YouTube. That's going to be a blink into a flame break, and Snake King, you will mech and still die. BZM able to make the escape.
Better days.
Just TPs away. So Tundra is starting to find some footing. And looking to get these pickoffs to even up this net worth.
Radiant's top
BZM even almost catching up here to Malrine in net worth.
One less top tower.
But the one at the top is Pure, and the Abaddon reigns king so far.
Radiant's courier didn't make it.
Only managed to kill him once. Blink also available, so he can blink into the arena if he wants, try to save people, blink out of the arena.
Flame break,
there it is.
Gonna mess up the snare completely. But the blink, the Sonic Wave, Amar is already low. The Snowball's gonna follow it up. He's trying to stand tall, but he will fall. They get the kill there. They'll lose White Mom, but now they've got this Rolling Thunder that lands on a Malrine. Pure just ripping him apart. He goes into the Wukong's command. It doesn't matter. They got the Monkey King. They'll take the mark. Down goes this Weaver. All three cores on the side of Falcons drop to Tundra, and they want even more. Snake King's gonna be hit up and hit with that flame break. The Mystic Flare's a miss, and this is looking like a full team wipe for the side of Tundra.
Oh man, Tundra played this one perfectly. First the fight near their base, because Falcons, they were not playing as a unit, and then, as I say it, Pure picks up the Blink Dagger, saves Queen of Pain inside of the arena, allows him to get all of the spells off, and you can see that Monkey King, like, even though he had that first blood, they managed to salvage the lane, which is very bad on paper. He's still struggling in the game to deal with the Queen of Pain.
Tower's getting banged up.
BZM, who has recovered his game completely ahead of the Mars, Monkey King, and that Chen. Almost 13,000 net worth. He has come online and has come alive here in this game number 3. Falcons starting to run out of answers. They just do not have the farm on these heroes currently. And it went from win probability 60-40 at 13 minutes. Now 14 minutes later, it's 67-33 in favor of Tundra. BZM, they've got the silence, the Mystic Flare, the damage is big, the numbers are there, and they've got the kill on a BZM. They'll slow him down once more.
As long as they're playing as a unit, sticking together, having these dispels, Abaddon, like, he also needs to prioritize saving Queen of Pain, because Queen of Pain still deals the most damage in most of these fights, and he also opted to go for level 20 talent, 80 Aphotic Shield Barrier, instead of going for the 100 DPS during his ulti, which is a bit of a surprising one, because this is also that gives you a guaranteed heal if you have a hero that is close to you. But I guess he wanted to have a little bit more sustain on this Queen of Pain. What I just said about the Queen of Pain surviving.
See what they can find now. The net worth is now even. It was a big lead for Falcons, and it has come spiraling back down. A lot of Gale Guards. Chen, Quap, Fat Rider, and now another try to get a kill here onto Pure. There really isn't much of a chance currently of getting this kill, but they will put some damage on. They don't get the jingle or anything like that, so Pure A-okay anyway. BKB for Amar, smoke picked up from Chen. Can they cohesively fight as a unit here to try and fight back against Tundra, who are really starting to snowball? Not sure that ward picked up the smoke because they're still sitting here. Pure again, the focus of their aggression. The silence is on him, but what does it matter? He's down to half health.
They want to proc that ulti.
It might matter. They've got the borrow timeout now. Rowan's going to come to the backline. Ziggler for crit. They've got the lasso on the BKB Mars. They're trying to pull Amar out of the rest of the team's formation. And the Rolling Thunder TP out. Nobody dying, but they got the borrowed time. Maybe they reset go again while that's on cooldown.
You could see the plan from Falcons. They want to proc that ulti on Abba, use the Yule Scepter on Mars, and then pin him with the spear onto the arena so that he can't blink out. It was a good plan, but Ari kind of disrupted that whole plan, blinking in, using lasso, so Pure got out of the trouble.
Pierce doesn't have borrowed time, but they don't commit to going through this. They didn't smoke when they all TP'd bottom, and they got spotted by that creep wave, so they had to break apart there. But now, coming through the twin gate, Ari TP's out. Now this -7 seconds on the Ancient Seal cooldown. You're going to get more silences from the Sky as long as he can survive. Positioning's been a bit tough, though. They can get to the backlines with both this Queen of Pain and this Pangolier, where Sky has to really find the best spot to stand. Otherwise, he's in trouble.
I think it's going to be easier for Tundra. Queen of Pain just finished off her BKB. They have no BKB piercing abilities, so if she gets it off, she has Ava with that level 20 talent we talked about. 33, he didn't show his new item in a long time. He does have Aghanim Scepter, Vlad's Blink Dagger, Skeeter hiding on the side. There's also gem available on Abba.
Tree down, they know where he's at. Now they found themselves Maureen. He's going to boundless strike range right into BZM. They go to the Wukong's command. Skeeter's also off to the side. They've got the silence. It's on the Queen of Pain. Wukong's keeping them away for a second.
Ready to jump in.
Maureen needs to be careful about his positioning. He's trying to change the guard. They go for Pure. They've got the control. They've got him away for the rest of the team because Maureen's in there with the Wukong's command and getting focused by everybody else on the side of Tundra. With the borrowed time, he's starting to heal up a little bit. They might be able to get the kill on a Pure. They'll take out Maureen. They get the spear. He bounces back over. There's the Mystic Flare. Down goes Pure. Lasso into Amar. But he got the arena down. Ari's in trouble. He can't escape. But Skeeter's got the damage to get himself a double kill as he's on a killing spree now. But do the rest of Tundra want to fight despite the fact that they don't have this Abaddon anymore?
They need to be playing around Pure. Like, he gets isolated this time around and there was no help whatsoever, so he's just gonna die afterwards. They did a good job. Amar, every single fight, he's focusing him. Mystic Flare coming up from crit to try to proc that ulti immediately. And another Tormentor, potentially for Falcons. Seems like Tundra's sticking around. Queen of Pain does have ulti available.
They see Whitemon. They've got this ward down. Snowball. Ooh, other side. BZM now staking. All are healed. He's there. God, 33 is here, and they should at least have the control to get the kill here onto the Chan. But now, how much are they going to give up for this? Yules, Spear, Mystic Flare, and the silence. BZM is dead. The damage from this Mystic Flare is just so much for them to handle, then they can't. They get that kill on a crit, but now the TP attempt, and he is not out because they've got the Spear ready. They have the control. 33 trying to survive. Look to the Rolling Thunder, but still ends up dead.
This fight was going on for so long that Maureen managed to respawn and he just came back into the fight. They decided to take the fight. Look at the damage from Pango. Almost 6,000 damage coming up from him. Queen of Pain 2.5k, but still not enough. Like, when your BKB's down, you get silenced by Skywrath Mage, ulted, you're gonna die. Everybody already has Shard on their side, so it's gonna be just gold for them. And they retrieve the gem, which is pretty nice. Beaver's gonna be pretty happy about this one.
Making sure he stays out of vision. Now overtakes Pure in the net worth department, at least currently, but there's a Bloodthorn finished off for this Abaddon. If they can single him out, they can kill him pretty easily. Take a look at this long fight, or no, this is the second half after. And this is BZM going in to try and get the kill into Snake King, but he's got the Hand of God
Dire's top tower.
as well as that mech, so the heal is pretty significant, and it leaves them alive long enough for Amar
BZM
to come back into
snatches the gem and just dies for it
Top tower's
immediately.
getting beat down.
There is so much control post BKB. Something we talked about, that Sky is gonna be dying a lot to Pangolier, and I really like what I see on 33 going for AC. Wants to tank up. There is a lot of physical damage. You are playing against Beaver, Mars as well, and also Monkey King, so that's gonna be a great item. On top of already Vlads that he did purchase early on.
Smoke again from Falcons with an amplified damage top. And they'll give that over to Malorine.
Konda's done now on Sky. To potentially break Silence combo against Abaddon if he misuses his Manta style could just be very deadly for him. Plus, he also has the Silence talent on level 15, -7 seconds, which makes it permanent. You can't use it twice, but you wait half a second and you can have it again.
Blade Mail blinked back towards Amar.
Rolling Thunder in the back, not doing anything.
But BZM, he's already low. They'll try to get Fury into the fight. They're trying to go into the chamber. They go to the Wukong's command. They've got the Bloodthorn on him. Snake King trying to run. Hand of God comes in. They've got themselves a stun. Pure's in trouble. A Phoenix Shield, White Mon, Shards, not walking him out. They've got the arena. It's around on Pure. He pops the borrowed time, but he's not healing up that much. So he has to blink away and get out of the fight.
Feels like we're watching two different fights happening.
They got this Sky and White Mon running away. Skeeter's here. Pure also in the area. Photic Shields pop. The chase from this Weaver not giving up. Shards try and block him for a second, but even the Force Staff forward to get this kill. Goes all the way the distance to get this Tusk.
Worthy tribute.
But a split fight again. There are always two fights happening in these engagements. Roche is back up. Maybe that's the next move here for Falcons. But they've only got the kill in the Tusk. And the side of Tundra are set up towards top. They have Lasso still. And Sonic Wave. Snake King trying to get his hands on a Force Staff as well as Guardian Greaves. BZM Boundless Strike silence. But the BKB, the TP out, and he will leave. But forcing that BKB is pretty cheap. Mystic Flare
it
is
opens
not
up
the longest
Roche now
spell.
for Falcons, knowing that Queen of Pain doesn't have BKB available. If she blinks into a fight, she's not nowhere Abaddon. So let's see if they want to force it immediately. Rolling Thunder being faked.
Turn to Roche.
Radiant
A
bottom
lot to deal with here for Roche. The Swarm, this Ancient Creep, and then all the heroes in. Alright, Flame Break, Blink God's Rebuke. 33's in though with the Rolling Thunder. Everybody is alive for the side of Tundra. BZM blinking off to the side looking for Amar. And he's trying to get bounced out of the low ground, but the Yules instead, and now the blink away.
That's a big spell. They definitely need that Rolling Thunder to connect onto the supports, most likely, to try to kill them off immediately. So no BKB on Quap, no Rolling Thunder. Seems like Thunder still wants to be able to take the fight. Maybe try to snatch the Aegis. And there's the Abaddon with the Manta style. So if he gets hit by Konda in silence, he just might die, because he can't pop that ulti. Aegis claimed by Skeeter.
BKB in the
Even
back.
a BKB, okay. He knows.
Pops this Clarity, puts the BKB back, hopefully. And still a tightrope of a game. Only a 3,000 net worth lead for Falcons. Playing on a knife's edge as they've got this Aegis. 4.5 minutes. Let's see how they use it. And they're looking for a Hex next onto Amar. Daedalus for Skeeter. Getting close to the gold needed. What's Sky going for? Ghost Scepter, no surprise. Batrider looking for an Ags. Refresher for the Pangolier. Double Rolling Thunder if they get that far in. Trying to turn this Blink into a Swift Blink as Pure is almost level 25. Ahead of this Weaver in terms of experience right now. There's that full Daedalus. So the damage numbers were close, but
Dire's mid
Skeeter now having the Daedalus, he's going to output even more in these fights.
think Mars also opted to go for a Hex if they are going to be going with the same plan that they did in the last couple of fights. Try to proc Abba ulti, and we saw in the previous fight him using the Spear and the Arena. Abba still was able to blink out. With the Hex, you're not going to be able to do that, so it's more about the control. His next item most likely is just going to be Refresher, double BKB, double Hex, double Arena.
Radiant's top tower.
Weaver Satanic next, and you can see Tundra just trying to farm away from where they think Falcons are at, and they're doing a good job of avoiding them. They've got these illusions pushing in the tier 2 top. Ping immediately, I believe, by Crit, spotting Pure for a split second. So they kind of know where they're at, but they are starting to return to the base. Everybody comes back for the side of Tundra. Skeeter going to stand on the high ground. They've done this before. The last time they did this, though, they got wiped because Skeeter was in a little bit too far, and they had to balance strike with Malrine out of the engagement. Shards are short, though, and now the Rolling Thunder's being committed.
That's why he's going for a Refresher. Yeah. His first ulti to scare them off, and then use the real ulti, which he doesn't have yet, but they can still take the fight even without Rolling Thunder. Skeeter
Can see the
finish off these barracks. You're popping the glyph.
He's got Lincoln's placed on him, so he feels very safe. Gets that melee racks. And no answer yet from Tundra. How long are they going to let this go? They're still a tier 2 top, of course, so they can't go through the base for megas. And Pure not hitting that level 25 while they were trying to farm while this push was coming.
Look at all these buffs that he does have. Right now, there aren't many, but as soon as Chen gets close by, there's literally 10 of them.
Yeah, so many of them. Ari's looking for his opportunity. The problem is they're continuing to give Lincolns over on a Skeeter, and he's got this Aegis. So are you going to use everything? Are you going to pop this Lincolns and go to this lasso to try and get this kill on the Aegis and then have nothing left? Or are you going to try and push them back and not allow them to get more out of the fight? Ari goes in and answers that question with the BKB. He goes to the Firefly looking for the lasso. The BKB is going to be popped here by Amar, but he's getting dragged into the base. In between the tier 4s for a second. BZM falling up. Get out again. It's a miss. And now they look over, but they've got themselves a Walrus Punch. Can they get the kill on Omar? No, not yet. BKB's been popped by Skeeter. They've got Pure jumping in with the Mist Coil. They go to the arena. They get the kill on Omar. They've got themselves the Mystic Flare, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill on a Crit. And now with the Wukongs, they'll block out the side of Tundra, but 33's off to the side. Pure's back in, blinking forward, looking for this Chen. The Bloodthorn's on him. They're trying to get the kill.
He'll have ulti on Pure. He wants the longer fight.
Dead. Skeeter trying to look for anything to salvage the fight. Malrine is in with the BKB. They are avoiding the one with the Aegis, and that's the Weaver. Malrine cannot heal up enough. 4 heroes die on the hold from Tundra. A little bit delayed with the blink into the lasso that came out after the BKB came through from Amar. But they get 4. They don't take it the Aegis, but they don't care. They got everything that they really wanted, and they held the high ground.
Yeah, look at the damage numbers. It's mostly Skeeter who's doing damage on side of Falcons, and on the other side, it's relatively equally spread, meaning that everybody is dealing the damage. Abaddon, like, he didn't proc his ulti in the previous fight. Now you have this upgraded blink, the swift blink as well.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, you don't see the effect of it in most of the fights. Like, let's say you are getting crit and suddenly you're actually not.
Whitemon,
Radiant's mid.
Those are big numbers.
He doesn't have that ability, so he got crit twice in a row.
Yeah.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Courier sneaking up on the high ground. Shrine's going to be taken by Ari. He's now hit that level 20. We'll see what he takes. He takes the Flame Break cooldown, -6 seconds. Meanwhile, another Geminate attack. Rolling Thunder TP out. This is deep, but you're able to escape. No harm, no foul. This is one of, if not the first net worth lead of the day on this game 3. Not the day, but in this game for Tundra. Okay. Can they hold it? Or can Falcons fight back? This Abaddon being a very big problem for them. Nullifier now picked up, and an Ags coming through, so some big items for Tundra.
Because Amar has been causing some of the issues with this Yule Scepter, but now they can focus onto the target and they can kill it immediately. Great against Monkey King as well, dispelling the Jingu if he gets it. But you can feel that Monkey is not really lifestealing. He gets focused down by Abaddon. It's his innate ability doesn't allow you to heal as much as you would want to.
Amar looking to build an Aeon Disc. He's just trying to survive a little bit longer.
And he already prepped for this. He didn't have Ags, but he did go for level 20 talent on Queen of Pain, 100 scream damage compared to the cooldown 45 seconds on the left talent. So knowing that eventually he's going to be able to get it, Skeeter, just casual gold again.
It's a lot of gold, though. 455 each is no joke. He's now level 25. We already talked about how he's got the Geminate attack extra. Crit almost level 20. Chen's trying to go for the Ags and a BKB. That might be a pipe dream for these supports, as their farm has slowed down a little bit. I feel like they were very farmed early, and things have kind of slowed up for both supports. In particular, this Sky. 50 seconds till Roche is up. And a full 5-man smoke here from Tundra. And a shield rune now for Pure. That is
extra 1400
basically
HP.
What is that? 4,000 effective health. They're nearby. Whitemon looking for the opportunity. Followed that courier. They know exactly where one of the heroes are. Maybe they see him more as well. Blink in with the Shivas. They go to the lasso. They got their hands onto the Mars. Mystic Flare not doing anything. Guardian Greaves end up getting popped. Amar going to try and use this bulwark to back up towards the tower. The rest of his team, they go to the spear and get the kill on a Whitemon. That's not too bad. The Hex. The damage. Pango is caught. The silence on 33, and that's another here. No buyback available on 33. He's dead for 100. Oh. That should potentially secure Roche for Falcons. If they know it when it spawns, it'll still be over a minute before 33 is back alive. And without Rolling Thunder, contesting Roche is way more difficult.
Yeah, seems like they needed that nullifier on Mars because, again, he got the Yule Scepter off, bought a little bit more time, that he gets the spear onto Whitemon immediately after. The damage increase on Weaver is insane. Once you hit that level 25, the extra Geminate attack with all the items that you have, basically becoming 50% stronger once you hit that level 25 in terms of damage output.
Chen really wants this Axe. He's had it queued up for a while. Roche is up. Aegis, Banner, Refresh our Cheese, and Falcons.
Dire's mid tower.
They back away. They have this Satyr in there watching the pit, and they know it's up. So the Swarm is used. They'll move over. There's no Rolling Thunder, no Pangolier to worry about, but there are 4 heroes. Are Tundra willing to try and throw somebody in there to maybe steal this? They know the roar is on. They know where they're at. But Falcons not doing the roar and backup and bait because they know that there really isn't much of an answer from Tundra without this ult. Aegis for the Weaver. But again, last time they gave this Aegis to the Weaver, they just ignored him and went for everybody else.
Yeah, he also did go on a solo mission in one of those fights, so this time around, I don't think Skeeter's going to be making the same mistake. We'll be fighting around the team. Amar, Aeon Disc on him as well after seeing Nullifier on Pango.
He's almost level 25, and Chen pausing for a second, then saying go. Oh, okay. Sure.
Oh, look what Amar is doing. Nullifier against Aeon Disc.
He's putting the Aeon Disc
on the courier.
And the courier, yeah, so he's not showing it.
That's the only thing you can do right now because
without the locking activation.
It doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
Interesting play, but he's picked it up now anyway. I think it's in his inventory.
Radiant lost one of them bottom towers. The Dire might want.
I've got Eon's Skeeter. They're falling out to him. Full thing on his courier. He's done 51,000 hero damage. And he's now hit this level 26. He is really starting to hit that full capacity.
Dire's top tower.
Whitemon Ahri looking for the jump. Ahri tries to go.
Nice try from Ahri. He knew that he was going to use that Lincolns on him. Ahri having a pretty good read what is going to happen. It's just that these are professional E-athletes, so the time reaction is pretty quick. Good damage onto the tier 3 tower.
He's going to go in again for this jump and this lasso. This should be at least the tier 3 out of the top lane.
Top tower's gone.
Fainting the Rolling Thunder for a second. Do they want to commit to this again without this BKB? But they go to the blink. They've got the spear. The Mystic Flare is there with the BKB being popped by BZM. They got some control on a Pure. Bloodthorn onto the Weaver, but he's doing enough damage to fight back up Pure, who's not really healing enough from the borrowed time. They get the kill and a crit. They take out the Skywrath Mage and the Bloodthorn once again onto the Weaver as Shikuchi's away. But they're looking for 33. Balance Strike a little bit short. He's able to jump, but Amar with the blink forward. Roll up from 33. Skeeter, now the Swarm onto this Pangolier. No Skywrath Mage. Another silence, Pure with BKB, Nullifier, BZM jumping in, looking for the Sonic Wave. That lands on a 2, doesn't push him out of the circle. They go to the Hand of God, they've got the Guardian Greaves. Now the silence with the blink forward from BZM. Skeeter's trying to fight 33, but Malreed fights back out of Pure. They go to the borrowed time again. Amar finds himself BZM with the BKB being popped by Malreed. He's trying to avoid this fight, but they go to the arena, they land the spear, they look at the quad, they get the kill on a BZM. Whitemon running away with the damage trip. Skeeter is all too much for him to handle. He has to back out completely with his life, with just a sliver of health, but they want more. Another reset? Silence on a 33, a blink forward from Pure. He's got the Aphotic Shield in front of him. Oh boy, that's going to be a little bit of a grief, but nobody there to follow it up just yet. BZM looking forward, blinking in, but nobody in his hands just yet. They'll TP out, and they'll look at these creeps from the Chen, but they can't kill them either, and they escape. It's the long road to escape for Falcons on that one.
Perfect retreat. Getting the refresher out of Pure, getting the buyback out of BZM, and still not losing anything. Crit did manage to respawn while all this was happening.
Croakers tried to grief. Game 2, it was Roche. Game 3 was almost the Croakers, but they're in. They've gotten a Hex. Amar with the spear. Mystic Flare, the damage onto this Pangolier. No buyback, 100 seconds.
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of tank it has gone as well. No AC, no Vlads, no extra damage, no extra healing. Even though they haven't been healing as much. You are playing against the Scotty as well. Abaddon does have a reduced healing against the Monkey King, against the Chen as well when you drop below 40%. And Skeeter's gonna finish off these barracks. 80 seconds without Pango. This is probably gonna be Megas. Still holding the Aegis for another minute.
Ari again just kind of putting himself in these crevices.
Hard game for him.
Wall, and he's trying to jump
have that clear target to jump.
Yeah, very tough for him. I believe Abaddon was trying to buy that Divine Rapier, by the way. He's got now.
He's got it. He's got it.
Divine.
He's gonna disassemble Radiance. Demon Edge is online. I think Pure is the player that buys the most Divine Rapiers. He always gets in these situations whenever there's a losing game. He just purchases it. Understands that if they need the damage, he needs to be the one getting it out, popping out that damage. And now with the Divine Rapier, but there's also now the miss chance is gone. You don't have that Radiance.
Jumping from Ari again. He's had a difficult game, but they go to the last one. It's going to be on a crit. The Boundless Strike, it comes through. Pure trying to do the damage with the Divine Rapier. They go to the Wukong's command. Pure standing forward, looking at Skeeter, putting the damage on a Whitemon. Almost gets the kill there. Time Lapse is back, and now they've got the Mega Creeps. Is it time to just leave? Aegis expiring in 9 seconds. They bought back on crit. They've got everybody alive, but Tundra, they're still working without a Pangolier.
A refresher on Mars as well, so double Arena, double Hex, double BKB, and Aeon Disc available. As long as they can kill this Pango in every fight, because they've been focusing Queen of Pain in most of the fights, knowing that there's going to be Abba jumping inside of the arena and saving him, so they switch the targets. They are going for Pango every single time.
BKB now for the Chen. 52 minutes into the game.
The build is almost complete. His Aghanim Scepter doesn't work on him. It doesn't give him debuff immunity, so he has to buy BKB of his own. I'm not sure we're going to be able to finish off that item before the game ends.
Maybe. Another pause this time by Ari. Take a look at these inventories. Oblivion Staff for Amar. He's trying to have some Zoom Blood Rate for Ari, but I don't think anybody else. Amplified damage was picked up by Amar.
Just a casual arena, showing that he does have it. There was no real follow-up. He was literally alone in that area. Trying to force something. Maybe they blink in, maybe they use a BKB or something.
Skeeter backing away and just has a casual 7,000 gold. Not sure what he really wants. One, because my answer usually comes from the quick buy, but two, he's full.
Aghanim Scepter also not the best upgrade. on Carry Weaver. First of all, you have to click the button twice, which could mess up with your muscle memory. Doesn't reduce the cooldown anymore, which is a bit of a bummer. It was OP back in the days. You don't get the stats anyway when you eat it. So probably going to be some Moon Shard, maybe Refresher, if he wants to have double Satanic, double BKB, double Time Lapse.
I guess the question is, what does he want to get rid of that's in that inventory if he's going to be holding on to that Refresher?
It's going to be in the backpack. We'll swap it in.
EZM level 26. As his game, like I said, had recovered. He was bottom of the course for so long by so much, and now he's third on that list. You can still see, though, Chen at 20,000 net worth. This is a super farm Chen. He has so much gold under his belt, and here comes another 2K for the team. And just easy Tormentor every single time. I think they've gotten every single one. The last two giving them the full gold.
Actually, I believe.
The last three have been the full gold? Yeah.
Because they bought some early shards. Sky did get it the first time, Amar did buy his own, and so did Monkey King.
Yeah, was Sky the only one who bought his shard, or got his shard from the Tormentor this game, and everybody else bought it?
I think Skeeter got it. Maybe.
For the Refresher on Monkey King, and we are closing in on potentially 60 minutes. This Rosh is a long respawn timer, 2.5 minutes on this Roshan, which they might wait for. But what items are you getting from both sides that really make or break these fights?
I mean, for Falcons, I guess you want to be getting Book of the Dead to be able to push it in. Maybe Deso 2 on Monkey King, on Weaver, try to give as much damage as possible onto the building so you can close out the game with multiple refreshers, double Wukongs, double Arena. And it's going to do the trick. I guess they're still giving respect to this Divine Rapier that was disassembled from Radiance.
They're smoking, so expecting Roche to be up or potentially up soon enough where the smoke play maybe makes a big difference in getting Roche, but it's still a minute 40 away. You kill one or two of these heroes, Roche won't be up for a little while. But they still have to catch somebody, and the side of Falcons are grouped up together in their own triangle. Which isn't really a triangle these days, but we don't like renaming
It's
things.
a line, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a line. But that doesn't sound as cool. Blink in. There's the Hex. That was an aggressive blink, but they've got the last one's going to be on the crit. They'll get the kill on the BZM. No, not yet. He's able to blink away with the BKB. Wukong's command with that extra circle. Pure going to pop the borrowed time. He's back up to full. 33 stuck here, though, with the Rolling Thunder. He'll roll up for a second. Now, Reed's still in the Wukongs. They get the kill to crit. He's going to be dead for 100 seconds. Now the TP out, and everybody trying to escape on the side of Tundra, but they catch Pure. He still has another borrowed time thanks to the Refresher. Bloodthorn on him. He'll pop the Manta. Now they've got the silence, but they get the kill.
He's just dead.
He just died. The device on the deck.
That just might be it. With the Divine Rapier,
Whitemon's gone.
Amar's controlling the whole fight. BZM, he was lucky enough to get out of the fight, but the rest...
Oh.
How big was that crit?
If they don't push it aggressively right here, right now, I need a replay on how big that crit just was. Man.
Yeah, with level 25 talent, it is insane. Like, you're just pumping out the hits. BZM blinking in. He saved him last second. Pure forced to use a BKB and try to save BZM. Amar was thinking about using the Refresher and maybe getting the kill, but he got bounced back by Sonic Wave. And then 33, he kind of gets stuck. And look how tanky everything is. They're just glowing with all of these auras that Chen is providing. And again, Amar blinks in. Spear with the Hex as well. And now slow it down.
Even slower.
Yeah, this is just like 1,100 crits.
Jesus. Well, that was quite a fight, quite a way to take a Divine Rapier. Oh, Roche just going down the mid lane. Okay.
Roche is on their side this time around.
Yeah, a little bit of revenge from the Bash in game number 2. Lasso onto this Weaver, but he's got this Aegis. They've got the silence. The Sonic Wave, not bad. But now Skeeter able to get the time lapse out. They go to the Wukong's command. It's going to be around the tier 4 towers with the BKB being popped by Malrine. Nullifier onto this Weaver, and now another flame break thrown their way. They'll focus the tier 4 towers. This is for elimination. And they really need to defend. They've got everybody up, but the tier 4 is getting low. What do you have left? You've got no lasso, no rolling thunder, no sonic wave, but a borrowed time if you don't get crit through it. They back away.
They still have Aegis. They still have double arena ready. No Wukongs. They want to wait it out.
30,000 net worth lead. 2 minutes away from 60 minutes, but it doesn't feel like we're going to get there. It feels like this next fight might come sooner than that moment happens. And even if it does, it feels like Falcons are the only ones who are really able to leave their base to go and get these tier 5 items. Looking for a Hex on the Queen of Pain. Maybe that makes a little bit of a difference if they can find the control.
Pure has another Divine Rapier. But so does Skeeter. Almost 2,000 crits coming out from him now with the Divine.
Another Divine looking for a Moon Shard after that. Abyssal on the Monkey King can make life more difficult. Pure is so willing to jump into these fights with that Swift Blink. And now you've got that Hex on the Queen of Pain. So is the control enough? Can you save Pure? Can you keep him alive to get the damage out with the Divine Rapier? Is 1 borrowed time enough? Is 2 borrowed times enough? Flipping the hourglass, but I'm not sure it's going to do everything. They go to the Hex, they've got the Sons of Boundless Strike, but can they get the kill here onto the Weaver? The fires on him, but he goes into the time lapse off. Pure doing the damage on the Snake King, who's way deep. They go to the Rolling Thunder, they're trying to get the kill. The Hanagon is going to be there, but they get the kill on the Snake King. He's going to have buyback. So now they start to leave the base. They've dropped the gem on the deck. Amar, Aeon Disc, that gets used. Now 33 stuck again. These Pango players keep finding places to get stuck. Nobody dead just yet on Tundra, but again, Pango finding a little crevice to just bounce in. Hex, this time from Amar. BKB, they go to the spear, they've got the Mystic Flare with the silence, they're trying to get the kill, the snowball save is there. It's gonna be on the creeps, pulling it back to the tier 4. They go to the refresher, they've got the Hex, it's on the Pango here. They look over at Whitemouth, they've got the kill to the Tusk. He's got buyback. The spear misses with the mantle being used by Pure. Amar trying to back away, they've got the silence on to 33. He's trying to go into the face of the side of Falcons, but they get this Pure Abaddon's borrowed timeout again. He already refreshed his time around, and they'll look over at 33. Skeeter's got the damage. He's nullified, but it doesn't matter. The lasso's not going to matter either. They're all dead. GG is called, and Falcons take game 3, and they take the series over Tundra.
What a crazy third game. Like, we had it back and forth to some of the initiations as well, but Skeeter on his signature hero, making sure that even though he lost that second game, making sure that he can get a dub in the whole series when it really matters.
That was a close one, back and forth. I mean, I was expecting Pure to die like that out of nowhere. He gets crit twice, big number.
From that one, looks like we're loading in as we speak.
5 seconds. Radiant's ban.
Oh, maybe this would be a good chance to ask about
10 seconds to go. Dire's ban. Radiant's ban.
You're not really pushing. And the thing is, there's always going to be a...
Very nice. Face the night.
Everybody get set.
Just as exciting.
Just as exciting.
Why is nobody in the audience saying, "Oh, we want the Venomancer"? You're not gonna be saying something like that.
I'm ready for it. I'm totally ready for that Venomancer coming out. But you know, it is do or die time. You're either out or you get to play in the second day of the playoffs, as Game 3 is about to commence, and let the best team win. Team Falcons, Team Spirit. Only one can make it through.
Only one. I don't know how I feel about this Venom. I can't say that I believe in it. I haven't been too fond of these toxic heroes in this tournament.
You've made that pretty clear.
Exactly, but today when I saw King Jungles on a I usually love Huskar, but when I saw him on position 5, even though it's working in pubs a bit,
30 seconds to go.
I just didn't like it, and I'm also not sure about this Veno either.
Yeah. Well, at least with this Veno, we're going to get an Orb of Corrosion pretty early. So with the Orb of Frost and then the Orb of Corrosion right after, hero that also gets quite a nice amount of stats from it. And another debuff to apply on your opponent, which is going to be very useful. There's a lot of melee heroes to play against. The DK, the Mars, and the Ursa. Trying to contest for that bounty rune in top. Panto with Rue, they're going to set themselves up for Amar and take a first kill for Team Spirit, and they're leaving it for Yatoro on the Nature's Prophet. And the money tree is down to the ground, and that's going to be money for Rue and Panto. Not a whole lot, but any little bit will work.
A bit of an allowance for the kids, right? Makes sense. But that was a beautiful sprout coming out from Yatoro. That is why they got that kill, because Amar had nowhere to go.
And DK versus Venom. How do you think this matchup's going to go?
So usually these toxic heroes like this would crush the mid lane versus almost any melee hero. DK is kind of a special thing though, right? Because I have seen him win matchups that you definitely wouldn't expect him to win, but I think Laurel is preparing really well for it because he wants to go for that Orb of Corrosion, and then that should definitely be crippling this DK. So I'm gonna assume that from like level 4 onward, 3, 4 onward, it is gonna be a very tough one for Malrine.
Brit's already causing a bit of a headache there for Panto, going for that easy camp block and gets his courier on the way. Hero doesn't have a lot of time to micro his courier away as he's fighting for that camp. And with the pause 1 Furion against this Mars, you gotta watch out for your openings. At least you have a lot of damage if you can get crit inside the Sprout. If crit doesn't have boots early, that could set up for Panto and Yatoro to make some plays happen.
Yeah, Scarlet Mage is an okay hero in this lane. He's gonna do fine, but the thing is that the Mars hates these guys that poke at you all the time, and that is pretty much the Nature's Prophet and the Energetic hero. Not a lot of heroes really stand in this lane and feel too good about it. Malrine is gonna be solid in terms of CS, but things are starting to get hard, and at some point you might be needing your supports to rotate, and maybe earlier than what you would normally expect.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be very annoying in this lane. And we are going to earn first on Yatoro. But maybe he'll like to make a move as well with that Furion, potentially to one of the side lanes, especially with the Centaur. I mean, one of the side lanes, being the bottom lane in that case. Trying to hunt down an Enchantress, for example, could prove to be a bit tricky. Or maybe if they can straight up find a kill in the top lane and get some charges that way, that's also one way to work with. Yeah, Marn's gonna get blocked by the Sprout, so he's taking some extra hits here from Panto and Yatoro. But he'll be okay for now.
The Sprouts from Yatoro so far have been amazing. I mean, you're definitely not enjoying this one as Zamar. I think this is the first game where we're seeing that Spirit are actually ahead in terms of CS. Every other game it was Falcons all the way.
Yeah.
I mean, they drafted for it, right? It'd be really weird if they started losing this one as well. However, Malrine is still doing a solid job. Him getting this much CS means that he's probably going to be getting lower and lower, so Yatoro could be rotating to the mid lane as well.
Yeah, at least the Enchantress is also getting a portion of the Ursa's farm. So technically 18 last hits combined already in their lane. Maybe they're just ward last hits, like we see one out of there from the sentry being opened up from the hard camp. He really wants to have access to units to enchant, so that hard camp's importance is actually really big for snaking.
Yeah, usually it's the other way around. It is the offlane that is unblocking that camp, but considering that you're an Enchantress, you need to make sure that he cannot get the bigger creep once he gets level 3. That really does ruin your lane. No matter what you have, those creeps that he can get at level 3 are a little bit too strong.
Again, just a constant battle in the top lane. The spear flies out from Amar. He continues to apply the pressure on Yatoro. One more right click, plus the one charge is used, but it's going to be enough for Amar. And Panto's going to be the one dropping as well. Amar with the body blocks. His crit's going to help him out here. And one more hit, the spear's going to do it. Amar's going to find the double kill on the Mars.
What a godly performance in this lane between Amar and Crit, right? Crit was laning on the bottom lane, but when they're together, this is just amazing what they're doing, right? You would expect, of course, the Jakiro and the Nature's Prophet to constantly poke at you, and you're always trying to find an opening to go, because you can't take them down from 100 to 0. And Amar, he finds it perfectly. As they're trying to kill the Skywrath Mage, he turns it around. And I think that's the idea. Spirit, they have to forget about getting kills in this lane and just make sure that Amar is always low.
And Melreen is doing what he knows best in these mid matchups. Like, if it feels like it's a matchup where he's got not a whole lot to give, he's just going to start grabbing these creep waves or maybe pulling them into the jungle simultaneously and get them to safety so he can at least secure himself some farm. He's going to fall slightly behind the Venomancer as he's doing this, but at least he's getting farm. There's not a whole lot to work on the side lanes when your DK is under-leveled. He won't really give you a lot of extra in terms of kill potential.
Is this gonna be the Blink Mage Slayer DK? I mean, it does make sense if he would go for that one. We usually see it sometimes from the carry position, but I think in this game in particular, it would make sense to have a little bit of extra magic resistance without having to get a BKB.
Yeah, the magic resistance could be pretty good. Mage Slayer still has some pretty good stats to go with. That's why DK and Ember are still pretty much like the last heroes who are willing to build it. Doesn't feel like anybody else really wants that item. But it could also be something like if they want to, I don't know if you want to go for a Midas on this hero. Not really, especially when we have this whole Dominator meta going on. Crit's going to be given some chase by Panto and Larl and looking for a kill here on that Skywrath Mage. That will be one for Panto. Larl gets to be a part of that, so the assist gold goes straight into his pocket.
Yeah, they didn't bring a Yatoro, right? Probably you would have wanted to get there for the Iron charges.
Yeah.
But I guess he got one when he died, so it feels like that's enough. Yeah, get dodged!
Yep. Getting straight to work with that 6-minute rune. Well, Yatoro also TPing in. They got the Bushwhack connected and they've got the damage to take down Snaking. Another one for Team Spirit. That leaves Malrine all by himself with 4 Team Spirit heroes against him. What is this quad mid meta?
Yeah, it's even 5 heroes coming mid quite a lot of times. I guess we see a lot of Blink offlaners. We see a lot of supports that are good at rotating, I think, are in the meta right now. And then you see so many rotations to the mid lane, and then one team sees that things are not going as good, or they could go better, and then they start TPing in cores that you wouldn't naturally expect in the mid lane. I mean, today we saw Davai just rotating with a level 5 Enigma, just pulling the Eidolons and going through the river to assist a little bit.
Yeah. 7-minute wisdom spawning. Crit will take one, Rule will go for the other. We're going to need this level 6 on the Hoodwink ASAP so that him and Centaur on Collapse can start looking for potential kills on the map, because then it gets easier for the Nature's Prophet, especially with that urn buildup, to show up as a +1.
Exactly, right? You're gonna have this Hoodwink that is gonna be going for kills, and you actually don't even need the Centaur, right? It could be Nature's Prophet deeping in, put the Sprout, Bushwhack fall up, and you can get the kills.
That could also work. They're gonna be fighting until the Bushwhack is there. Panto gonna apply the Liquid Frost. He drops the arena and tries to block as much as Yatoro. All of these are range heroes, by the way, so they can't hit through the arena walls, as Panto will take some early damage there from Malrine. But he's just gonna fend this DK away. And with his last almost dying breath, just froze out an ice path for a good measure warning. Larl gets the D-ward out too. And they're going to go straight back to the Venom. Okay, he's going to get surprised. He's not exactly a very tanky hero. And they are looking to kill him. They got him. Yatoro coming in from the back as well. Panto going for the escape. They got the Bushwhack connected on Malrine. Doesn't last for a very long time as Amar is able to release that DK from the Bolas.
Oh, Larl made a mistake, and this is the downside of the Veno, right? The hero is just way too slow. With the Viper in the mid lane, sometimes you see boots of travel. We'll see if that's something that he's going to be looking at.
And on to the next one. Malrine going to go hunting for some Hoodwinks and takes down Rue. So that will be Malrine's second kill. And opening up for a bit of a push down the mid lane.
That is just the thing. These toxic heroes are way too hard to play, right? It's very easy to put yourself out of position and just lose all of the advantage that you've been building up, right? You picked him to win the mid lane, and now the difference between him and Malrine is 600 gold, and you're going to be losing your tower 9 minutes in. Like, is there a difference to if he was laning versus the Nature's Prophet? Not really, and the Nature's Prophet would be contributing so much more on the map.
And usually when I see Larl's role in the team, like, he's not always the win condition, so he's kind of helping out his other two cores in disrupting these team fights. But now he's playing a hero that requires you to be very selfish. And Laurel sometimes is a bit of a selfless player, so I'm not sure if it fits in with the ideas for Team Spirit that they shift things around like that.
Makes sense, right? And also Laurel is not known for being like the best laner. That's not his forte. And you picked him a hero that pretty much relies on winning the lane. So the more I'm thinking about it, the more I don't like it, but I'm still looking to get proven wrong.
Skitter with snaking. Trying to deal some early damage here into the Centaur. There's still that Stampede up, but there's reinforcements on the way from all sides for Team Spirit. And they got Skitter locked in, and he won't even get the chance to recover from his stuns as the Enrage goes up when he has 30 HP remaining. And there's the Stampede. They're going to go chasing for snaking and get themselves an Enchantress as well. Only level 5. It was so close to getting level 6 for the Untouchable. But now he's just going to get ran over, and Laurel will pick up the double kill.
Really big rotation coming out from Team Spirit. It's so easy for them to bring in 5 heroes. If the Veno makes it, everybody else makes it quite easily. And, well, Veno is slow. What are you going to do? Well, we're going to use the Stampede, and that's going to make him not as slow. Getting a double kill, very much needed for Laurel.
But they're also going to be maybe in trouble here in the top lane because they're coming in from both sides. The pincer move. Amar's already got the backside covered, and Panto has got nowhere to go. That Jakiro's going to get taken down. Crit for the kill. And potentially open up the tower as Yatoro's deciding, I'm not sticking around, I'm going to leave this lane.
After this tower, Malrine will have his Blink Dagger, and sure, versus the Plague Wards, you might not be able to get a connection, but they did open up the map enough so that Laurel definitely cannot cover big areas with the Plague Wards. So now, the DK Blink and the Skywrath Mage level 6 are going to be coming out fairly soon, which is going to mean anybody, literally anybody on the side of Spirit dies.
Yep. And the Serpent Ward army combined with a Hellbear. Unfortunately, that buff as the Hellbear dies, there's no units to gain benefit of. The Catapult also slightly too far away.
Dire's top towers
maybe would have given the extra buff. In that sense, quick smoke coming out from Malrine and Crit.
Dire's
But they're going to be able to achieve with this one here. As once again, for the last time today as well, a reminder about if you haven't picked up tickets to the Sava Center in Belgrade, Serbia, might as well do so now for tomorrow's action and of course Sunday's action here. Playoffs Sunday, or Finals Sunday coming up. $1 million on the line. Exclamation mark ticket into chat or click the banner below the stream. Malrine gonna get the quick jump there. The Mystic Flare, but the Stampede, he gets himself repositioned. And Collapse is gonna be all right. Amar not able to get close enough.
You didn't get the silence off immediately. Quite interesting, but I guess their idea is, we found the Centaur. It's maybe the only hero that we actually can burst down. So what is the best that we can get out of him? His Stampede. And once it got out, then fine. Just silencing so that he can get out, and now rinse and repeat. Go once again.
But I'm getting a vibe of game number 1 as well, where all of the net worths are basically, they're inside 600 gold at 12 minutes. Nobody's getting away, and nobody's getting shut down, really.
I thought that you were gonna say like the vibes of game 1 that Team Falcons are
no,
doing really well, but they're definitely not
in terms of
crushing it. They're not crushing it as much as they did in game 1. I mean, they already lost 3 towers on the side of Falcons, so Spirit already in a much better position than what was the case in that first game of the series.
Yeah. The drums line up there for Snaking, get themselves an extra buff going in as well with the Glimmer queued up for Rue. He's got that level 6, so if they can use that Sharpshooter, there's a lot of heroes that can hunt. Even that Enchantress is going to feel vulnerable. They can just get in position and grab her.
Imagine the magic damage with the Boomerang and the Veno. Like, people are just going to be melting.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot to deal with, for sure. And so there's some dangerous waters he's trotting in. And Malrine goes in for the instant stun, takes down the Jakiro. Nice follow-up there. We have the Sharpshooter. And that's going to be a Malrine going down. Laurel on the Veno will find the kill on him and get the better trade going for Team Spirit.
Staking there for a second when he saw that the Sharpshooter was being charged up. He thought about running in and taking it for his teammate, but he was too far away. It probably would have connected onto DK anyway, and you would just put yourself in a bad position. So they decide to cut their losses. It's not good for Falcons, but at least they recognize that they're not going to be getting anything more out of that one.
Probably going to be the classic Meteor Hammer. Once again, the Kaya first into the whole hammer then for the Skywrath Mage.
Do we ever see him use it on a tower? Not really. I feel like he uses it more for farming.
There was like one of the first games in Swiss stage where he picked it up. He used it like once.
Yeah.
Because that lineup that they had, I think they had like an Ursa in that lineup too. I was like, we don't really hit buildings with this lineup, so I'm going to make this Meteor Hammer, not only because it has good stats, but it is going to help us with the push.
Yeah, but I feel like he's always using it just to shove out the waves, because that is another thing that the Skywrath Mage is bad at. But if you go Concussive Shot and the Meteor Hammer, the wave just dies. So
yeah,
it actually allows you to get a decent amount of farm. And he's, again, like super farmed even without it.
Got a lot of movement coming into the top lane in 14 minutes. Amar going to go for the spear. Skitter is already caught in the sprout by Yatoro. Dropped down to half HP. And Amar's going to trap Yatoro inside the arena walls. Snaking is right there. Here comes Laurel and Collapse. They're like, let us in! Let me in! As Yatoro and Snaking both going to get traded. Skitter is given chase by 3 members of Team Spirit. And they're just going to let one of them TP out. But there's no way he is getting an escape out of this one. And Rue is going to be able to take down Skitter, making that a 1-2 trade. They do lose Yatoro, but at least they got the Ursa with him.
I want to see what finished him off. It was 8 damage from the Enchantress, right?
8 damage?
Yeah, what was it, like a creep or something?
Maybe he was enraged.
No, on
Yatoro. Or then the enrage was gone.
I guess he just had 8 HP and he got hit, right? Yeah. That's probably what it's gonna be. But the...
Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about the Ursa.
Yeah, but the thing is that the Centaur came in with a stun almost before the right click connected. So there was a good chance that Yatoro gets out of that one alive, and then you would see TP to the base and then TP back into a fight with a complete disaster for Falcon. So at least they got something.
Yeah. Still got that top tier 1 standing. That is an access point for that potential 20-minute Tormentor. On the side of Falcons, Team Spirit probably would like to get it out of the way, make it a bit easier in the next few minutes if they want to claim that shard for themselves. Playing that map as well and sending her creep down the mid lane, try to keep that pushed one or shoved in. Team Spirit's going to have to respond to that, keep that lane sent back in again.
I like what they're doing on Spirit. So they're playing the top lane, which naturally would be a place where Falcons would like to smoke and start running you down one by one. But if there's a ton of Plague Wards, they pretty much can't do it. And then you are trapping them on this side of the map.
You got this wall of Plague Wards, and it's really hard to get through. Snaking, he's got 4 stacks of healing already going on, and now that those are running out, he doesn't have enough to survive. Team Spirit will be able to wear down this Enchantress. Put themselves in a good position again. Falcons might be getting more net worth as time passes, but Team Spirit are definitely getting the better end of these trades.
It's going really good, right? I love what they're doing right now on the top lane. They're securing that Falcons don't really have a play. Falcons would love to get a fight around this one. They cannot even control the twin gates because of it. So under these circumstances, you just go farming, and that's going to be an opening for Team Spirit to make an aggressive move.
And maybe this is exactly that. They're probably going to spot themselves. ADK, where did he go? Reads the blink wrong. Collapse doesn't know where he is right now. The gank squad from Team Spirit, they're going to miss out on this first opportunity. Now they spot him, but they won't be able to go that deep in. Actually, they didn't spot him. I thought there was a ward down there, but there wasn't. But still.
They love the top lane, right? The thing is that Crit is the only one there, so he's not the best one to shove it out that fast, especially with only 1 point in Concussive Shot. It's gonna take a long time.
Yeah.
But ideally, if you're Falcons, you want that top lane to be shoved in as much as possible. First, it's gonna allow you to fight for the Tormentor once the time comes, but it also gives you a bit of a access point from the top lane to move towards the mid lane as well.
Yeah. There's almost a Roshan also completed here, and that Dire Scan is not quite on point, so they're going to get surprised by this one, as Roche is going to get picked up and Aegis for the Ursa. And Falcons, can they find instant use for it? Can they find an instant fight? Team Spirit are in good positions here. They got the Centaur in the front. They see Amar, and they did pop that Dragon form. It looks like it's just going to be spreading out into the jungle and not going to spend any extra time chasing Team Spirit around.
Falcons knows that Spirits are expecting them. Now, the more we're looking at this game, the more I understand what the point of the Veno is. It's area control, right? Yep. But I think because of that, Falcons are just going to make sure that they're constantly changing areas of the map that they're playing, and then this Veno is just not going to be as valuable.
Yeah.
So that's... they adjusted, right?
Might be actually connecting here into the bottom lane, but if they go to the right spot,
They went for the left spot.
If they went straight down the lane, or maybe to the Lotus Pool, they would have ran into a couple Team Spirit heroes, but no such luck this time around. Rue is also in position, spots Amar, they get the D-board out. Claiming at least that they don't have any extra vision here, and then starting to set that perimeter down the top lane, or at least next to that Tormentor. They already got that deep ward placed down, which is, I think, just on the edge of that sentry. It shouldn't show where that ward's placed down.
It's not. The sentry does cover it, so if they do come close, they will be able to take that one down.
All right, yeah, so they do see it.
Well, not yet. Not yet. They still need to get into that area. The thing is that Spirit don't want to go that deep to the to that lane, right? If they're gonna be staying in the top part of the map, it's gonna be in their big jungle.
Yeah. So they're probably just going to let this one slide. At least you got the shard already picked up on the Mars. So probably the Sky or the Enchantress is going to get lucky on that one. Thinking also denying the AD rune, and Crit is going to be the one to pick up the shard for himself.
Man, this Skyrath mage is going to be farming like a madman. He's got a shard and now he's got a meteor hammer as well. His net worth will skyrocket and he's already in a...
Is that going to be the first time he's going to be farmed in this series?
No, definitely not. But what the hell, right? He's got
to be a rich boy.
At some point you think, how can you do it every single game?
Radiant's mid tower.
Maybe that is the strength of this hero, right? You have another pause 4 that can also farm pretty fast.
Radiant's
come in with those later game items.
This is the Falcons game. This is what we want to see. They're farming, they're getting the lead, and they're not allowing you to do anything about it. Then Spirit, they just want these kills. Oh, what a silence.
That was a perfect silence, but there's still too many heroes to deal with. And Rue is going to be able to take down Crit and get another one going for Team Spirit, make it 10. So the Falcons almost got to a 5k lead because they got that Tormentor shard for themselves. And the economy is definitely looking good on their end. They have been, like you said, non-stop farming over and over again, every single passing minute. But what is going to be when do we stop farming? Do we ever stop farming?
I'm thinking it's going to be the second Roche that they're going to be gunning for. Right now, what Falcons are doing, they're making sure that they're getting items that allow them to pick off, even when they don't have a lot of heroes. And that's what you're going to do versus this Venom. Spread them out and then pick them off one by one. But they're going for a smoke right now. I don't know how deep you actually want to go.
See who they're going to run into. There's also going to be that Rue Hoodwink right there. Amar spots him coming in and Skitter. That's a fast kill. And yet Toro is, well, at least he's got his own defensive vision here, but Amar is coming in hot.
Trouble.
He isn't coming in hot here. 3 seconds for a blink as well. He misses with the spear, does not connect. And they actually find him. Toro. He's got no teleport.
Oh.
And the main teleport was on cooldown as well, so he had no way out of that one. And Crit's gonna get found at the same time by Collapse. Gonna dodge that Mystic Flare and the Meteor Hammer. And it's just going straight out for the teleport, knowing there's no more TP cancel. Well, hold up. It's Malrine with a blink stun there. And the entire Falcons lineup, well, we can say goodbye to forever farming, because they definitely found a couple of good openings there as a good sequence.
Yeah, I mean, Hoodwink sure died, but that's Yatoro death. I can't believe he was farming like that without a TP. Like, no scroll, cooldown on his teleportation, that is just something that shouldn't happen. And when your Nature's Prophet is off the map, it just destroys your whole concept, right? You cannot shove out the waves with just using your ulti, and then this area control from the Veno, it doesn't really matter all that much, because it's at least one lane will be getting to an enemy tower, and then you can force rotations from the enemies there as well.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom.
Falcons are just systematically breaking this game apart, slowly but surely, away from Team Spirit. What's their effective timer going to be here? And when do we get to see this Venomancer finally in action? Because it feels like, again, we're building up to a point that we hope we're going to have some kind of a window of opportunity to create something. They've spent a lot of time hunting for kills. Falcons has been spending time farming and getting themselves big. But you gotta have a limit to some of this farming patterns on Team Spirit, because you gotta also try and shut down and at least try to upset Falcons, because right now it feels like they're doing whatever they want.
Here's the thing, right? From my point of view, this Veno will never get the fight that he wants. He will always get a fight that is given to him. So Falcons have to decide that they're gonna be going into areas that the Veno controls, And if they're deciding that, they probably think that they're stronger and they can't get away with it, right? Because Team Spirit, even if they shove in the waves and they're going for pickoffs, it is going to be your Centaur and your Hoodwink, possibly a Jakiro coming with them. This Savannah is always going to be controlling an area and never really being with his team in a way. So that's why I'm afraid for him. If you're not super far ahead, the opponents are forced to go into areas that you want, you're in trouble.
Well, here's a move that they can definitely make. They're going to take down Amar, and that's going to be a big streak taken away. Collapse will get a nice amount of money from that one and catches up almost to the DK in terms of net worth.
Yeah, he poked a little bit. Like, I want to see what will happen if I go over the river. Bam, instantly.
Poke the bear a bit.
Exactly.
See what happens.
The dragon, right? We got used to VP being like the gods of Eastern Europe for before 2020, I guess. But since then, it has been the dragon.
A while since then. 15 seconds. The Mars is going to be back up. He does still have that arena, and it's going to be nighttime. I do wonder if we're in for another 5 minutes of farming and dodging, which could just very well be the case.
I think so, right?
Both teams are going to take it really easy because it is, after all, an elimination game. You don't want to make stupid mistakes.
Even as though Spirit, they have to think about of something, right? Because the way that the game is developing is collapse for you.
Dangerous position to be in, and actually Malrine gets the jump of the back line onto that Hoodwink, gets him out of the way. Ice Path will connect, and Yatoro flinging in those right clicks on the Furion, but he cannot stand his ground any further, has to back away. At least they got the D-ward on that
Amar's hunting.
And Amar might find himself, oh, he misses the spear, no connection whatsoever. And Malrine and Snaking are going to be there to give him some support. They're going to allow him to escape. That was a full-on blind play. Had no idea, but it was A for effort.
I mean, if he had gone for Arena first, that would have been really, really bad for Spirit. You didn't have a way to save a hero inside of the arena, and it would have been a disaster. But when he missed the spear, he's like, okay, this isn't looking too good. Let's just reset. Yeah. But again, it's Falcons are the ones who are choosing the fights. It's almost never going to be Spirit. The way that Spirit can choose a fight is if Falcons overextend and stay there, but they scan them. Maybe this is an opportunity for them to start it off.
One way to get themselves ahead. It's the Enchantress that they're going to be working on here. The Sharpshooter are going to do more than enough damage to take him out. So Snaking dying deep in. And Falcons instantly just looking at the lanes. And Amar, maybe they can surprise this Laurel Venno in mid, but he's cautious. He's already moving away.
Feels like he knows. He also has that ward in the mid lane. So maybe if you came in from a weird angle through those trees, Amar might have gotten spotted as well.
Maybe. But hey, that second Roshan you talked about, it's going to be up in 20 seconds.
The thing is, controlling an area around the road is not going to be so easy.
Well, they're going to try and go for Amar here. Pops his BKB for a teleport back home. He's not gonna stay around any longer around Rue and Laurel. That fight never ends up well.
That's the opening, right? There's no Amar BKB, so now you can set up around that Roche Pit, get a couple of those Plague Wards, and you can actually have an area of the map control that the enemies want to be in. So they just need to scout out this Roche now.
Falcons were the ones who picked up that first Roshan, so if they were to go in the pit, that will be an instant roar.
Taking hits.
Let's see what they can do here. They're going to smoke up here. They've got Secret Shot Vision, Snaking. Oh, he's already walking in and pumping all of those smokes, but at least they're going to allow themselves to find a kill. It takes a moment, but as they're able to burst him down,
Radiant's top tower.
They are actually sending Skitter here as well, and potentially... Oh, Amar! Oh, that was really close, but that one actually cost him his life, but he's got the arena place down, and that's another resource spent. Team Spirit, Skitter going in, trying to fake take down Panto, but Jakiro disappears with a Glimmer Cape. Skitter instantly enraging, getting himself to safety, pushing himself away from Team Spirit. 20 seconds for the Eng to come back up. No arena, no DK form.
Yeah, Spirits are controlling this area amazingly well, but they kind of suck at killing the Roche, right? They don't have that much physical damage. It's gonna take time. And I think this gives an opportunity for Falcons to wait for those BKBs to come back and to continue poking.
Oh, Malrine's gonna go straight onto Laurel, but there's another Glimmer Cape coming into play. And now he's just hitting on Collapse, and that's not a target you want to focus on as a DK. He's a very tanky Centaur.
Crit has a Hex, by the way.
All right, he could be the difference maker. Support with a 28-minute Hex. Sure.
You need to find an angle, though, right? Because you might just be running into the Venomancer wards.
Oh, Snaking does the same thing again. He finally finds that ward on the secret shop. Collapse and the boys just Trying to hold that back protected with a scan. Radiant scan is also almost on point. Right next to each other, still holding on that smoke, just waiting. Spirit does have that high ground advantage.
This Roche being alive, this is finally something that allows Spirit to kind of bait their opponents in an area where they want them to be. And of course, while this is all happening, while Falcons are thinking, are we gonna jump? It's hard, let's go back. What the hell are we supposed to do? Yatoro is just shoving out the waves. So at some point, Falcons are gonna have to deal with those, giving an opportunity for Spirit to move a little bit further on the map, claim a little bit more ground. I think Falcons should just give out that Roshan. You want it, get it. It's gonna take you like 2 minutes to finish it off and then spread around the map properly. At that point, we're gonna make sure that all of the side lanes are shoved in, and even if you have an Aegis, we're gonna hunt you.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy lineup to clean up that Roshan with when you look at Team Spirit. It's going to take a while. At least you've got the Nature's Prophet. Sure, he hits hard. But everybody else is kind of suitable for being a hero killer. But that Roche might take a bit.
Basically.
Going to be daytime again. Shield Rune is there. Root for the quick deny. Won't let Amar pick it up.
So let's see. Maybe Falcons could take the Roche if they do it now. No, Spirit already. I was thinking when he's moving, if Team Spirit don't get into an area, if they don't cover it with Plague Wards, you might be able to get into a good position with an Ursa, but not gonna be happening. Staking, he is rewarded. Dies a noble death.
He's rewarded for his efforts there. Team Spirit is already in position here, giving some safeguard for that Roshan pit, and they're gonna make the aggressive move most likely.
And you want heroes.
That is like, sometimes it feels like a bit of a suicide move running up that high ground. They're going to spot crit. That's going to be a pretty rich kill. And they're going to find him right on the spot. Yatoro on the cliff giving the vision. And Skitter getting caught in the back line. This Ursa's not feeling too good right now. Team Spirit's got him fully locked in. And Skitter's going down. He is out. Team Spirit finding first that Enchantress that died on the Tormentor, leaving it a 4 versus 5. They make the decision. This is a time to make something happen, and they pulled it off, and the most valuable kill they could find.
One of the biggest strengths of Spirit throughout the years have been playing around the Roche. This is the objective, that they know how to set things around them. And you can see that this game, they were helpless. They were being dodged. Falcons were farming. That's before the Roche comes. When the Roche comes, they're using that Roshan as a bait. Come, Falcons, come to an area of the map that we want to be at. And they've been getting kills from that over and over and over again. They have pretty much cut the lead in half, I guess, from 7 to 4K. Not really, but it is close to that. And your Nature's Prophet is the strongest one on the map.
Absolutely. It's going to help Team Spirit quite a lot here. Haven't had too much success in this game. We can be quite honest about that. So this will do some good. When it comes to also like highlight plays, you can find some of them on FISSURE's YouTube channel as well with the ! F command or pressing the banner below the stream for the people watching on their home PCs. Remember the ones having one of those little audiences somewhere, like a local pub or whatever, where they're watching. Gonna find crit once again. Yatoro will find another. That will be his 3rd kill of the game, 32 minutes in. And the money tree. And that money tree is actually worth something now, because that's 32 gold per gold bag.
That's not a negligible amount for sure, right? And there's a lot of gold bags. Also, Veno is going for an Aghanim Scepter. He's gonna be right-clicking quite a lot in these fights. That's something that, I mean, we don't see Veno a lot, but we definitely don't see a right-clicking Veno a lot.
Yeah, that's the source of the damage for this hero. The more debuffs, the better. That's why I really wanted to see that Scotty, right?
That's probably though for something like that.
Gonna be giving some chase here with the Stampede, and here comes the Arena Wall. Nice spear from Amar. They take Rue. Collapse is gonna give some chase, and Marine is in a pretty awkward position. Gets forced back in as well. But Yatoro has been dishing out damage all of this time, and he needs to build a bit of distance to Snaking's Enchantress. Hanto will help him out there with the Ice Path and a Force Staff for him for low ground. Marine ready with the Blink, ready with the Bloodthorn. He's not going to go alone.
That bottom lane from Team Spirit that they're constantly shoving in, and there's no tier 2, it is giving them openings, right? Before the tier 2 fell, they only had that area around the Roche pit to secure and force Falcons in a fight. Now, because you are pressuring that bottom lane, there's always going to be a hero that is missing. Gives you time for this slow Veno to slowly come to a point. where he can when he can actually start right-clicking. And then, sure, Spirit, they've got 4 relatively speedy heroes who like to be always close to a fight, and then this Veno that is just going to be farming. But as Falcons have to deal with that bottom lane, just enough time for him to join. You are gaining ground on Spirit, and that's what you need. This is the type of lineup that needs to consistently gain ground.
Yeah, the Septic Shock is something that's going to really pump up extra right-click damage there for the Venomancer. Absolutely going to start hurting. The more debuffs, the better. And it's not green damage, it's base damage that gets increased. So the more levels he gets, he also gets stronger. The more debuffs, he also hits harder. So you can think about the scaling on the hero when you think about that. If they go late game, that Venomancer it's kind of nuts.
Yeah, that's why we were talking about the Scotty, because you want him to get the base damage. You want stats, you don't want damage.
Collapse going over the blink and stun onto crit. They're going to find the Skywrath once again. And at this point, the entire 7,000 gold lead from Falcons has pretty much come apart in these last few minutes for Team Spirit. So they're going to be happy catching up. And win probability, well, it's taken a bit of a swing. It's gone from 59% for Falcons, now 70% for Team Spirit.
Falcons, they have to find a different approach to this game right now. Right? I don't think they can any longer ignore Team Spirit. You have to go for a straight-up fight. I understand that now it's harder, and you've been dodging them. It's worked out, but Spirit have definitely crawled back quite nicely into it.
Finding another kill here off of Snaking deep in the triangle for Team Spirit, and they now officially they have the economic lead, and it's been long in the works.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Falcons wait for this Aegis to expire, and then they're gonna be smoking into areas that you naturally don't feel too good about going into, because you have to, right? Your lineup, it's still, if you jump a Veno, if you jump a Nature's Prophet, they're still gonna die inside of a stun, inside of an arena, if they don't get their BKBs off beforehand. So you just need to make sure that those jumps are working out. It's a little bit tougher during nighttime, but
well, Lamar's gonna be the one getting jumped on first here. Still have that Aegis advantage. He's trying to TP home, but they're gonna hit his back. Oh, that was a close one. 200 HP remaining for Amar by the moment he finishes that teleport, and he'll live.
That was a very nice Hurricane Pike usage coming out from Laurel, but unfortunately not good enough. But understanding, I attack him from behind. Bulwark is not going to be coming into play, and it's still not enough to bring him down.
But a very close call indeed. Collapse is also going to build himself even more tankier with that overwhelming blink. Just have that big slow also come into play. So another slow for a team that has a lot of slows.
So how are we with BKB timings? Mars has a 6-second one. DK is down to 8. The Ursa should have 8-second BKB.
Yeah.
Spirit BKBs are also quite healthy. So other than Amar, everybody's having a pretty good BKB charge already. Or still, rather.
Yeah. Team Spirit, though, you know, you're playing a 4-ranged 1 melee lineup, so the more 4 staffs, the better. Finished up another for Rue. Collapse, he's close here. Melrine, the creep wave as his smoke pops. They're going to see him coming in. So there goes the element of surprise for that gank.
Completely gone. There isn't really much for them to get here, and you can see how hesitant they are to continue when they don't have a smoke. The way that you have to go versus the Spirit lineup, and generally Falcons lineup, they rely on bursting the initial hero, right? You got Spear into Skywrath Mage ulti, maybe a stun from the DK into it, and you have an Ursa. All of these heroes are made to make sure that that initial hero goes down. So right now, Spirit, considering that they're getting into the later portions of the game, it's time for luxury items that keep you alive. You survive that initial jump, and you're going to be fine.
Yeah, this one's really getting dragged out here. Just 30 kills in 37 minutes. The only picks that we've seen, really small fights. I think we've had like one proper fight during the course of this entire game here. They're certainly waiting for their sweet timings and their sweet moments, because it feels like neither team is really presenting opportunities.
Yeah, but I think Falcons might start regretting their choices earlier in the game to not go into areas that Spirit are controlling. You know, like, yeah, they want us to do this, but maybe that was the play. You had the timings. At least their BKBs are still healthy, right? That's what you're looking at. So if you're gonna have late game fights, it's gonna be quite.
Oh, they're gonna spot Laurel off target here, and that's a lot of damage. They just blow him up, and they also send the Centaur down the low ground, but 4,600 HP, good luck taking Collapse down. They got 3,000 in one quick go. but it still wasn't quite enough. Malrine was still blinking in forward, looking for a potential connection. Falcons, they got Larl out of the way. Is that enough to push for a tier 2 tower? Maybe it is. At least they can get the vision away from Team Spirit. And they would have to only wait a 40-second timer to get themselves an opening.
You want to force them into a mistake. Right now, they don't have the Veno to actually have control of the area, so you can go for even more kills. What you're doing right now is you're not hunting for a tower, you're hunting for heroes.
Oh, that's a two-man ice bat. Collapse follows up on it at all. There goes Amar. Beautifully played by the Jakiro and Collapse on that Centaur, and Yatoro's gonna take the fight to Malrine. The Skidder trying to get in position to deal damage. He really wants that Nature's Prophet. He's going for the chase. He's right behind him. Collapse is there. He'll take the hits instead. Skidder getting kited inside the spread as well. They're on the high ground. The push. Oh, he got Earthshock down into the low ground, and they're gonna be focusing on Malrine. Take that DK down. And yes, sir! Yatoro's gonna be the one to take that one down. Falcons down by 2 members. They got their Veno back into action too. And Roshan is also respawning simultaneously. And the chase was still going on. And they will finally lock in with that Enchantress. A double kill for Yatoro.
Yeah, level 25 Nature's Prophet just TPing around the map. There was a point in this game where there was no TP on the Nature's Prophet. Now he has it all the time in the way that he's playing around the map. He was even hunting the Ursa. The Ursa was on the bottom lane. He's like, nope, get out of there, and he just pushes him out of the way. Now at this point, Falcons, it's so hard to play because no longer are you relying on this Veno just holding an area. Yatoro can shove in all of the waves, so he can control basically the entirety of the map, and now he's gonna get a butterfly. You do not have the money necessary to counter that one, so next fight he can just stand his ground. But Panda, you know who the real MVPs are? The Force Staffs.
The Force Staffs, indeed. And also,
look at this one here.
I'm just looking at the one play with the Hurricane Pike and the Earth Shock. As you see this chase happening here, did he Hurricane Pike him away and then Skitter Earth Shock down to the low ground because of it?
Yep.
So that's exactly what happened there. That was like in the moment, really important move, pushing the Ursa away and allows them to finish off everybody else from Team Falcons. And there was also that TP that was also shown that he's going straight for that Ursa, but he wasn't quite able to get there in time.
And that's the thing, right? Falcons, when they saw that they were losing the fight, they're like, okay, we're versus the Nature's Prophet lineup. What can we do? Shove out the waves as fast as possible. That is what we are capable of. And Yatoro says, no, you're not. I'm the strongest guy on the map. I TP next to you, and you have to run away. I mean, did you see Yatoro's net worth? They're showing us the buybacks right now, but he's 13k gold ahead of the Ursa.
Yeah, that's a pretty big lead for him. So sure, Nature's Prophet at 41 minutes has almost the same, like 1,000 net worth per every past minute this game. So that has got to be like a really high GPM for him too. It's a Nature's Prophet, sure. He's going to have a lot of farm, but the difference between 1 and 2, it's pretty big.
Falcons, I mean, the thing is that the goal of the Falcons lineup remains the same. We jump you and we kill the initial target.
Larl finds Malrine and Yatoro's gonna follow up on that, but I don't think they have the damage to just go on him right away.
Not yet.
And nuke him down.
Definitely not yet. And here's the thing though, with the way that Spirit are playing right now, with the way that they're shoving in the waves and controlling areas, the ability of Team Falcons to find that first jump, it's nowhere to be found. I guess this tier 2 in the mid lane is your last hurrah, but the thing is, Spirit don't even have to commit all that much, right? Just put in one hero in front with an Aegis, he's gonna do it.
Gem also flying over for the Hoodwink. And Team Spirit looking to take control of this side of the map. See if they can keep their good momentum and their good flow going all the way from like that first game, which was really, really difficult for Team Spirit. But they're slowly getting that reverse sweep if things stay on track. Amar is in an aggressive position there, but Yatoro breaks that blink momentarily there with the Curse of the Old Growth. Skitter, oh, he goes for the banner.
At least something. Still at level 25 on the Ursa. He's the one that is the closest at the moment, and his 25 can make a bit of a difference for sure.
Yep. All right, Malrine goes in for another deep blink stun, but very far away from their high ground. Just making sure that that Nature's Prophet's staying away. Just giving a quick wave. I'm going to TP home. I'll be back in a moment.
Shoves out the waves. And he's gonna be coming back again. Falcons, they really need to be... They need to be fast when they decide to go for a fight, right? Nature's Prophet TP'd bottom. We know that he can return, but we need to jump at that moment. We need to jump now. It has to be a snappy decision that Team Spirit are not going to expect, because you're not going to be outmaneuvering them. You need to be targeting them with speed.
And it has worked pretty well for them when they get that DK, when they get the Ursa both to connect, or maybe even a Mars Spear onto 2 and just instantly blow somebody up. We saw that Centaur take 3,000 damage in maybe 2 seconds from those 2. But it always has to come in unison. You need this group of melee cores jumping on the same target on the spot, trying to blow up the target, and hope that Team Spirit doesn't have a response to that.
What Team Spirit do have a response for is this Ursa now with the Nullifier. Right? That is an item that destroys an Ursa, right? Because your overpower gets taken away. You're not a hero versus this, only during your BKB. So Yatoro, he has to die.
He also got himself a pretty big shield on him right now, and they're going to try and work their way through Yatoro. He still has that Aegis, but he's going to be able to make it out with Collapse saving his life. Mars is taking some big hits as well, but they're all inside a Sprout right now. Yatoro's got 3 heroes on one spot. Snaking is trying to hold them back as well, holding the fort. Really trying to poke back that Nature's Prophet. At least they burnt through the Aegis. Get that out of the way.
But they used so much for it, and how much do you have left in the tank? Without the arena, you really don't have the power to go for it. And this was all without the Stampede.
Pretty easy to just go in with the cart. Just pick him up.
Ursa got level 25. He got the 2 shocks.
They might actually plan on going in. I'm just looking at Collapse's position. Either, he's going straight in. They're going to go for that Enchantress. Melrine's going to be there to quickly respond and force Collapse back away. Only forcing out the heal from Snaking, that's all. That tier 3 tower, though, it's almost done.
3 minutes until we're going to know about the next Roche respawn. They don't have to hurry, right? They still have this ability. Let's shove in all 3 of the lanes. I think that's the main issue. That Falcons, they cannot really get out on the map, shove out bottom lane, and then force Spirit to react to that one and thus catch them off guard. No, there's just no way the level 25 talent of the Nature's Prophet is going to prevent this every single time. It has to be Team Spirit making a mistake, and it's not that hard, right? You stay in the triangle, you lace it with Plague Wards, and then Yatoro just does his job. I guess maybe you can start thinking about bots too for Falcons, and then Amar can go hunting with this Refresher. Maybe that could be a play to make sure that Yatoro goes down.
Yeah. Gonna get themselves another shard that goes for Collapse. That's gonna be nice to have towards the later portions of the game for the double edge. Still so many things to work with here, Team Spirit. Holding on to a bunch of flowers as well. On Rue, on Yatoro. And Amar's actually found himself Rue. Locking in on that Hoodwink, and Skitter there to follow. They'll find themselves a pick in the river.
You can see, as soon as they manage to outpush a wave, you can find pickoffs. That's just the thing. It has just been very, very hard for them. But I think you're at a point in this game where you have to make risks. There's no other way around it. If you continue doing the same thing, the result isn't going to change.
Is there going to be a timing for Team Falcons to get themselves out of the base? Are we, again, just looking at a Roshan contest? Or, well, this might happen if you leave the base. That's 849 gold for Nature's Prophet, who has how much net worth already? So what does he even do with that money?
44,000.
What is he even doing with all that money?
I don't know, man. It's capitalism, right? It's important to have a big net worth. That's what it is. He has more than 1,000 GPM. Yeah, you don't see that too often. But Yatoro is breaking records in this tournament, and you know they're still facing elimination potentially if they
That is true. Yeah, you still might be out at the end of this game. So far, things are looking pretty good for Team Spirit. It was a bit worse earlier on, but now they're fully in it. But you can't count Falcons out.
I'm just thinking,
you just cannot.
What should Amar get? He's stacked. He's got 6 items. I started thinking about potentially like a Shadow Blade or something to go hunting, and then Ursa gets a bots too. I think that would be a smart move for them to have an ability to connect onto Amar. Even though you can see that the Ursa always, when Amar was bottom, he's always somewhere in the vicinity. Not this time around, that's why Amar will go back. But as long as you can shove out one lane, you are in this game as Falcons.
Oh, I love that item. Panto picking up the Ags on that Jakiro. The pure damage macropires, like, it's so godly. It's so good.
Yep. And it is pure that goes through...
but it's not only just pure damage, but it's also 60% slow.
Exactly.
Something that easily gets forgotten, that people can't easily walk out of it.
It's not something you can do. I guess you've got 2 Earthshock charges, at least with the Ursa, so he's not going to have that much of an issue. But Falcons are in a smoke.
Panto...
And Waves are in a good position. This can actually work out for them.
Maybe it does. If they can get themselves in a good position. I was hoping Panto would have been able to find himself a Descent Bloodright to make things even better for the Jakiro, but unfortunately he had a Whisper of the Dread.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes. It's pretty good still.
They know where they're at.
Be able to do with the wraparound here, and they're gonna find themselves a Centaur. It's not the best target, but they're gonna take it anyway. And
no buyback.
Is the Centaur gone for 100 seconds at least?
He's missing 1,000 gold. It's not like you can pick up a bounty or something and he's gonna be back. So Spirit, back to shoving in the waves. You have to do it right now.
Very important pick for Falcons. That is a lifeline.
Early
and
Roche
it's
as
that
well.
fast Roshan, man. That's not taking even 15 seconds to respawn.
Oh, collapse.
Oh,
That's a blunder.
This is a huge one for Falcons.
So you're gonna get the Roche.
If you talk about, like, for once, Roshan being lucky for one team, this has got to be it.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is, the dynamic of the game doesn't change much. Sure, you take the Roche, but you're still dealing with the same problems, is that you need to get out on the map. Falcons have been getting better and better at doing it, but it's still not easy, right? It's very easy to get out and suddenly start panicking, start TPing back and get caught one by one. Yeah. So they're gonna have to be careful about that. But what you want to do still for these 40 seconds where collapse is that try to force Spirit into the fight. Try to pull them out of the base. That's the play, because then you're gonna be able to pick them off.
Well, at least that's tier 2 out of the way.
There's the bots and the Morse. Finally.
Gonna continue with the push here down the bottom lane. They still got those cattle skitters going aggressive in. Still 15 seconds without that set. They know they can smoke blood in the water. Laurel is almost dying to the cleave damage from Skitter. And Panto is down. And there's the cheese being eaten as Melreen went for Laurel. He couldn't finish him off. And now Jakiro with the buyback. 3 seconds for the Centaur. They're gonna have Stampede in a second. Team Spirit, are they gonna go for the chase? Looking for that kill on the Mars, but the bulwark is blocking so much. Laurel on the aggressive movement as well. Yatoro, he hits the back line. Collapses in the middle. Skitter, he's nullified. He's pushed away. And you got Crit and Snaking trying to hold the fort. But Laurel is dropping low on that Venomancer. Melreen, did he finish him off? Yes, he did. And Yatoro, he got another. And there's the cart. They're bringing it into the fight. They take down the DK. That's another one gone. 2 buybacks already spent on the side of Falcons. They've got Yatoro locked in. And they will take him. He comes in with a buyback as well. And Skitter, he will finally lose that Aegis on himself. And now Team Spirit, how can they set things up? Can they protect Yatoro? Can they get that Ursa? It's so low. They're so close to getting him. Yes, they can. Skitter is out. Snaking is surrounded by the rest of Team Spirit. All 5 are standing and get themselves another kill. They've got buybacks, though, on these 3 that are just dead on the side of Falcons.
You have to try to force them out, right? Because it remains that Yatoro doesn't have a buyback and these 3 have, or DK and the Ursa, that's gonna be a huge problem. If there's no Nature's Prophet on the map, Team Spirit are not controlling the waves and Falcons can just rush in. I mean, we saw what happened when a Centaur was dead. Imagine what's gonna happen when this Nature's Prophet, who's everywhere on the map, is out of the way. You really have to be careful on Yatoro right now.
Yeah, the next fight might be the last if Team Spirit ends up in a rough position. But if they can force out the buybacks away from Falcons somehow, they could even the scales.
That's what you want to do. And then Falcons, what they've been doing, they've been risking getting out on the map. And understandably so, you have the buybacks. But if you don't have them,
they don't have that tier 3.
They're going to let this one go, I think, right? You let it go. You activate the glyph once, the second time, and your guys are going to be back. 1 lane of racks, it's fine. You can give it away.
Yeah. And you don't have much of an option, so Team Spirit are going to be the first ones to get themselves a lane of racks. They are obviously very cautious. And they are going to let that melee rack stand at least, with the Treants and the Serpent Wards going to work. Those Treants do hit hard. Yeah, I was looking at the same thing. That those melee racks actually take a beating from these Treants.
Remember the level 30 big Treant?
Oh no.
When he was 3-shotting the tower? Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, you tell me a patch when Nature's Prophet wasn't broken.
I mean, a hero that can just TP anywhere on the map, you know, without needing any units, it makes sense that it's always gonna have its place in Dota. But yeah, in the past 2 years, it has really been maybe even a bit too strong.
54 minutes and counting. We could still be here in an hour if it's Falcons and Team Spirit. So I hope everybody's still awake out there as well and ready, because anything can happen at any moment.
The tension is high. Amara has bots too, though, and that is a big thing for Falcons. They save their buybacks, most of their heroes. Amara is the one that doesn't have the buyback, but he's got bots too, so he's probably not going to be the one going out on the map hunting. It can be the Ursa, and then when the Ursa finds the target, he comes over.
Yeah. It's that much closer to a level 25 on the Venno. Which one seems more appealing to you? The Plague Wards or the... Was it attack speed slow?
Yeah, attack speed 200.
That's quite a lot.
That is a lot.
Does that mean that Ursa and Overpower is just going to slap slower?
I mean, he is, but you still have a lot of attack speed.
That's true, that's true.
I mean, but it's 400, so you're cutting it by double. I still think Plague Wards might be a good one, right? Because area control and shoving out the waves has been the way to go. And considering that they don't want to commit too much, let's say when they're going for their axes, then the Plague Wards being stronger makes a bit more sense, right?
And to just think about it, like it's an elimination series, an elimination game. You really wanted this Venomancer. You really wanted to pick it up here.
It worked out.
It has worked out, but...
I had my doubts, but they really made it work, right? They just needed an objective to pull Falcons into it, right? And then 25 or 30 minutes into the game, and it's been a long time, they managed to do it when the second row shows up. That was just beautiful from Team Spirit. Not gonna lie, not a lot of teams would have been able to pull this one off. Still not over though, but they do have 2 nullifiers and they have 2 hexes, which means that the Ursa's life is gonna be very, very rough, right? In the previous fight, they messed it up a little bit and they overlapped their nullifiers a bit, but if you keep a nullifier on the Ursa all the time, his damage is just not gonna be there. Yeah, Venno went for the Plague Wards, HP and the damage.
All right. That's solid.
They pack a punch, not gonna lie.
Yeah, they definitely do. And because of your facet choice, you can also get a nice benefit out of those Serpent Wards, so you hit even harder.
So, man,
if you had Patience 0, it wouldn't feel too great having that 25 talent.
100 damage and 1,100 HP. Good luck dealing with that. That's not easy, right? And finally, Falcons got to a point, okay, guys, we can get out on the map. And then suddenly there's these Plague Wards that are just stronger than everything.
Well, somebody still hadn't picked up their shard.
That's a good shard.
That's an amazing shard, you know?
Exactly.
57 minutes in, this is going to change the game, you know? It's game-breaking.
First day.
I spit fire.
First day of the main event, and this is the second rapier that we get. And it's, we're quite lucky today with the games.
We definitely are. Rapiers are trending.
I'll take that.
He doesn't have a buyback for 2 minutes. Obviously, he doesn't have gold. I want to see how much gold he has stashed up. 7,500, and that's pretty much a minute or 30 seconds after he has bought a rapier.
It feels like it's 30 seconds of him farming in the jungle. He's got that money. That's how it feels with this Furion.
So next Roche, we're gonna be knowing about it in 40 seconds. It's all about the waves, really. And even 60 minutes into the game, that is the main thing. It gives you vision, it gives you ability to jump. But Falcons, with them coming out on the map, I kind of feel like they're the ones with the advantage, the positioning advantage for sure. And as the game progresses, there's gonna be more and more bots too, giving you more opportunities to get out on the map.
There's a haste rune for Skitter to pick up. That could be pretty useful for him as they got the lockdown onto Amar. He's got that A on this though. It's going to pop right away. Yatoro going to be fighting versus Melreen versus the DK. Collapses down with the card. Get that Furion to a safer position. This fight is basically just a quick poke. Panto going with aggressive move. Stampede coming out to get him out of harm's way. And the Arena actually manages to catch Collapse, but Laurel was already BKB'd up, so he just moves away. Same thing for Collapse. Get himself back to safety, reset. Find new positions. Laurel, he's got Snaking in front. That's the guy that you really just can't deal with, that Enchantress. You're gonna let him be.
All the BKBs are gonna be on cooldown. The only one that does have a way to bring it back is, of course, Amar with the refresher, but I think at this point you just reset and you save all of your strength for the Roche fight.
Yeah.
What do we have? A cheese, double Greater Healing Lotuses on Falcons, and only one Greater Healing Lotus on the Spirit side. Both of the teams have a gem, two on the side of Team Spirit and only one on Falcons, and now there's going to be a refresher on the DK as well.
If you want cheese doubles, I want 2 number 9s. A number 9 large. Give me something like that. Just closing up on that 60-minute marker here. Snaking still hugging the wave there, keeping those treants busy. Team Spirit's going to get scanned. Their position has been revealed, and Roshan is up.
They're like, don't jump him, he can't die. I mean, he's got level 25. That's plus 12 Nature's Attendant Wisps. He's got a BKB. You're not getting this guy down. There's no way.
Let's see what they're going to do with it. They're going pretty rapidly here. It will not take too long. There's the warning coming in. Team Spirit, they're going to have to react to this one really fast because Skitter's already building up those stacks. It will not take them too long. It looks like they might just let this one completely go. Oh, he's walking away from the Roche pit. Oh, no. Oh, he's hugging the wall. They're going to take it out down to the ground. Skitter picks up the Aegis for himself, and they got 4-man ice bat coming out of the BKB's already set up there. The macro fire. It's burning. It's doing work. And they will look for the first kill on the Earth. So the Aegis is gone.
Amar has a buyback.
Laurel is still in good health here. Collapse is willing to go in. Melrine was looking for the Blink stun. Oh, Skitter slaps him down. He claws down that Centaur. Panto with the help of Laurel. They tried to go for the setup onto the DK, and he gets his TP away. But Skitter, he doesn't have a second life. He needs to stay on the move. He needs to get out of there. Crit's been spamming spells like mad. And that Sky's barely lost maybe half of his mana pool by now. Another silence to cancel the teleport. They're going to hex out as well. Skitter gonna be in big trouble. And they will go down. Really, he's surviving for now. And going again to Cheese Hill. And the Arena blaze down. Yamatsoro in trouble. And they will lose the Nature's Prophet. Brew going down as well. Spirit losing 3 in the end. Falcons keeping the game up and alive, but that Rapier just got picked up by Snaking.
Yeah, I mean, he's the unkillable guy, so let PG just do damage in this fight. He used the entirety of his mana just to spam those impetuses. Imagine what happens when he has all of that damage now. But the Greater Healing Lotus, it was Snaking giving it to the Ursa, and then he had time to get that cheese as well. We're gonna be seeing it on the replay as well. Of course, it was such a long fight anyways, but boy, did they play it well. This macro power at the start looked like it was gonna be the be-all, end-all spell, but you got the Aegis, and I think that was the big deal. Imagine if Collapse was able to grab that one. We might be already seeing a GG.
Oh man, like this fight's just going all over the place. You had the Mars already killed. They were trying to finish off Melrine. He TP's out, and then Skitter.
But look at this. Now is the moment where Snaking is gonna be giving that Ursa.
Yeah, the strike of genius.
Lotus.
A strike of genius and a quick moment play. Ice Path set up there. They got the meteor hammer. There's the TP count. There's the silence, and now Skitter goes in.
Yeah, and he's gonna give him greater heal and put the cheese in his inventory as well. It's like, I gave it to you, and he gets it. Snaking won that fight.
Snaking won that fight. They literally, that was some clutch. That was a clutch moment there from Snaking, and now they're inside Team Spirit's base.
He's got a moon shard. Okay, this guy is ready to end it right here, right now.
Look at that Enchantress go.
Nothing left.
They don't want to buy back. They're ready to leave 2 lanes of racks. To be honest, this lineup of theirs, it relies on making sure that the waves are not in your base. The mega creeps are a problem.
That's one buyback. They're going to go straight onto the Ursa. And now you don't have all those heals available. And then Ursa, he's dead with the Helm of the Undying, so he's going to fall. They got the Enchantress dealt with as well. The Abyssal, at least on Yotoro, but Enchantress gets the TP out. Keeps that Rapier. There's another one on Yotoro.
The thing is that we didn't even get to talk about these tier 5 items as we were watching that replay, so let's see what they got. But,
all right, who won the grand lottery here?
Skitter having that Helm of the Undying, that's actually quite nice, right? Because your Fury swipes are going to be staying on somebody, so you can get another kill after you've died as well. Books of the Dead, obviously, it's one on Malrine. We still... 3 heroes on the side of Falcons are missing the tier 5 items, and
Yeah,
of course, Spirit, they were all dead.
Enchantress has the helm available. Nature's Prophet has the helm available. They're going for Minotaur horns.
Yeah, I
So
think
the
that's
immunity
good.
to pure and reflected damage for 2 seconds, especially when you're going up against Impetus Spears.
I think it's also big that you can leave the arena, right?
And that.
That's the big one. You don't have to... You get inside of the arena, you don't have to pop the BKB, considering that you're dealing with 2 of them. Imagine Amara goes in, pops an arena, you have to pop the BKB, you get out. Especially now when you don't have BKBs, you have to live somehow. Helm of the Undying is not going to help you. If you die, the game is over. So
yeah,
just go for something else.
But a lot of helms were expected, but in the end, it's actually going to be a horn party.
I want to look at this Veno. He went for the Regalia. He went for the Evolved as well. So he's just going full in on damage. I'm going to be clicking on him to see in a fight how much bonus damage is going to be going his way. Because having almost 300 base damage with that Aghanim Scepter, that is going to be a lot.
It's going to be a lot. No matter how much damage reduction you have, he might just scale even harder. The win probability has been bouncing all over the place. We have a 75% for Spirit. It's 55 now for Falcons. So that has also taken a big swing. But buybacks are coming back up. So we got another 6 available. Furion doesn't have his for 6 minutes. 4 minutes on Mars. And another 6 minutes as well on the Hoodwink. Ench, just a couple hundred gold short.
Yatoro is going for different approaches to his build. He's like, I want to see which items are going to work, which combination of items. The Silver Edge makes a lot of sense. Breaking the Mars, his Bulwark is not going to be there. You can kill him so many times. You're seeing Mars dropping low. He's dying. He turns around with the Bulwark and just survives through everything. DK, same thing. Break him, kill him. But they both have BKBs and refreshers, so not going to be easy. But if they get stunned up, it's a big deal. Also, it's nighttime, and Moonshard, it does give you attack speed, but it also gives you that nighttime vision. Finally, you know, Falcons.
If you just get yourself in a good position, you can definitely benefit from that.
Look at him.
Big army.
Bottom tower's
getting cleaned up completely by the wrath of nature. And now they have the Ice Path. They want to try and take that Enchantress Rapier back for themselves. So close to getting it, but it looks like Collapse is the one that might just drop. He's surviving for a very long time, but not going to be enough. Snake King Collapse both down. And who claimed that Rapier? Did anybody get it? Did Mars pick it up for safety? There's the Aeon Disc. Pops from him. Refresher for another. Instantly pops that Aeon Disc for a second time. Falcons, they're on the retreat. So DK has a Rapier.
That's
and
also
that might have been the one from the Inch.
Yeah, that's the one from the Inch. I mean, it's also a good one, right? You got 700 damage per hit, and you got a lot of range as well. So this is no laughing matter either. Staking, he thought he was unkillable, and he was actually very close to being unkillable. There he survives, gets the Sproink out, and suddenly it's a catastrophe for Team Spirit, but they barely got him down.
Illusion.
So Ursa finally will be getting an MKB. This butterfly from Yatoro has been keeping him alive. Now, I think for like 35 minutes he has had the item.
Yeah,
And
he's
finally,
been messing with his head for sure.
there's the Scotty on the Veno. Even more damage on him. I said that I was going to be focusing on how much damage he has, and Panda, I have to say I lied. I got too excited when they started jumping that Inch. I thought he was going to live.
Yeah, I mean, he did have quite a lot of deaths to his name, but not everything lasts forever, Harry. We only die once, at least in Dota, you know, maybe a couple more times than that. Not to get too sentimental. But 67 minutes into this elimination, best of 1. It's been a long series, definitely. It's been a long day. 3 best of 3s, and we're working through the night. Who's up for staying all night while just watching Dota?
Yeah, like, why would we even go home? Just stay, don't go home.
No point in leaving.
No point in leaving. We're starting tomorrow at 12. Just make them play for another 8 hours, I guess, so that we can at least grab a bite to eat, and then we'll be back.
Absolutely.
Okay, Dragonite is not going to be getting a Aghanim's Blessing, so the big black dragon is going to be here. That's huge, right? Especially when you have this Rapier. Not because the Forged Dragon form, sure, that's fine, but because you can go over cliffs. It is going to be allowing you to position so well with this DK.
Yeah. Crit also has the block of cheese in his inventory. waiting to be used.
How do you kill this DK now when he has a shield rune? Sure, you have Nullifiers to take that off, but you basically have to go through 6,000 HP and 50 armor.
Yeah,
so
multiple layers of defense.
Exactly.
And he's going to take that straight front line here and look for the Mega Creep situation. There's a glyph coming out, and the Macro Fire already used, and they still haven't gone through that entire shield from the DK. Malrine has also that Aghanim's, I think that's an Aghanim's Blessing that he's going to have very soon too.
Yeah, he's waiting to have a buyback in that as well, so he's not going to be using it just yet. But you are allowing time for the Nature's Prophet to get his buyback back. However, I feel like the Centaur is your main target as well. Without the Centaur, there's not really protection for the Nature's Prophet, right? If he doesn't have a BKB and he's inside of the arena, he will die. But of course, if the Centaur is alive, you're just picking up in a card and he's just doing so much damage.
And Roshan, number 6, is up next on the list.
I just have to check the...
And that's also going to go for Falcons.
I want to check the wells, because maybe they can make another block of cheese, and I think that's it's quite close. There are a couple of big flowers in the wells.
Team Spirit only claiming the triangle back momentarily, taking that vision away. And they don't have all of their buybacks, reason why they're going to be hugging that base for a little bit longer. All buybacks up on Falcons.
It's so hard, right? Because you would think we're stronger than them. They don't have their buybacks, but then these Plague Wards with level 25 talent are just standing there, and they're so damn strong. You don't really want to be going into them.
Yep.
Ideally, you would want to smoke and jump your opponents, but it's not that easy. And Team Spirit, they already lost in the upper bracket of that. Remember the Yatoro TA that is under a ward. They put the Lincoln Sphere on him, and it doesn't matter. He still gets taken down. I feel like Spirit, they're not going to be making the same mistake here, and definitely a lot more on the line, because you lose, you're going home.
Malrine already shows himself that now the green dragon is turned into the black dragon form. And he's going to finish off the melee racks, meaning it's Mega Creeps at 70 minutes inside Team Spirit's base.
He just ate the Raxes.
Yep. And instant Spear of Orb with a huge play on Collapse.
No
and that takes down the Centaur. Gone for 2 minutes. Yatoro going to go to work again, snaking with his BKB up, but Skidder following up, and that's another casualty. Rapier is down on the ground. Brew is going to be standing right there. They got themselves the Macro Fire as well from Panto, trying to get some damage done with the snaking onto Skidder as well. They can't get through that Aegis. They finally do. And they got Lara locked in. Another arena coming in from Amar. Yatoro getting pinned to the wall of the arena, and that's an ultra kill. Can we get that full rampage as well? Going for Malrine. Yes, we can. Malrine with the rampage of Team Spirit are getting destroyed inside their fountain, and maybe a double, maybe a second rampage for Skidder. Why not? But Rue's going to be fending them off. Malrine, however, goes straight back in. Double rampage. Take that.
Double rampage for Malrine and a triple kill for Skidder. That is how you go through after a 13 out for Team Falcons. They started at noon and now it's 1 after midnight. They're still here and they are still in the tournament.
The reigning TI champions continue to stay in the run, and this was the first round of the lower bracket, not to mention anything out of that, and knocking out Team Spirit and preventing that reverse sweep from happening. They got game 1, they tapped out in
just yet.
Yeah, you got one game advantage. Take it slow. You know, we got this.
No need to push too hard or go too far out. We could be coaches. We're a duo set of coaches. Speaking of coaches, we got ourselves an interview on the stage, so we're going to throw it over there, hear what they have to say.
Better get ready.
No.
Here we go into game number 2. Falcons with that 1-0 lead, and they look like they might fight here. Now Reen on the charge, and they've also got Skeeter moving forward. Pure, he got first blood in the last game. He might be giving up first blood in this second game, but they don't have the complete control to get this. He backs all the way up to his team at about half health.
Needs to run back to base, doesn't have any tangles whatsoever, sitting at 50% HP. Their level 1 is like not the strongest because Chen doesn't really provide you with much. Sure, you have mana burn, but the other 4 heroes are kind of okay.
So it is going to be, by the way, Bloodsport, which we pretty much assumed it was going to be. And then Twin Terror for the Jakiro, no surprise. And they smoke up pretty late. They might be even looking to go for this again.
Yeah, knowing that this is going to be 4v5, seeing how low Kaz was, snaking, pretending to be alone, trying to bait here.
He's doing a good job, and then they move up.
And away
33 in trouble, trampled on top of. They also had that liquid fire, pulls the Nightmare, still trying to stick with this Timber, but he should be able to get back to the tier 2 tower. Now Whitemon kind of out alone with Ari, who really can't do much, but they just don't have this early control to get these heroes, but it will send another back to base.
Oh, and this really messed up with what Malrine wants to do, because this is a switch up that we also seen some teams like to do, because he wanted to, you know, he has Boots of Speed, he has Blood Grenade, he wanted to kill the creep wave, but he also saw the opportunity to maybe get a kill there onto the Pure, which wasn't good enough. Whitemon with a nice Nightmare save, and now you're stuck with Boots of Speed, not too much regen, Blood Grenade as well. And it's going to be Mars on the mid lane, which we've seen once or twice in this.
Now Mara's like, all right, well,
time to leave.
I guess my time here. I don't know how often you see a mid.
No. No.
All right, carry on. Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
Stunning, isn't it? First blood.
Not on my watch, pal.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer. Radiant structures must have been fortified. The Dire might want to mine their top tower. Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
I'm gonna kill you.
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties. Do something about their bottom tower.
Well, you can't make a Dragon Freak omelet without breaking a two-headed egg. Nail you what? What's that?
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Dire's bottom tower's getting the business. Dire's tower won't last much. Top tower, you know the drill. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Dire's mid tower could use a little help. No breaking through the Dire's structures for now. Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
Creatures of fear.
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days. Dire's mid tower's nothing now.
Turned overdue leaf hay. Sounds like tree stuff.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Dire might want to mine their top tower.
Hastening the inevitable.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Lockdown kind of lacking to kill this Quap.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Little raptor dance.
Ooh, Malrine.
This is awkward.
Surprised by a Spirit
Radiant's
Breaker there.
bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Not really much you could do either. At this point, Spirit Breaker's pretty tanky. I don't think Malrine kills him alone. He would need probably +2 at that point.
Radiant's bottom tower seems better than
But down a little bit of gold, you could see both the Primal and the Weaver, truthfully, struggling a little bit. But Ice Path lands on Pure. And despite the fact that Pure has died a couple of times, he's 2 levels ahead of this Weaver, who will eventually Shikuchi and get this kill onto Kez. So another death here for Kez.
I use the scan.
That's right.
Connect. So
And they've got the Jolt, Sonic Wave, Arena, but a bash again into a whirling death. They go to the Pulverize. They'll try to get Ari. At least they return the Onslaught. The Trample, the Macro Pyre is placed in. But 33 hit by this Ice Path. Timber Chain to try and get away. They need some damage. The Shockwave not enough. 33 TP's out.
It was close. They scanned right before, so Amar wasn't really expecting it to happen. The scan didn't connect there, and immediately they showed up 1 second after. They're still using the second scan, knowing somebody's still lurking around. Skeeter desperately needs his Maelstrom. It's going to be his damage. It's going to be his farming tool.
Kind of shocked he's behind the Kez in experience and gold. But showing the strengths of this hero and how he can farm. Obviously, Echo Strike helping him out in that sense.
Add another to the tally.
Charge all the way over to Malrine, who is 1,000 gold behind this Kez and not really much farmed up for him. He's actually only 600 gold ahead of his Jakiro, who's having a real good game. In terms of supports, right? He's almost at 4,000 gold. He's got that Yule's Scepter finished and immediately just Yule's Axe.
He needs to scale. I think he understands that with Primal Beast and Mars, something that can set up his big ulti is going to be kind of game-winning. Like, it's definitely going to be game-changing if he can farm it, if he can get it off, and he's going to be getting this one as well.
Steals the Shrine, but grappling hook, the charge, crit on the run, understands he's got this Shrine, but will probably die. As the charge comes in, crit will be hit, and killed off by Ari.
Interesting. I learned something today about the bird, that even if you use Yule's Scepter, his grappling hook is still going to finish. Kind of dispelled the Yule's Scepter, which is nice.
Making that item feel a little less valuable.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
Weaver moving around the map, like you said, trying to get that Maelstrom. Picked up that early Falcon Blade. Level 8 Spirit Breaker just right near Skeeter, and they've also got Whitemon in the vicinity. He was ready with Fiend's Grip if they did see that Weaver. But they'll go to the charge. And that will be towards Malrine. Snake King's starting to get an army together. He's got 2 Warpine Raiders. He's got a Centaur to work with. And they go to the arena, as well as the Spear, Macro Pyre, and the Ice Path. Well done to take away that 5 times killing spree on BZM. Crit gets credit for that kill. He's gotten a lot of kills on this Jakiro, and that's why he's got so much gold, pushing him up even more. And it's like you saw a moment ago, he really does want that axe.
Seems like a Mars, like we've seen recently a lot of Marses not picking up the Blink Dagger for a really long time, getting the Yule Scepter, getting the BKB, then going for a Blink Dagger. But in this one, considering that your mid laner who goes for a Blink Dagger as the first item didn't have that good of a time, so he picked it up, understanding that he needs to be able to set things up around the map. As soon as he gets it, they smoke up, they get that big kill, they get the big streak on BZM. Crit got it. Ideally, you would want to give it to Malrine in this situation, and win probability still on side of Falcons, 57%.
Despite the fact that BZM is top of the net worth by 1,700 gold over anybody on the side of Falcons. Charge comes through, but they hit the Yules. They'll have the Ice Path. The damage isn't easy to get on a Spirit Breaker, but if he stays in the area, and they've got everybody to come and get this, Malrine showing off that Blink Dagger, moving in and getting the kill on Ari. Desolator picked up for Kez, and this is another question mark that we had in the last game. Is Kez getting involved? Timber Chain, Fiend's Grip, double Chakrams down, and that's an easy one to take out the Primal Beast. Pressure from both these teams, 13-13, as we just back and forth, kills upon kills. Chakram whirling death, Ice Path, not looking like it's gonna matter as the Twisted Chakram lands and Crit's dead here. Double kill here for the Timbersaw. They get a kill, you get a kill, everybody's killing.
Having a much better game compared to the previous one. And then this one, he is going for Pipe as his second item, which I really like. There is a lot of magic damage coming up from Weaver, hit Maelstrom, everything from Primal Beast pretty much, even though he has some physical. Mars as well, Jakiro, so he wants to tank up as much as possible. Pure, he did mention that he is getting closer to that big first item, that's Deso. He did finish it off in the previous game. He did have, might even ended the game with 2 Deso charges total.
Yeah, maybe 2, maybe 4, but only because Amar threw himself into the fountain. Ari's having a really good game. I know he's not highest on the net worth right now, but he has been involved in a lot. So is this Bane. And these supports really making a big difference here for the side of Tundra currently. You want this mech on Chen, you want this survivability, you want this heal. And then, of course, if you get this Ags on Jakiro early, these team fights may go even easier for you on Falcons if you've got the control within the macro pyre. They group up, they've got to smoke for the side of Tundra as they're smoked up on Falcons coming over, but not finding anything deep in the map. Place down this deep ward and don't have vision on anybody just yet. On the side of Tundra, they're on the opposite side of the river, but the only one that's close by is this Chen mid, which wouldn't be the worst hero to kill if he could kill his army as well.
Do something about that bottom tower. Radiant's top
but it looks like it'll just be a trade and push as 33 gets that tier 1 tower bot, and Skeeter gets the tier 1 tower top.
Lost the top tower.
I think for now, these type of trades are benefiting Tundra a little bit more, considering that I'm seeing this pipe on Timbersaw. Once they get that, that's going to be a massive item. Do they have a read on this one? There's a good amount of damage coming up on the skeletons, even though they got nerfed. Still, now the 30% HP.
They're coming over, but I don't know if they really expect this to be a Roche that's being done.
Doesn't seem so.
BZM, he'll be close by. He blinks over top of this Roche pit. And they don't really go for this Aegis. They had no idea what was happening. Ice Path lands on a 33. The arena's going to be down. The Spear's going to be connecting here onto the Bane. They'll try for the kill on a Whitemon. And to God, Whitemon's the first one dead on the side of Tundra. But now the charge landing on a 3. The Yule's up into the air. There's Jakiro trying to keep himself alive. But Malrine, Snake King, both dead. Down goes Crit. 3 years got on the side of Falcons. They've got an Aegis to work with. But Ari ripped apart by Skeeter. Raptor Dance. Pure healing up a bit. Parries as well. Trying to get this Weaver. Continuing to bash him. But eventually he dies. The jump in, the Aegis taken away. And now can they get the control of the kill on a Weaver and get a full team wipe? They got the first life out of his hands, but Skeeter running away from 33, who's right on his tail. They know exactly where he's going. There's the Twisted Chakram, the scream, the kill, and a full wipe from Tundra.
What a beautifully executed fight from Tundra. They kind of initiated onto Timbersaw immediately, and then Malrine's ulti stops. Another Nightmare save coming up from Whitemon, and this is the pipe for the next fight as well, plus the Shiva's Guard. These are very, very expensive items that Tundra is going to be having in the next fight. So they tried to burst him immediately, but the Nightmare save kind of messed up with the whole plan. Arena lands on 2. Sure, Bane dies almost immediately, gets one of the Brain Saps, survives for a little longer. Even with the Chen ulti, they're still not tanky enough. Malrine just straight up dies. Like, you can feel the power of this Kez when he joins. We didn't see that in the previous game.
Yeah.
The amount of damage that the hero does is pretty insane. Raptor Dance doesn't connect. He doesn't get too much healing out of it, but still, it's going to be a full cleanup. 6 heroes killed here.
Had he not done that much damage right before he died with the parry, I mean, they probably don't kill Weaver twice, but think about 70% of his health fighting back before he ended up dying, and then they were able to chase and get his first and second life. It jumps up to an 8,000 net worth lead. It's a significant lead considering the amount of kills between these two teams. You'd think it'd be a little bit closer. Now it's swapped sides. It's 56% in favor of Tundra with this significant lead.
I'm looking at what Tamar is doing with his quick buy. He had Divine Rapier there for a second and then realized, you know what, maybe it's a better idea to just pick up something more casual.
Yules. Although, you know, he could go back for it.
Does have a shard. This is the S tier shard. You kind of want to pick up that item pre-BKB in a lot of the situations. So he wants to be able to pin 2 heroes in the arena, and then they can burst them with the Primal Beast Weaver and Jakiro. Now BKB fully completed on Pure. That's going to be another massive item.
Yeah.
The only ability that he needs to be careful about is Primal Beast using his ulti, and they have a ways to stop it.
What's the way back into this game for Falcons? Is it just kind of avoiding these fights, or is there a specific item they should be going for? This snaking. He gets charged by Ahri there within this vision constantly, and this is going to be another kill, even committing the Sonic Wave.
Okay, I guess he did not want him to use the mech or Hand of God, potentially prolong the team fight. Didn't see the rest of the team where they actually work, because everybody's farming in the outer rings, hiding on the map.
And now another charge on Amar.
Just showed up in the mid lane. He does have a Yule Scepter of his own.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Kez going for the Ags, no surprise. It's usually Deso Ags, or if you feel like you need the BKB, Deso BKB Ags. And he's got 8 charges, so he's doubled the total from last game, I believe, already. Meanwhile, these Wild Wings cutting the creep wave. They're looking for a Hurricane Pike, and they smoked up. They'll look for a movement to win a fight of their own. Again, Ranavetos for 33 went to the Gleipnir in the last game, but it didn't really quite matter in the last game. He was getting killed pretty quickly.
They caught this Chakram. They saw it on the minimap.
They're going into Pure. That's a big problem. He'll actually walk down to them. Blink BKB. Immediately the silence. The arena was committed. The Timber Chain all the way across the whirling depth, but they've got the Pulverize. The Ice Path is down, and it's on to BZM. But they have the damage to get killed. They go to the onslaught. Now the Feed Scrim. It's on to the Primal. Raptor Dance from Pure. He's back to full. Amar's going to be dead first on the side of Falcons. Echo Slash hits crit. Make it a second for 33. And Skeeter trying to at least salvage the fight. But another strike from Ahri. Silence from Pure. The kill there on a Weaver. It is godlike, and a triple for 33. And he wants more. Ahri comes in with a charge. 33's got the Chakram on him. The Echo Slash and the kill. The Ultra for 33. And Timber cleans up as they really push the envelope on this one. And Tundra, about 12,000 net worth lead.
They need that arena. They need that arena to connect at least 2 heroes. I'm not sure if he was aware of the BKB on Kez, maybe try to surprise him, but he was also on the high ground. They did have Sentry available, so the vision game is definitely in favor of Tundra.
BKB and the immediate silence on the Mars.
Yeah. And then BZM links in with the Shiva's Guard, pretty much shows where everybody is. He scouted out 4 heroes. Skeeter, like, when he's isolated, when he's alone, he's not going to be able to do much. You're playing against Spirit Breaker, he's going to charge you, and we're going to be seeing the silence coming out from Pure as well. That long duration silence, no defensive tool whatsoever, so he's just going to explode. Not losing a single hero in this one and getting ultra kill for 33. Amar, he knows that this arena, it needs to connect onto multiple heroes. How far away is Jakiro from Aghanims? I think this is the big item that could potentially turn the fight around.
They're looking for glimmers, they're looking for small items elsewhere, and Primal trying to get an Ags himself, but that is so far away. Alright, this time they've got the spear connecting Pure with the BKB, but he ends up dead. They look at BCM, they got the Ice Path. Oh, the Nightmare save!
Is it enough?
Can he get the kill? The spear connects. They've locked down BZM, but he's still not dead. Finally falls to the Weaver, but they will lose Amar. 33. Timber can take over this game, can take over this fight. They're not doing any damage to him. Ari, also pretty tanky, but standing forward to make sure that 33 is able to get an escape. He'll sacrifice his life, but then it's the onslaught. It's onto the Bane, nightmaring himself. Hand of God, Skeeter locked on that chakra, but they'll take out another 4 heroes dead. The fight is on for 33 in his life. As he doesn't get that Timber Chain off, they've got another Pulverize, and now 33, Ice Path again, Onslaught again, 10 times spree for Skeeter, and a team wipe for Falcons.
This is exactly what they needed. We were talking about Arena. It's like pretty simple to say it, but he landed a perfect spear there. With the Arena, even though BKB is online this time, they don't have the vision advantage. He also catches BZM inside of it. Perfectly done by him. Immediately into Primal Beast ulti. Pure just didn't have enough time to react. He was pretty much dead afterwards. And this Yule Scepter saves him for a little while, but then again, the cooldown resets. Pipe was relatively close to saving him. Mars is going to pay with his life, but the rest of the team is going to be able to clean up. And Crit, he does have Aghanim Scepter now.
And they played the game of ignore 33, kill everybody else around him, and then take out the life of the Timber Saw. And you could see a little bit of distress there as realizing he just gave a lot of gold right on back. From a 12k lead to a 6k lead. Things for Tundra not as hunky-dory as it once was, but you know, if you want to see fights like that again, you can look at the highlights, !F in the chat, and you too can see the highlights here on the YouTube channel. You can also click the banner and you will see all the highlights of Fissure Playground 2 as you put that into the chat. Lincoln's for Skeeter.
He got a lot of farm in the previous fight, didn't die, finished off his Lincolns, great against that silence.
Pierce got the Zags flying out. They look like they want to fight again.
Yep, Aghanim Scepter done, but Aghanim Scepter is well done on Jakiro, which allows you to have pure damage on your ulti. This is going to be very, very good against Timbersaw, and also the 60% slow. Snaking
has that Arena, but this time the BKB. Amar doesn't quite get the Arena off, but they go to the Pulverize. They've got the Macro Pyre down. They're trying to get the kill to Pure. Doing a lot of damage with the Macro Pyre, but Snaking's already dead. 33 into the backlines. We'll get over a Crit. The Fiend's Grip's going to be there. It's onto the Weaver, but where's the damage to follow it up?
Pure, any life steal?
Hill Raptor Dance goes after Malreef for a second, parrying it for a moment to survive even longer, but 33 is the one on the backlines. He's the one disrupting the fight from Falcons. They get the kill on Amar. They take the Mars. 3 heroes dead on the side of Falcons as Tundra again playing aggressive and making sure to shut down this Falcons lineup.
I can sense a pattern in some of these fights. If he lands the Arena on Pure, they win a fight. If he doesn't, it's going to be on Tundra's side. Surviving long enough, dealing 4,000 damage. Like, Kez is an insane hero. If he gets the free cast in the fight, it's just going to be way too much damage. Manages to survive in the previous one as well. Thing is, for Primal Beast, he's not controlling any of the runes. Every single time, it's BZM, because they're always out pushing the lanes, controlling every single power rune. Skeeter still gonna get the charge here. BZM, no ulti available. 20 seconds. Not level, doesn't have that level 20 talent yet. BZM pretending he doesn't see it.
But the charge is in time, and now the Weaver is in trouble. The blink with the silence and the shard of the kill.
Perfectly timed.
100%. On that bash.
Silence from the Queen of Pain with the blink.
He widowy bashes me every time. And this is not working out for Weaver when he gets bashed up like that. But the charge, Ari has been on it. He makes sure you don't have a way out. They're even going to smoke without this Weaver. They don't have the best vision everywhere. They only have this one ward, but maybe this is just a ward Tundra. Could use this to ward, maybe get some vision, maybe disrupt this fight over by Roche, but you don't really want to do that without the Weaver. You're pretty much guaranteed to lose that fight.
It's a lot of damage that you're missing out in a fight. Maybe they can get a
Snaking. They're smoked, but he's coming into this. They've got the Yules. He's on the low ground, though. Not the best spot for them to want to fight. They'll bail for the pit, the blink in for BZM. He'll go after Crit. They've got the Nether Strike through, and now Crit, Gale guarding, but still going to be dead.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Now you're without your Jakiro for 45. The respawn timers are getting staggered a little bit. You don't have a full 5v5 fight. And now with this amplified damage and an Aegis, things get even tougher for Falcons.
I'm looking at what Amar has in his quick buy. He's thinking about some weird itemization. He wants to be able to reset. You're playing against Queen of Pain with the Aghanim Scepter, Timber. You need something to get out of the fight. There's going to be a lot of slow, so he is going for a 4-staff. At least that's what he has in his quick buy. That's going to be his another reset tool. This might be actually the first 4-staff that I've seen on Mars.
Ever?
Probably, yeah.
Damn. This is a hero that's in like every series. For the last, since it was released, Mars has been in every important series. Next for Primal, 700 gold away, also wants a refresher. They can get that control. All they need is that spear, but it's got to be perfect from Amar. A lot of pressure on this Mars to make it all happen.
Yeah, this is the itemization that we talked about on Primal Beast. You can't just rush Refresher immediately after you get your Blink and a BKB. You just don't have enough mana, because it does give you, like the nerf that did happen, Refresher costs more mana, you get more cooldown on it as well, so you need something in between, and Aghanim Scepter is that kind of an item that just gives you enough for you to be able to use Refresher, and plus there's also a lot of things that you can break in this game. We're talking about Spirit Breaker, that has been super annoying, breaking Timbersaw as well, breaking some of the Kez stuff.
They've now got this Aegis for 3 more minutes. They picked up that Shard on Kez, which is that upgrade to the Katana, given that 100% lifesteal. He's also going into the Lincoln, so he wants to avoid being pulverized. He has that when he's got BKB as well as this Aegis. He's going to feel pretty unkillable. But do Falcons have the positioning? Do they have the execution to turn this around, as Tundra really taking a pretty big lead at 18,000 net worth? They don't have to force the fight just yet. They've gotten all the objectives. They can wait for this Lincolns. They are smoked up. Ari being an amazing initiator in this game. He's also looking for a BKB. He's kind of far from it, so maybe they don't wait for that. But I think Lincolns is definitely the big item that they want to wait for on this Kez.
And speaking of big items, Skeeter, understanding that he needs to go all in on the damage, so going for the Daedalus as his item. Can't really blame him. They want to be able to blow up the hero, whoever's caught inside of the arena, inside the Pulverize. You could feel it in a couple of the last fights that they didn't have that. Maybe they needed Crystallis in some of these engagements to be able to walk onto the hero and kill it immediately. For now, it is just a Crystallis. Does have enough for a recipe, but still the big part, the Demon Edge, is missing.
Tundra postured forward across the river, which they've been here for a while, ever since minute 15. It feels like this is the position they've been taking. And so you got the Watcher, you got the information, you have the ward down, you know where they're at. But the question is, can you do anything about where they're at the moment? And now you've got a Blink Dagger for the Bane, so he's going to be able to position even better for this Fiend's Grip, try to stay out of harm's way, make sure it's a full duration Fiend's Grip to make Tundra's life easier. Better off to fight the high ground, right, for Falcons? As Amar cliffed, and
that's a high ground.
Gonna stay there for a little bit. He's still there. He is the ward. He really is just still staying there. Now he's finally coming around, and now with
they
the
don't want to come in too heavily on him.
Pulverize is out. Amar already half health. Gale Guarde. Sonic Wave is through, but the Yules, the Chakra, Blink Forward from BZM, Raptor Dance from Pure, finds Creek, gets the kill. The Ice Path is there with the Uproar, and the Trample. They'll get the kill on the first swipe from Kez, but everybody else is falling by the wayside on the side of Falcons. No answers, especially now. Just 3 heroes. No Mars. Gone for 40 seconds. So is this Chen.
I was surprised that they did use Macropyre to try to get a kill there. Pulverize is on a relatively short cooldown. You can get it twice in a fight, but Macropyre is just not there. Aegis was expiring in a minute, but they also couldn't completely ignore it because you would lose the barracks. Seems like you're going to be losing the barracks anyway. Crit with the buyback.
Chen's got buyback, but Mars, by the time he's up, you probably wait for the Chen. He won't buy back there either, but whether or not it's going to be 1 or 2 sets or axes yet to be seen. They'll jump, they'll blink. They've got the silence now. Mount Reed forced to use his BKB. Goes to the Pulverize, but it's on the Spirit Breaker. Ice Path a little bit off the mark. Scooter TPing back, and now in between the 3 or 4 towers to try and defend. They'll have everybody up, but now the side of Tundra are able to escape, and they don't really have to give anything up.
Malrine doesn't care too much about Spirit Breaker in this game. Pulverize not affected by status resistance, so you are going to get the full duration no matter what.
This is looking like the last legs for Falcons in game number 2. Is going to TP out, and Falcons can't get anybody who's leaving this exchange in 2.5 minutes. Maybe they wait for Roche, but with this much of a lead, it feels like you should be pretty okay to just go in and fight if you find the opportunity. Level 21 for Ari already, and he now has this BKB. Chen picking up a gem. Try and take away this vision from the side of Tundra if they can.
Oh, he got it. Mystical to Zune on 33 with Gleipnir. So the chakrams, everything is going to be massive.
Not going to be fun to deal with. Oh, gosh. It is big. Octarine Core for this Queen of Pain. And all these items just coming out now. You've got the Nullifier here for Kez. It's just not rushing, right? You know, you're down to your potential last game. You got to make sure you don't put yourself in a position to give the game away. Fighting Roche. Is it a fight at Roche, or is it a fight on your high ground that Falcons are going to look for here, going up against an Aegis if they choose to fight the high ground?
If they let Pure get another Aegis, I think that's just GG, because we've seen in the previous fight that they need to commit pretty heavily to be able to get a kill on him. He died, but at what cost? They lost 2 heroes, they used 1 buyback as well, and that's Daedalus now on Skeeter completed.
So they'll have that extra damage, and Roche might be the fight in where they go. Ari continuing to clean up some of these sentries. He's been playing pretty far forward. I mean, there's nothing that can stop them right now. They're all pretty spread out here on the side of Falcons. Maureen trying to get into this refresher. He does have this Ags, but it's a lot of gold needed to get to this point to have that refresher. He is a couple thousand away.
Very annoying in this bottom lane, sending Wild Wing Rippers, sending Satyrs, whatever is necessary in the bottom to try to get any kind of farm, prolong the game as much as possible.
Amar just cleaning the creep wave, but immediately shows himself, and Ari's coming through with a charge. So Amar is far away from the base and has this TP finally coming off cooldown, but there is that Yules. Needs to find a position to get himself a TP out, and instead Ari's just going to deward there as he's got this gem. So Whitemon getting the gold for that, continuing to take away the vision. They don't get the kill there onto Amar, but another charge on the other side. The Fiend's Grip committed. Maureen's in trouble. Ari came through the Twin Gate, so this charge wasn't that long of a distance. But the Nether Strike, the kill on Maureen, and it's a Primal Beast dead for 75.
Tell him a bird sent you.
And that is also gem down. Dust used, Twisted Chakram, 4-stamp back, charge coming in on a crit now. He'll drop down the Macro Pyre. Is the damage there? 33 getting a little bit low, forced to pop that BKB, walks back into the Ice Path with this Macro Pyre. Echo Slice gets some distance. Can they find anybody? Popping the Lincolns on Skeeter, but escaping. No worse for wear. They don't buy back on the Primal Beast. They're holding that buyback, and Roche is going to be a minute 48 away. This mystical magnifying monocle.
He wants all the cast range.
Getting the business.
Wants the cast from a distance, land these spears. But it's a 30,000 net worth lead here for Tundra. They've racked up so much gold. Looking like they have a bounty hunter on their team, but they don't with this lead. Has that Nullifier, looking to max out that Deso soon. But Falcons moving back towards the edge of this jungle area, towards the shrine. They just miss out on getting this Kez.
Falcons, they need a bit of a longer fight because they only have 1 arena. Usually at this point of the game, 40 minutes in, you would have a refresher. He opted to go for a bit of smaller items, this Force Staff that we haven't seen put to a good use yet. So they need to get stuff done, either kite BKBs or he needs to be able to surprise them, which is not the easiest thing to do. We saw how quick Pure was in multiple fights getting the BKB off. Scan is going to connect.
Oh boy. Knowing right where they're at. Haste Rune bottled up here for BZM. and they smoked themselves knowing where the scan had hit. Whether they're still there, they're going to see Malrine over mid. No, it's going to be a 4v5. BZM going with a haste, the Sonic Wave. But you hold all right. Another strike through. It's on to this Chen. They get the kill on the Snake. He look over at Crit. He's dropped down the macro fire. This should be an easy one. Malrine's also dead. Here got that kill, and Skeeter's going to be silenced. He's having to fight and stand his ground with Ari coming over. The charge lands, and they've got themselves yet another 4 heroes down to the side of Falcons as it's just this
Oh, he got bashed.
Roche respawns and hits him with the bash. First hit. It's not even Ari this
Are you
time.
fucking kidding me? What is this? They've been lucky. They've been blessed by game. And first, the bashes that Ari did have throughout the whole game, and now this happens. It's not like it would change anything. It's just this whole sequence of the events that did lead to this.
It's a bit tilting. I'm gonna duo to just take Roche's life. Thanks for the help. Thanks for the bash. Now we gotta kill you.
Guess what's
Jesus.
happening to Dire's bottom tower? Dire just couldn't
I'd love an
save
Amar
that
cam for
bottom
what just
tower.
happened. Has gold for Ag's gonna buy out on it. Daedalus now flying out for Kez with
Yeah,
that
there's like
Aghanim's
3
blessing.
massive items
And
on
Hex
Thundra.
for Quap.
Seems like they want to try one more fight potentially. You can see that they're lacking damage. Chen dies immediately. He's focused every single fight, and Jakiro, and then they deal with the rest. Didn't even see where Primal died. Pure did kill him. Probably off the screen. Maybe him and Bane.
Vex, you gotta be careful. BKB Malrine looking to go in with the onslaught, but he's short of that. Sleipnir on to 2. Chakram's further trouble, and they are backed off. Now no BKB. Lincoln's pop. Malrine's silence. Can't onslaught away. Didn't have it off cooldown anyway. But Amar tries to go in and throw that spear. There's another Gleipnir with Chakram, and they just don't have the control. They don't have the damage. 33 could stand his ground, and well, Tundra, they don't have to leave. They really are just that far ahead. 45,000 net worth. Jump in, spear missed, Hex turn around, trying to get the kill on Omar. They take him out. This time no help from Roche. But the nullifier is going to be onto the Jakiro. That's going to be his second. Crit falls, buys back, and that Snake King dead too. Pure Raptor dancing. Skeeter already using the time lapse. They'll call GG. We're going to a game 3 in this grand final rematch in the lower bracket round 1.
Thundra, last time they met here at Fissure Playground 1, they did manage to do the reverse sweep in the BO5, and this is how it all started. Very nice comeback, good draft as well. They are sticking with their pure carry on Kez, which means that they're still believing in the hero for a good reason, and he showed a great performance in this one. be contested as well.
That's really what you got from that? I mean, that makes sense. We'll see as both these teams are starting to lock in. I think I personally favor Tundra coming into this first game, but not really too sure just yet. Both these teams fight really well up against each other. Their matchups have been exciting. I expect us to be going to 3 games anyway, but to break it down a little bit more, we do have a coach's interview with Lizard. We're going to send it to the stage and hear what they have to say.
Oh, this is what I've always wanted. Oh, I'm so happy.
I see you over there. You broke my fall perfectly.
Well, what have we here?
"30 seconds to go." And they're off. High hopes for this one.
No.
Dire's courier didn't make it. So much for the Radiant's courier. Poor little fella.
Just business.
Is that intentional?
Nothing personal.
It looked intentional. Was that intentional? It looked intentional.
Radiant's couriers are gone.
First blood, got it.
Denied! This is almost more fun.
Beautiful.
I would say both these offlaners can kind of stay by themselves. Maybe not so much. 33, he's got to cut this creep wave, try to stay away from the
Radiant structures.
the Jakiro and the Gyro. But you are seeing Ahri just kind of stay up here to try and protect him just in case.
Crit scouting things out in the triangle to see how many stacks they do have, because they do have heroes who can relatively easy invade enemy triangle, and I think that's what Falcons want to do.
Oop.
10 seconds until that
Courier
XP room.
Shrine.
Gotta get the courier first.
So much for the
Now he's going to try for Shrine. He's also going to have Skeeter here. Do they have the rotations coming in for the side of Tundra? They've got Whitemon over here, but they may not expect both the mid and the safe laner to come in and try and take this, and this would just be a Shrine for Crit. So they get both Shrines. He got the experience from the first one. Now they'll go for 33, and he's just dead with 3 heroes here with this mid-rotation for the Shrine. 4 heroes are up top for Falcons, and it's already a 2,000 net worth lead pre-track. As well as the fact that Crit got both those Shrines to give him some experience, he's already pushing to a quicker 6.
Yeah, something that I point out during the draft is that these two supports from Tundra, they need levels. They cannot let their XP rune get stolen, and it seems like Falcons, they also know about it, so they did manage to take a tower, kill the enemy offlaner, steal the Shrine with these moves, bringing the numbers without even committing. Like, Rolling Thunder wasn't even used.
Nothing really big to commit there, and this is just Crit now coming over towards mid. We'll see BZM, but he's level 7. Won't be able to see Crit and put the damage on, and Malrine now nightmared back to his high ground. That'll be pulled off by Crit.
Malrine's not dying. He has double shield passive, plus he has a shield rune on top of that. Also, their damage is very limited between the two supports. Like, you need to be able to play a bit of a longer fight with Shadow Demon. Storm Spirit wants to keep zipping in. Now, BZM trying to find something in the enemy triangle to see if they have any stacks going, considering that you are playing against a Gyrocopter. Well, this is a pretty, I would say, standard spot for a ward, and Snaking is going to find it.
That cleans that up, gets some gold, and Pure, he is level 6 over in the bot lane. He picked up this Falcon Blade, and he is going into the Desolator after, as he finished those treads. Whitemon's been leaving him alone a little bit, so he's had access to some free farm, and he's just about tied here with the Gyro. Mar's already backed off into the jungle. He's got Blade Mail queued up as his first big item, as he's picked up treads as well as an old talisman. So things not exactly popping off from either team, but kind of to be expected based on the drafts.
Based on the drafts and based on how these two teams play, they don't necessarily need to be running over the opponents. They're playing a bit of a macro game, a bit of a stacking game where they are getting the gold. This is something that Falcons did extremely well, but so did Tundra as well, creating basically gold out of nothing. We're talking about, you know, some of the older strategies with Alchemist, with Doom, with Bounty Hunter, Midas stacking, instead of just focusing on the lane, focusing on the kills.
These supports put a bit of experience here for Falcons. They're going to probably hit that level 6 first for the side of Falcons. Is Arjun level 3. I mean, this is not a lot going for him, but you could have a lot going for you if you come and join us at the Sava Center. Exclamation point ticket in the chat, or click the banner below to join us from October 31st. That's today to November 2nd. Tickets for the finals start as low as €12, so come join us. Pure, Ravensvale getting away from both Crit and Amar. But Crit trying to keep on Pure and maybe find the vision to continue to look for something, because Skeeter's made the rotation down here bottom. Pure's going to be spotted. The Shadow Walk stun will start this off, and then they've got the homing missile. The chase is on, and even with the grappling hook, he can't get away. It's an easy kill onto the Kez.
This is kind of a Skeeter specialty, coming through the Twin Gate, ganking the enemy carry, allowing them to kill the tower. Again, Falcons bringing in the numbers. 4 heroes, making sure that they get a kill, they get a tower as well. Still yet to see a move from Tundra. This is a move on Malrine, but again, supports are still not level 6.
Yeah, but they're doing some decent damage if they can stick with him. BZM still has a good amount of mana. They'll get the kill on Malrine, and now the Nightmare. But do they want to dive the tower for the Jakiro? They got what they came for in the Pango, and they don't need to push for Snaking, and they'll just leave him be. Ari, already track here for Crit, and he already starts with a kill.
Not bad. That's almost Drum's finish. Not just Drums, but he also has Cobalt Cup as his neutral item. We'll pay the price. Tundra bringing in the numbers. It's secure heroes. Power rune. 10-minute power rune for BZM. It was Arcane rune. Otherwise, they're not getting that kill on Pango. I talked about the importance of supports getting those level 6s. You are playing against Shadow Demon, so removing his shield is going to be pretty big, because usually he is extremely tanky. And now BZM zips away.
Got to be careful with that Diffusal on Malrine. He starts with that Inhibit.
Reboots. I like that build in a lot of situations where you're playing against these heroes who rely heavily, like Timbersaw, Storm Spirit, who don't have the biggest mana pool, and it allows them to run away from the fight if they have mana. So rushing the Diffusal Blade is kind of ideal in this situation.
Supports here starting to get that 6 for the side of Tundra. Now they've got access to that Fiend's Grip. But you can see Skeeter is top of the net worth by a decent margin, and compared to Kez, almost up 1,000 gold already. Obviously, he farms a little bit quicker. He's got that flat cannon to work with, where you're not going to that Battle Fury route for Kez. We already saw the Desolator. But we'll see when, in fact, Pure wants to get involved with this team. If it's going to be at that Deso mark, or if he's going to want something, a +1 item of maybe BKB before that Ags, or want to wait for that Ags before he starts fighting.
I think it's going to be Deso, and then he wants to join. I think in this one, they need to be a bit more active. Him and Storm Spirit, they need to be able to lock onto a target and blow it up instantly. Amar, coming in.
And the Swashbuckle, Whitemon in trouble, and he's going to burn out here. Amar comes all the way over and just gets an easy kill. 33 right in his face, though. Blade Mail gets popped, Ball Lightning, Macropyre on the ground, Rolling Thunder bumps him up. But he is stuck for a second. They get the kill to Amar. The look over his 33 is burning to the Macropyre. Swashbuckle from Malrine to get the trade. It is a 2-for-1 that favors Falcons, but they do lose the Bristleback. Still continuing to maintain this 2,000 gold lead. But if they can continue to get track kills, they won't care about that, as they'll get gold for everybody.
Malrain did use the unstuck option there. It's always funny. It's like even level 30 Pangos, they find a way how to get stuck in these weird places. Pure, as you said, going for that Deso, getting very close to it. Trying to keep up with the Gyrocopter, not the easiest thing to do, but this is also a relatively fast farmer. Using his Q to be able to clear the camps relatively quickly. And Skeeter again with the twin gate rotation, what they did exactly a couple of minutes ago. Scouting things out with Bounty Hunter. If they catch him here, that's going to delay his Deso timing.
Got to be careful in that edge of the jungle, and there's also that ward over mid that they placed for Falcons that gives them some good information, and already it gets pinged out as they saw both the Bane and the Storm smoke to start to go towards top, so protecting themselves within the edges of the map as they are showing the Jakiro, but it's just Jakiro showing top. This smoke's not exactly going to be best value with getting just Jakiro, and Snake King hides in the trees. He's not even going to get got here by this smoke attempt, at least not yet. They still have Bane coming over. He does have Fiend's Grip, but it will be a warding mission for Whitemon, and also going to pick up this Watcher. Can they get the kill here onto Snake? He backs off, and
it seems like Snake wants to die. Like, he kind of wanted to die there, knowing that something is happening on the map, but the supports didn't use their ultis yet. Storm Spirit was also missing. Reading the map really well. This is one of the strengths of Team Falcons. They really understand where enemy is pretty much at every single stage of the game. And now that Deso is finished, let's see if Pure decides to join. Amplify damage.
Yeah, Malrine looking for the Rolling Thunder, goes to the inhibit, he bumps him up as he Timber Chains, but there's the Fiend's Grip. This will stop the Rolling Thunder for a moment.
No follow-up.
They've got Skeeter coming in. That was just to stop the Rolling Thunder. Maybe Whitemon just sacrificing his life as he's going to be caught here by the side of Falcons. Shrine also stolen again. That's 4 shrines while all this is going on. Total, I will say, for Falcons as they get both here. And again, these supports just struggling and continuing to get experience is this dire side. That feels...
They made that move. They made that move to the tier 1 tower in the top lane. They did kill it. They didn't find any other kills whatsoever, but they didn't pick up their XP rune and crit. Basically picked it up at 15 minutes.
Nobody there to pick up that shrine. And again, crit now. Following Pure, they have this deep ward again, and this is placed here last time they tracked Pure, and Pure needs to be careful as crit is here. Swashbuckle, Pure on the run, and he'll Raven's Veil, but they dust. They've got the Nightmare. Maybe they can save Pure. Still trying to get away from crit. They're gonna bring Storm over. BZM, he's tracked up, but it doesn't matter if they get the kill and a crit. They take out the bounty. They'll look over at Malrine. Amar's gonna join the fight. Pure needs to be careful. Double jump on top of him. So he'll Echo Slash away. They bring over 2 more heroes for Falcons, but they do in fact save this Kez.
That's pretty big. Ravensville did dispel track, so he couldn't get the Shuriken off immediately. Nice player there coming out from Pure. Still, pretty big lead for Team Falcons. There's that drums we were talking about, which is going to make them speedy enough to run away from Timber. Yet to see things coming out from Timber. Like, he's been pretty silent in this game. He had a pretty bad matchup in the lane playing against Jakiro and Gyrocopter. Didn't get too much out of the lane.
Net worth not too bad, all things considered. Yes, he's bottom of the cores, but he's right there with Pango. It's not the worst place to be. But a good job there by Whitemon. That saves Kez and doesn't allow him to get shut down. Nightmare Dust. BZM ready and going to be waiting for a Vortex as they should be able to get crit, but I say that Rolling Thunder's coming in. They go to the Fiend's Grip once again. They get that kill on a crit, but the Ice Path lands on a 2. Macro Pyre down, bouncing around, trying to get BZM, but the disruption is there for the save. Can they get BZM out? Ball lightning once, but twice, and gets away. Whitemon ends up dying, and BZM getting all the way out of this fight.
Radiant's mid
Just barely making it out with about 30 health.
That was close. Ari with the clutch save, and also he does have Kaya Sanj on Storm Spirit, which makes him super tanky, having that extra bit of a region amplification as well, having that raw HP, plus also the mana loss reduction is pretty damn good when you're playing against Pango with the Diffusal Blade.
You gotta make sure you have something to zip out. 33, he has this Kaya, going Kaya Sanj. Quickened Brigand's Blade for Pure. As he's continuing to just farm, so we haven't seen him exactly get involved just yet. Ice Path, Dual Breath. And the Blade Mail standing in the Chakram, Timber Chain away, but 33, he's got nowhere to go, and he will end up dead. Snake King getting that kill on 33, who's just caught in no man's land.
You would not expect Bristle and Jakiro to be able to kill Timbersaw 15 minutes into the game, who is, as I said, in the middle of the pack, but is relatively tanky. He caught him really nice with that Ice Path mid Timber Chain, and again, Crit just scouting things out. Doesn't matter how many times this hero dies, he's still gonna be doing what he does the best, scouting things out, killing couriers, taking the enemy XP rune, and this is gonna allow Falcons to go into Roche Pit, seeing that they killed Timbersaw 15 seconds, and look at their damage. They definitely have more than enough. Crit is gonna stay out south, scout things out to check if they're gonna be maybe contesting, but they are showing on the minimap. You can see that they are seeing basically 3 heroes on Tundra, and this is gonna be a pretty freebie for Falcons.
Aegis there for Skeeter, and free as can be, as you said. Nobody coming over, just continuing to try and farm, and Crit does spot Whitemon all the way over here. He's going to be waiting for reinforcements. The TP attempt.
Wait until the last second. There we go.
Good little try there. Shirky toss to the neutral camp and back over to Whitemon, who is tracked in the swashbuckle, the shield crash, and another track kill here for the side of Falcons. Malrine on a killing spree. Falcons, I mean, they've got this Aegis to work with, so we'll see how the side of Tundra react. If they're just going to try and avoid fights, they're going to continue to farm. That's what they want, you know, just continue to move the map and stay away. But it's not easy with Crit, as he is always finding something. And he's found something again. He found Ari. So now, Shadow Demon might be next. It's the same play. Just needs somebody to rotate over. Can't get it in by himself, but he will back out as the rest of Falcons are pushing the tier 2 top. Again, nobody really trying to fight this for Tundra. They're just trying to farm their way back into the fight and fight back when they're feeling ready. But again, Shadow Demon stopped TPing as they've got that Shadow Walk strike coming through. Now they've got the +1, and this should be a kill. And that will be another track kill coming the way of Falcons as they continue to exacerbate the problems that Tundra have with this bounty hunter in the game.
Crit understands. I really love the play that they're doing, showing 3 heroes, pretending that they are 5, while on the other side of the map, Crit is... There's a lot of mind games going on with these professional E-athletes, and they're going to be getting another objective as well. So Roshan into tier 2 tower, into Tormentor. Crit gets it, so that's pretty big, having friendly Shadow, which does allow you to invis your allies, so you can play a bit of an assassinate type of a game, playing on a different side of the map again, just slightly more effective. We talked about Kez itemization and also his timings. We thought that he might join in some of these early fights with Deso, but he was found multiple times when he was farming in this outer ring in the bottom. So now he finished off his Aghanim Scepter. This is the pretty massive timing for him, and now they want to make a move. Amar, even sure if that's the hero they want to have the first contact with. Immediately pops the Blade Mill.
Even willing to fight into this Aegis, so they're going to go to the backline, look for Malrine. They go to the Vortex. Now they need to leave. Grappling hook onto the high ground. They did pick up this Rod of Atos for the Timbersaw. That's a big zip, man, but not finding anything just yet. Now he's clipped himself, looks over, can't find the Jakiro. Everybody TPing away for the side of Falcons and escaping from this fight. And Amar even willing to tip BZM, so is Malrine, and Crit again with all the information, seeing this team moving over.
The old creep wave members tipping each other every single time whenever they play against each other.
This friendly Shadow, by the way, for Crit, especially if he continues to just push the experience mark, is going to be very important when he gets that 15 talent, that minus 30% damage while in Shadow Walk. When you get that friendly Shadow out, and that'll help your allies survive even longer in these fights. And we talked about how Malrine with the double jump, he's tanky, Bristle's just naturally tanky. So it gives you even more to feel like you can't be killed.
It also forces you to buy more dust, more sentries, maybe think about gem. But if you lose a gem against Bounty Hunter, the game's kind of GG.
Yeah. It's a rough cycle to be in. Still a minute and a half on this Aegis. Falcons just meticulously beating out Tundra on all parts of the map.
A very slow and methodical game from Falcons.
Visibility.
Well, dust again. Malrine caught, but what's there really to do here with just 2 heroes? You're immediately leaving, had that grappling hook. He wants to get away from his support because they know they might turn around. They do go over me, but the Ice Path is already there. Pure trying to parry his way to safety, but that's a big issue. Amar already got the kill. 50 seconds without the Kez. Snake King ends up being the trade, but that's not worth it for your carry. Skeeter, he's got this Aegis for 50 seconds, so he doesn't care if he dies the first time. Alright, we'll get that kill. Fiend's Grip here on the Pango here, but they get the kill on a White Mon. They've taken out both supports now with Shadow Demon dying. They have no Kez, he's got buyback, but BZM is in again. He doesn't have a lot of mana to play with. This Diffusal is going to make that even worse. His homing missiles coming in. They've got the Blade Mail now. Uh-oh, Skeeter kills off 33. The look at BZM. Full team wipe for the side of Falcons.
Blade Mail from Amar, like this item build from him, really ruining Timbersaw completely. He doesn't get to play the game. Every single time he got close, that kill that when he was paired up with Jakiro in the top lane, showing that the itemization really works out. And Pango, I gotta point out his itemization. This time around, he didn't go for Aghanim Scepter. He doesn't think he needs to have more damage or have more tankiness. Instead, opted to go for Blink and Shard immediately afterward, just so that he can potentially lock down Storm Spirit, have a little bit more survivability as well, because he knows that every single time in the fight, he's gonna get gripped. He wants to cut into backlines, he wants to find these two supports, and you're forcing Fiend's Grip to be used every single time on your Pango. I don't think he died many times to it, maybe just once.
Take a look at this replay, and immediately Kez caught. The secondary strikes still on Pure, even though he goes into that Raven's Veil. Just doesn't matter. And the Nightmare is just a little bit late. They can't really commit on a Skeeter either. He's got this Aegis, which he ends up using, but then he's back in full health, full mana. What can you really do?
Yeah, and watch 33. He's half HP here. He's gonna decide to go in. Malrain managed to survive, and then Amar. And he's gonna pop the Blade Melt, and he's gonna kill him straight away. I think there was also small crit coming out from Skeeter there. And now this game completely flips.
Yeah, all those track kills.
Tundra, not sure what their option is, because this type of a lineup needed to punch back early on. You needed to have this Kez and bring probability closer to 69, which does say a lot about the game.
Pretty sight right now.
Lotus picked up for Amar. This is something that I thought
when he gets
needed.
This Lotus Orb, it's going to be pretty massive. If we talk about dispelling things from Kez, great against Bane as well. You throw that onto your Pangolier when he decides to roll in. It seems like they might want to poke the high ground as well. BZM needs to be careful. You don't necessarily need to have that much lockdown if you're grouping up as 5. We did say that on paper it looks like a really good Storm Spirit game, but you need to be able to kill the side lanes. Storm Spirit, he always had this like one big issue. If other team is 10-15k gold ahead, if they group up with a lot of team items, he's not going to be able to do as much.
See if they can start to punch back at all. Only 7 kills to their name for Tundra.
He got the Deso charge. That's what matters. Not sure when that happened. Probably when he got initiated on after that killed Jakiro.
But it's the only charges he's got.
Took him good 15 minutes to get those charges up.
Daedalus for Gyro soon enough. Could always chop shop that. They're going to find themselves BZM, the roll up and the lockdown with the Ice Path. Everybody here, the track's going to be used, but they've got the Yules. And they'll have this Shadow Walk strike to stun him if they could just hit him. But BZM, the ball lightnings are perfect. The movement's there, and he's able to escape barely from this Falcons lineup.
Seems like they were not on the same page. Who's going to be using, whether he's going to be using the roll-up on Pango, or whether he needs to stun immediately with the Ice Path. A bit of a uncharacteristic mistake from Falcons, but they're going to let this one slide.
I'll let this one slide, and you could slide on over to the YouTube channel. Just put !F into the chat. You'll find yourself all the highlights from Fissure Playground 2, and also click the banner below to check out all the highlights so far. We look at this game at 26.5 minutes. The 10,000 net worth lead, they are kind of holding it there for now, but obviously a lot of this gets pushed when they are starting to fight. Kez gets enough time. Maybe he can put the damage out there, but he's not top of the net worth. That Echo Slash, well, I've seen it before, just take out supports in one ability use.
Oh, he got him. Timber Chain again. So far, Falcons, they've been very crisp dealing with this Timber Saw, with the Ice Bats and everything, and not overlapping things. And he's going to die one more time. 33, not really having a game in this one.
Very silent so far. Perseverance flying out and picked up for the Bounty Hunter. We'll see, there's going to be 45 more seconds on this Roche, and BKB next for Kez. Maybe the BKB's timing is where they
We
feel
said that
confident.
Once he picks up the Deso, then we said Aghanim Scepter. Yep, that's
one more
the big
item.
one more
item.
But this might be that big item where he doesn't die immediately, but we need to see what happens afterwards.
This is anti-mage games in my pubs in a nutshell.
It's always one more item.
They're grouped up here on Falcons. Once again, all 5 heroes, they're going to smoke. Nobody here on this side of the map for the side of Tundra. They are all opposite of them. We're looking to push maybe this tier 2 and also steal a shrine. I think this is either their first or second shrine of the game.
Never mind, they learned their lesson. Invaded the enemy side of the map.
This is their first shrine of the game. 28 minutes in. That's brutal. Roche is back up, so we'll see if Falcon set up for it. We'll see if Tundra, wow, they are paranoid. They're really paranoid.
Random dust.
Make sure that bounty's not right there to stop my TP again. Wow, that is annoying. I mean, they write the line on the map to go for Roche, but Falcons have committed in unless they go right there. So not quick enough.
Not for this type of a move. They want to run straight into Roche Pit. They might be able to do it, but seems like they're too late.
Yeah.
The full wraparound, it's not going to work.
Finally picking it up. Aegis there for Skeeter. There's BZM waiting on this cliff. They're still smoked on the side of Tundra. I don't know if I would advise myself to go into this fight.
Massive item on Bounty Hunter. He does have Pipe available. Great against Shadow Demon. There's a good amount of pure damage as well. We're talking about Timber. We're talking about Bane pure as well. And that doesn't work against Pipe, but against every other damage, it's going to make them super tanky. He just needs another 60 gold to finish it off.
Mid tower won't last.
Again, Tundra just playing the opposite side of the map. They're probably not going to come back for the first set. I'll have 33 try to defend it, but everybody else farming for now. BZM cutting the creep wave top. Kez is out bottom. He's not here, so he'll give up the tier 3. Kez is starting to come back, but it's going to be a fight into the Aegis. Maybe they can get the first life out of the hands of Skeeter. They drop down the ice path. That's life number 1. But can you get more?
Look at Amar. Immediately goes into the high ground, turns his back around. That was pretty clean from Tundra. BZM zipping in,
200 gold
getting the kills. They don't have any defensive tools. They don't have any defensive abilities as well. The only thing they can do pretty much is throw a Lotus Orb on him, which is not enough, and he's still not tanky enough, so I think before they go for the high ground next time, he wants to have Satanic of his own.
That might be a little while. We'll see if they want to wait for Aegis as well. But he's farming up, continuing to stay top of the net worth. Kez not too far behind him, but again, we're just not feeling the damage here from this Kez, or really many of these heroes from Tundra. It was a Hex queued up for Bounty. Crystal is flying out for Pure. They pick up and commit to this gem for Tundra. No more random dusts.
We said it needs to come out eventually. You're playing against Bounty Hunter. You're playing against Friendly Shadow as well that he got 33. For free. But you cannot afford to lose this gem. 33.
Viscous Nasal Goo on him, and he's trying to run with the Timber Chain. He's got this ag, so he'll explode. Now the ball lightning in. BZM's going forward, but the ice path's going to be off the mark as he zips over to the right. Skeeter's here with him. BKB's popped. He doesn't have a lot of mana. He's trying to run away. They go to the inhibit. It's on a 33. He's trying to get up the steps. Homie missile flying in. The damage on a 33. Fiend's grip here onto the Pangolier, but it's not going to matter. R's going to be there too. 2 heroes gone. Skeeter with the BKB, but Pure trying to get a kill out of the Gyrocopter. Just can't quite commit all the way in to get this kill. Now Reen's right in with him. Pure's going to be dead. 70 seconds without this Kez. What can you do now? I don't even know if you can hold without these heroes.
It's just Mulrain is doing too much in these fights, making sure that he is locking down the Timber Saw. Again, Timber not being able to do as much as he wants to in these fights. Usually this hero is relatively tanky, and now you have Lincoln Sphere as well available on Amar. Not your traditional build on Bristleback as well. I guess he understands that he needs to be able to just protect his Gyrocopter, protect his Pangolier when he runs in, and be annoying as possible, because he's not going to get focused. We saw what happens when they focus him with this Blade Mill. Gale Guard as well. Lotus Orb, super tanky, turns his back immediately.
Lincoln's gets popped, but now they use the ice path. Now Arena's in. Ari is dead again.
This just might be it.
33's got nothing to give back. BZM trying to do his best, but this Falcons lineup is just overloading this Tundra defense. Skeeter back into the fight. He went all the way back to base. Didn't die in that last exchange, so he was able to TP back. Now he's here again. It's 2 sets. Well, support's still dead for Tundra. They're going to try for Megas. They don't even have this Aegis. If they really wanted to, they could back up, play it safe, but they don't need to. All lightning in and out one more time.
They almost managed to kill Skeeter in the previous fight. He didn't have Satanic. That's the biggest issue. He has one right now, and they need to figure out whether he's going to be playing against Megas.
No, go in again, but he's got this Satanic. He'll try to get back to full. Pure with the Raptor's dance, but not doing enough damage. Skeeter's back to full health. BKB's going to run down in a moment on to Pure. He'll parry away, but they get the kill there on a Whitemon once more. No Bane, no Shadow Demon. Full support's gone once more, and it's Mega Creeps here for Falcons. Vortex is on what is the, quote, weakest hero on Falcons, but everybody here is strong enough to withstand anything that Tundra throws their way.
Over here.
Have this Ags on Jakiro as well. These heroes are so farmed. This track just making it impossible for Tundra to even fight back, but they don't call GG even though they're down 30,000 and they just cannot find a kill.
So you're telling me there's still a chance?
I don't know. That would be up to Dota Plus.
Yeah, Gaben will probably give them 1%. 6%? That's very generous. Let's see who Gaben likes in this one. It has to be Kez. Kez plus Storm Spirit. You think so? I don't think it's coming out from Shadow Demon or Bane.
Single-handedly, Skeeter having better stats on everything right now with Gyro, yeah. I mean, now with the Satanic, thinking about the Sanj and Yasha, again, has this Chop Shop. If he really wanted to get rid of the Jada, let's go to the Divine, but it's not that kind of situation, so he doesn't need it.
Over here now.
They're also going to grab another shard. They're 1 shard away from completing the entire team's shards. The only one who doesn't have it is Gyro now. But they do smoke out and they try to find anything. But the problem is you're up against Megas. If you spend too long out of the base, it's going to be a big issue. Especially they'll see 33 defending, but they now know there's no Timbersaw either. And that's all they see defending. Looks like they're going to set up maybe at the Twin Gate, but you can't really hold a position too long when you're, again, up against Megas.
You're revealing only 1 hero in your base for good 30 plus seconds.
Satanic
and
now for Amar, too.
Satanic, yeah, there's another one.
They'll steal this shrine that they desperately need. Rolling Thunder. And that is going to be a kill here for Whitemon. Steal it away from the Bane that's right there. Another track kill. That 1 kill worth so much. I mean, you see the net worth jump with just the kill on a Bane. Tough crippling crossbow for Pure. Tough magnifying monocle for Skeeter. And a Wind Waker recipe flying out for Bounty. Assume he's got everything on that. He does. So he's got that Wind Waker. I don't even know if you can control somebody enough with now this Wind Waker in the mix.
Yeah, there was a funny stat on the screen that Crit got 270 gold from creeps in this game. So basically all from the kills.
Whitemon again going to be spotted, and big hit here from Amar. There was a Bane. And you blinked and there wasn't. 1 shot from Gyro, 1 shot from the Bristle. Bleeding here from 33. They are in towards these tier 4s, and they'll pop that reactive armor. They'll try to get the kill here on the Bounty Hunter, but he can't even do that. He's trying to jump in, but that's going to be bounce up, and now he's trying to parry his way to safety, but Pure will be dead. 75 seconds, has himself buyback. The chase is on for 33, and they've got themselves another kill, as again, they'll try for Crit, but again, Crit will finally die. They got the Bounty Hunter. They get another kill. Maybe this is a chance.
That's a dub. That's a dub in my book.
That's a win.
Good call.
Okay.
All right.
90 seconds.
No Kez starts now.
BZM in looking for Malrine for a second. Not even committing this buyback from the Kez yet.
It was very clean up until this point. Pure with the buyback. Let's see if they can get something done out of this.
Maybe look for Staking. Ice Path going to be used.
No mana on him.
Echo Strike, BKB, Disruption. That's to protect BZM, but the run down here and the kill is there, and he'll get the Storm. He's got buyback. Both him and the Timber finally buyback, but the Rolling Thunder comes out with the blink forward on a 33. Ball Lightning, Vortex, pulling in Skeeter. Now Pure going to try and come in. Goes to the Raptor Dance, healing on a little bit so far. BZM still chased up. Double kill for Skeeter. They've got the kill on everybody as they will run them down. GG is called. Game 1 goes Team Falcons.
Very clean up until this last point where the fountain they had to remove the beyond like streak on bar, but very clean execution. I think it comes down to two supports having gigantic impact.
We have seen nowadays in the meta some
This entire 8-10 minutes for you.
They could, and maybe they even should, right? That's how it's going to be looking like. I could see a lot of traffic to the mid lane, maybe even before the minute 6 rune, right? Because Storm Spirit, Puck, both of them kind of rely on their level 6. If you make a mistake with the Puck and die early on, it's going to be a problem. You might become a target. You know those games where you see a Puck that is dying over and over again? I think Heroic would probably want to be gunning for something like that.
Absolutely. Who do you think is taking this one? What's your
I still have to go with Liquid. I think their lineup is really well rounded. If they just play a relatively clean game with minimal mistakes, they don't even have to do something special. They've got this one. It is on Heroic to create that chaos that we know them for, but I think the experience from Liquid will give them a slight edge with the lineups being as they are.
All right. I mean, maybe it goes with that idea that you said that someone's got to stop Liquid, right? I mean, they're looking hot, they're looking strong, things are clicking together, and then of course on the Heroic end of things, are they the ones to do the stopping?
They definitely are a team that can do it. But Panda, we've got a game going, right? The first series was amazing. I'm hoping for the same for this one.
Absolutely. Let's get the rolling show here with Heroic versus Liquid, game number 1. And let's see what this one is going to give us. Are we getting that Heroic form when they finally get to play in front of the audience? Will we see a repeat of FPG1 first round exit?
Ooh,
It's hard to say it out loud, but I feel like history could repeat it itself. This is not an easy opponent.
Yeah, though, to be honest, in the FPG1, they crushed the groups, and then in the playoffs, they fell off. Here, they had a bit of problems in the groups, so at least that is different.
But we're getting some early damage onto Divide. Nisha's already right behind, and that first blood goes for Boxy. Windranger's going to get himself a nice influx of gold to start the game.
I'm trying to think about that Timber lane. Timber has been a hero that teams have definitely have trouble dealing with throughout this tournament, and then you give his support a really good start with a lot of regen. When is he gonna struggle? Level 1 and level 2. Level 3 already is gonna be fine for him, and he's gonna be covered for it because there's gonna be extra money for Boxy.
Already got the boots flying in as well for the next assassin by the looks of it on that courier, so he'll have his mobility secured early enough. But it will be interesting to see, of course, what is Whisper's vibe going to be, because this is his, I would say, a very long time since on LAN Whisper has played in the mid position.
Yeah, but I always look at the South Americans as guys that they don't feel like they're under pressure ever. Even when they're losing, they're laughing, and they don't really care. They're like, okay, let's go fight once again. Oh, they're killing us. Haha, doesn't matter. Let's go in again. So I would assume it's not gonna be any pressure on Whisper at all.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna have any extra issues there. Even if he is going up against Nisha Puck, only one of the better ones out there in the world.
But your mid lane needs to go well. As I mentioned, the Storm, laning phase-wise, can beat the Puck. Maybe even should beat the Puck. And if you don't, then this Puck is going to be an issue. So we'll see. We'll see if it's going to be people rotating to that mid lane as well. Also, with that Muerta being picked up, even if you're playing a really good Storm game, there could be a calling waiting for you, and that can turn into a disaster really easy.
How do you feel about this top lane, though, right? Because Pango in the early levels feel like he's kind of lacking so much. He has very long cooldowns on his abilities. He'll farm okay. He'll always have a way to get out. Meanwhile, we're talking about this mid lane. Nisha, does he drop the Whisper? A lot of poking. Another Remnant in. Dodges with the Puckish. And another one to follow with the Orb. So Nisha's going to be walking away from that one and be okay for the time being. But that was a risky move from Nisha going under the tower. Hurt that Storm Spirit.
We weren't following exactly what was happening there, but getting too deep and starting to get attacked by the tower, that is a problem for a Puck. If he dies there, turns into a really good lane for Storm. But so far, so good. Nisha is still winning, even with that little overly aggressive move. You talked about the top lane also.
Yes.
Well, I guess in this lane, whatever you get on the Pango, you're gonna be happy with, because the Nyx doesn't really help you all that much. He can try to pull Muerta to the side, but I don't think they're gonna be doing that at all. They're probably gonna be focusing on just keeping this Pango's life miserable.
Yeah, so far, Davai not even in double digits in terms of CS, but they're going to make a play onto Tofu and try and take down that Muerta. It's a very close call, but Schofield's going to be the one to fall first. Tofu will pick that one up. Mickey out of mana for the time being. They're going to let that Pango be. They've already done the damage that was required.
That was close. That was close for them to get the kill. And I guess a solid attempt, but now this hurts you even more, right? You've given a bit more to the side of Team Liquid in an already losing lane. I understand the need. Okay, guys, let's make something happen. This is not going well, but I thought that they were just going to take that loss, right? Davai, get your levels. We get our levels on the Nyx Assassin, and then we utilize those levels to change the result of the laning stage. But this can hurt you.
At least Kofi's got his level 2 on that Nyx, so potential to move towards the mid lane, which looks like going to be the exact case to help out Whisper. Schofield has always been this kind of battery for Whisper in these last few weeks of play, where he's trying to enable his mid laner as much as possible instead of helping out the Vi in the lane. There's like a clear instruction on how they want to play this one out. But Nisha jumping in deep with the Orb. There's going to be the fall off from Schofield. Another Remnant's in there as well. Do they have the burst required to take him down? Whisper dropping quite low as well, but there we go. There's the Mind Flare. And Nisha will go down to Schofield. Davai, however, with that barrier, is it going to be enough? It's a plus 100 on top of his HP, so he should be good. As Mickey and Tofu, they deal a lot of damage to him, but can't take the Pango down.
You know, Schofield might be good. Oh,
another opportunity arises. There we go. Burn him up.
Schofield might be confused, right? Whisper is my laner, right? He's the guy that I lane with. I'm gonna go to him. Sorry, Llama, we're not that tight. And to be honest, his rotations to the mid lane have always been impeccable. But even with that kill on the Puck, he's still out of the storm. This to me looks like a bit of an issue that could come to bite Heroic later on. But definitely a nice rotation. They should look to continue that. Nyx is a solid hero to surprise the Puck and kill him. But Nisha, they're a bit overly aggressive, and this is kind of the thing that he started in the mid lane. So he definitely wants to continue with this aggressive approach.
Yeah, there's already the support Wind Ranger going past the Pango in terms of net worth, so Davai's going to have to play the catch-up game here in the first 5 minutes of play. It's 500, 600 gold behind the Timber on Ace. Ace so far uncontested, pretty much how that Kez lane works.
The biggest problem is how good of a game this DK is having, right? Imagine how fast he will have his items. How do you even deal with that? Killing him is going to be very hard. Taking his tower down, very, very hard. I mean, he's not a lifestealer, but he can definitely stay there for a long period of time. But then again, he doesn't even need to. That is the most important part. Until you get level 6 on the Nyx, until you start getting these towers down, bringing down a DK will be hard. So how do you even slow him down now?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a 1,500 gold difference to the Pangalera for the time being, but they're going to go jump onto Mickey. Let's see if it's enough. With King Jungles making his rotation, it's not enough to take him down. Only 200 HP remaining, but that's more than enough. Nisha will also secure the 80 for himself with Liquid sending in the reinforcements down mid. Let's see if they can still connect for the kill. There's the coil coming out, the blood grenade to the side, the power shot's going to miss, but they got the dead shot at least there. Whisper trying to make a run for it, but the orb's flying in through the darkness, and Nisha doesn't quite know where he went, suspecting that maybe he's juked around some of those trees, but it's going to to be a close call for Whisper. He manages to get out.
First coil, you survive. Not too bad. Also, the DK is going for a different build. He's going Mage Slayer into a Blink Dagger. That is such a liquid DK, right? We got used to these DKs who want to be big and strong. Yeah, not Mickey. It's like, I'm helping my team. We definitely have the lineup that can scale, even if I don't go full on with the scaling items.
I do feel like this is what we see like once every 5 or every 6 DK games going for that Mage Laser build. But they're going to be jumping onto Boxy, get the stun out there. Tofu also in the caught by Whisper. Nisha is going to zone out King Jungle, but Whisper's almost done with Tofu. A couple more jabs should do it. There we go, the Remnant explosion with the Overload, and Whisper taking Tofu down.
However, you're losing your mid lane tower, right? We talked about how important it is for Heroic to open up the towers, but if it's happening to you, imagine how hard it is for a Pugna to walk up that high ground in the mid lane now and start blasting the tower. Almost impossible. Every single time, you're gonna die. This mid lane is probably the biggest victory. Even though we see the biggest discrepancy in net worth coming from the top lane, this mid lane going so well for Liquid is the thing that propels them into such a good spot in this game. Because the top lane was expected. This mid lane, they crushed Whisper.
They absolutely did, and they're going to try and retaliate onto Nisha there, but it looks like it's just going to be a bit of poke. Schofield making his presence known that he's watching that Storm Spirit's back. Liquid spreading around the map. Looks like they're going to be building up some stacks as well. You're playing a DK lineup after all. Plus the Timber Saw is going to be very happy if there's stuff going on in the triangle. KJ will do the same thing for the side of Heroic. And looking for these big influxes at 10-11 minutes. There's Yuma taking his rotation, followed up by Schofield's stun, but they're out of damage, and Yuma will go down as Boxy is also getting pushed away. Whisper in trouble, manages to get the jump away, had that illusion rune for himself. Without it, he would have died. Schofield pops the Carapace, and Turret is still being chased by Ace, doesn't quite get the Chakram to connect.
You can see the difference that it makes that you don't have the tower there, right? This Fango is running for the mid lane.
Davai still coming back in, straight onto Tofu. They got the stun lock on that Muerta support. They really need that kill. They'll get that one, but it might come at a cost because your Pugna's also going down. KJ losing his life there. 1-for-1 trade, but Liquid happy to pick that one as it goes for Ace.
Yeah, Heroic are pushing the issue around the mid lane, but for Liquid, it's very easy. Pop TP, get there, and pretty much you have all 5 of your heroes, and then Davai, you can see him walking from the top lane. If he was there earlier, you have the Rolling Thunder, you actually have the stuns necessary to probably save your teammates, and then obviously get some kills. Yeah, they got 1 kill in the end, but that is not what you were looking for, especially after the Kes died.
Yeah, we can already see the stacking numbers here as well. It's already up to 8-4, so Liquid doubling that amount. Heroic's gonna have to work with what they have to try and get that quick injection of cash and get that game going, because you have some crucial items you need to finish on the Storm Spirit mainly, and of course the Pangolier getting that diffusal timing. When is that going to kick in? Is he even close to it? Which I'm a bit worried about, because that should come relatively early into the game.
He's not close to it at all.
All right, so that's not good news.
He only now bought the power treads, right? So that is support territory.
Yeah,
Fango.
that's bad news.
Definitely not looking good. I mean, it's bad news for every single one of Heroic's heroes, right? Nobody's close to their first round of items. For the Kes, that's going to be a Deso. For a Storm, it's going to be a Kaya. For the Pango, of course, probably the most important one is the Diffusal Blade, and who knows when that's going to be coming up. But their first timings are going to be the level 6s on the supports, mainly the Nyx Assassin, so that's the one that you're looking for.
They're trying to go for a quick play here into Schofield. Tofu with the silence, but he got the Carapace off, slows him down slightly. Whisper hitting the back line as well. They got Tofu under control. Here comes the Pango as well. They take Tofu. They get 1 on the side of Heroic. Can they get a second one with Nisha? Getting pulled in with the Vortex as well. He got the Orb on 16 HP. No, sir. You ain't getting out of this one. And Heroic reply with 2 quick kills. They're going to be very important on the long road ahead.
Very nice read there of Liquid, though. Liquid did mess up a bit. The calling came out and it didn't instantly silence the Nyx Assassin, so he got the Spike Carapace off. Then the Waning Rift was used over that Spike Carapace, giving Schofield time.
They're not done. They're not done yet. That's going to be the Vendetta reveal as well, as they've got them level 6 on the Nyx Assassin, and another kill going their way. Davai being chased by Mickey. 10 seconds cooldown still on that Dragon Tail. Can Tofu land a dead shot? Nope, he cannot get it out in time. That Rolling Thunder goes through first. So Davai's able to make his way out, and suddenly that 3k lead that Liquid had just managed to build for themselves almost completely disappeared.
And that's speed. It's only with speed. Heroic are moving around the lineup with a lot of their heroes, and also Liquid getting ahead of themselves, right? What did they do? They are pressuring the mid lane. They're pushing out the mid lane. You can't do anything about it, but they went for a kill. That's the difference to what they were doing like 2 minutes ago. They went for a kill and it backfired. Now that's why Nyx Assassin is such a weird hero. That Spike Carapace is such a tough spell, to play against that he can bait you into go deeper a lot of the times, even though he seems weak. 900 HP, 6 armor, that's a hero that gets blown up in a second. Well, with that spike carapace, it becomes much harder.
Both mid laners equal in terms of net worth. The difference now is just between those off laners, and of course there's still that 1500 between the DK and the Kez. But this Nyx Assassin again, maybe I was too early to say Tusk is one of his better heroes, because absolutely this Nyx, once again, once I see it in Schofield's hands, impact.
Yeah, whenever we talk with between the casters, like, why aren't they banning that Nyx Assassin? Like, why are they letting him have it? Because he's having so much success, and Heroic weren't even all that eager to pick it in the first phase. This time around, they were, and it's already working out. But to be honest, you don't really have like big Nyx counters, something that catches him that easily.
It's a bit of a sleeper hero.
Exactly.
You don't really expect it. Yeah, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Well, right now, at least Heroic made sure that they didn't lose another tower, right? Because Liquid, with the lead that they had, they might have been able to go to the bottom lane, bring enough heroes, and Heroic wouldn't have been able to respond. But of course, with those fast moves, they managed to prevent that. If you keep these towers a bit longer, then you might be able to open up the towers of Heron, because that's what you're looking for. Right now, it's still Liquid can cover the map with 1-2 sentries, and it's going to be enough to know where the Nyx is at.
This is the move as well, bringing in that DK along the fold. He spots Schofield, going to get hit by the first stun. Boxy, can he find himself that shackle shot? He's somewhere out there. Nobody doesn't seem to have detection, and of course it is with that Scuttle Nyx, so he's anywhere. Oh, he's going for that little snipe there, and that's going to be a nice bit of extra gold if they're going to go for it. Nope. Not hungry this time around, Schofield?
Yeah, I guess he didn't want to. Maybe you just want to stay inside of the Vendetta and try to fight in the bottom lane. If they don't do it, then probably would have been a better choice to kill a carrier.
A lot of traffic coming down the top lane. Davai gonna be in trouble here. The coil's already connected, and with the stun lock, they've got the damage. They'll take him out. Easy grab there for Liquid. And they are pinging bottom instantly. There's a lot of traffic coming this way too. Ace gonna get hit by the first stun from Schofield. Whisper right there. Yuma to follow with a silent stun as well. And they'll be able to take themselves a trade, so both offlaners will pay with their lives.
Yep, turns out to be a good idea not to go for the Vendetta. Yes, you lost the tower, but usually when teams get a tower, and usually that safe lane tower, they tend to disperse. Go through the twin gates, go farming, and maybe put themselves in a bit of an vulnerable position. This is where Schofield was waiting. However, you're still losing every single tower, so how are you supposed to open up the map as Heroic? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that next group up, that's going to be really important, especially when we're talking about a 2v2, a 3v3, whatever the result of that skirmish. For Heroic, maybe it opens up the map. For Liquid, it might just be the beginning of the end, basically, where Heroic's just going to get choked on their side and they won't ever get to move out.
Davai is making a item adjustment. He's going for an Orchid in this one, so his idea is, yeah, my defusal, even if I get it, I'm probably just gonna get bursted down. So what if I roll in and silence the puck? Or what if I roll in and we silence and kill a hero at the start? Their lineup, it relies on that first hero dying. So I think this is a good choice considering the circumstances.
But he's sitting right behind Nisha there down the mid lane, or Mickey actually, as they go for the blink stun. Whisper a bit faster with his reactions. Able to get away with the ball lightning, but they're not done yet. They're going to hope to find somebody else. Heroic's already repositioning, moving in people towards the mid lane. Kez, be careful as well with your moves, because this is usually a point when the opponents have seen you in the mid lane, the most obvious move is either through the triangle or straight down bottom behind the tier 2 tower into the camps. They're going to do some stealing as well here. Just a bit of extra gold there from Mickey.
You can see that Heroic want to fight. Look at their wards, right? From the mid lane to the bottom lane. So somewhere in their big jungle, they're going to be looking towards that area. In that area are long drawn out fights. Even though initially it might not be the best position for you to fight in, if you're initiating, if you're getting the first target down, then the chase is on, and probably the best spot on the map to get extra kills. So this is what they're gunning for.
Warding numbers almost equal there. Liquid maybe slightly more active, but of course they've got more ground to cover in a sense. So they also have to be very crucial with, or at least got to focus on where you're going to be playing these areas. Let's see, the rune's going to be spawning bottom. And that's going to be a shield rune. Nisha is heading onto the high ground. They only went for the chase on Schofield, able to dodge this one. Can they retaliate? He's going for Nisha, going for the puck. Storm coming in from the side as well. They take Nisha down, and that could be a start for Heroic. Can they focus down the DK? Looks like they'll be able to take him out without any response coming in for Liquid. That's a double for Yuma, and even more going straight after Moxie. Push him away, get that Wind Ranger out of the way, and open up that tower. Like we said, that next fight is going to be really important for either of these sides, and Heroic, they just got to get this tower up. They got 15 seconds until the puck's going to respawn, so I think you're just going to zerg through it.
They can most definitely do it, and now the map is going to be open, even easier for Heroic to go for an aggressive move here. They're always kind of circling around the mid lane, waiting for an opportunity, and this is not the first time that Liquid has given one to them. Liquid, they have the right idea. They're trying to kill the Nyx Assassin, but the second that he dodges that one, you need to get out, because Schofield is repositioning and getting prepared to catch you and to kill you.
I'm actually curious about Devi's build here, because it looks like he's bringing over an Orchid on the Pango.
Change it up.
So that's a change, and that's definitely going to help out with grabbing that puck, isolating him for one single moment and just jumping in and taking him down. As we are currently here at the Sava Center in Belgrade, Serbia, we still do have action today, tomorrow, and on Sunday, the finals day. So make your way over here. Exclamation mark ticket for the people watching at home. The ones who are over here, you can also head over to that website on your phones and get some tickets for your buddies if you still haven't. Today, celebrating Halloween in the Halloween theme as well. So, we got another series right after this one. We're going to see Falcons back in action once again, see how they fare versus Team Spirit. So that's coming up later on today, but got to get this one out of the way first. Smoke up coming in from Heroic.
Yep. It's nighttime, so definitely not easy. And Liquid, I think they've gotten a little bit further back, and now they're playing around their sentries. So a little bit of a harder approach for Heroic this time.
Devi is full under vision here. The Pierce the Veil comes out just in time as they're going to go on that. Kez, he's going to get beard up. Silenced again. Yuma trying to make the escape here. He's down to 300. He's got nothing left. He can't even change his stance right now. Goes for the early parry. Whisper coming in for the rescue. Devi going to follow up on that as well and try to focus on that Muerta and keep Mickey out. But Mickey just goes in for the blink. He goes in for the kill and keeps on poking Whisper. And with that Maze Slayer, is it enough? King Jungle's giving a bit of extra healing in there. Schofield comes in. He smacks. And he takes Mickey down, and that's a 3-to-1 trade. Heroic's going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, we were watching the chase on Kez, but in the back lines there, just behind, they caught the puck. That was the main thing. Storm on top of the puck and Pango on top of the puck. You get the silence, he's instantly dead. Nisha needs a way to deal with this, or he needs to be surrounded by teammates. This is not how it's supposed to go, and we talked about it during the draft. What does Heroic want in this game? They want to kill the puck over and over and over again. He can be the weak link, but he can also be the hero that kind of gets this entire Liquid lineup together. Yep. However, if every single fight they're killing him first, they're going to be coming out on top.
Absolutely, yeah. You already got the Kaya BKB up on the Storm, and those defensive items for Puck, because Nisha had such an good start for himself. He went the Witchblade, he went for the Blink, and now there are multiple answers on the side of Heroic already, so queuing up that Yules, is it going to be enough? Does he need another defensive item? Do we get to see a BKB Puck, for example, in this game?
I'd rather see a BKB Puck. I feel like in this game in particular, there's going to be a Rolling Thunder or the fail waiting for you once you're landing.
And the reaction's on point.
So greedy.
Always want that Vendetta, extra damage to secure a potential kill. Whisper's gonna have to use that 9-second BKB charge. Gonna go straight for the Timber, get some jabs in there. Heroic offering in the reinforcements though. They still have to lock down onto this Timber Saw. Double gonna be right on top of him as well. They're gonna be able to take down Ace. Here comes Mickey though. They got the fear from the dead shot at least, and now the silence as well onto the Pangoliers are going for the escape. Schofield on the side, just giving some a bit of assistance there for Whisper. But this fight, let's see if they can still get something with the Rolling Thunder. Liquid looking for the reinitiation, goes straight for Whisper. They take down the Storm Spirit. That's gonna be a big one for them. That's two already out from the side of Heroic. The Remnants have to retreat.
Yeah, you can see the difference in fights, right? If the Timber is your initial target, it takes so long to kill him, and it gives Nisha time to actually see how the fight is developing and understand where the dangers are at. There was no Orchid. The next Assassin was back without his spells used. He managed to get the Pugna in the back lines as well. So I'm free to do whatever I want. When Nisha is free to dance around these fights, Heroic are not gonna have a shot.
And that's a pretty important shard as well when people are still lacking mobility, and of course those items. That Gale Force could be very useful for them when it comes to either setting up for the Shackle shot, going for a potential chase, and having your allies follow, because you do have Puck with a Blink, you have a DK with a Blink, you have a Timber with a potential Blink coming up later. everyone can connect with this Wind Ranger really easily if Boxy just sets things up, or at least gets the start going.
I mean, it can also break the coil, right? That's another thing that you have to think about. If you're not careful, the coil breaks. That is a lot of damage, and it does give free reign for Nisha to go in for another round of spells. So definitely not a shard to take lightly. You know, and Liquid, they got lucky. Usually, it would be a Muerta that gets one.
Yeah, the dead shot on the coil, definitely a combo. It's quite easy to play around. Get the coil out first, you know where he's moving around, especially when we get Ags on this Muerta at some point. That big AoE on the Fear.
The Dire best do something.
It's easy for Liquid to play around that.
That's the big item, right? The pipe coming out. That's going to be saving the lives of one of your heroes. Ideally, the puck. Let's say they jump the puck and this pipe saves his life. It is going to be changing the whole fight.
Oh, yeah. He gets like a second wind if he gets caught. Have an opportunity to, you know, live.
DK,
come with me if you want to live.
Oh, this is a perfect time for Heroic to strike because they didn't get the DKB delivered and no puck heals just yet. Oh, they got him now.
And that's one way to start. You got the Muerta out first. Liquid quite slow to respond to that one. They were not expecting a Heroic move straight down the mid lane. Potentially expected them maybe to focus on that top tier 1. Of course, Liquid with those side lane wards, they see so far out there, but they don't really have a lot of info when it comes down to the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's why they're constantly moving to that vision, right? You could see Liquid, first they had wards a little bit towards the bottom lane, and that's how they position. Now they're going to be positioning a little bit to the top.
That ward is actually between 2 sentries, and it's a bit too far away, so unfortunate for them.
Quite a lot of vision. Liquid, they still have a tier 1 there, so fighting on this top lane actually isn't that bad of an idea if they can get there in time. They have smokes.
They are deeping in. They're sending the Muerta first. Get themselves on some kind of setup.
They used it.
Whisper. Show himself first. He does pick up the Kaya Sanj.
This is a good
And here's
angle.
the wraparound here. They can get themselves into position. They can't really force Heroic to play around that ward that they place down. Looks like they're just going to dodge this completely and take that gate and move away. They do hit something, and they're like, wait a minute, is that a Pugna? Yep, that's a Pugna. We'll take that.
You wanted more. That is a good disengage from Heroic. The angle at which Liquid were coming was amazing, right? You still have a tower. If they start going back, there's a ward that is going to be scouting them out. Okay, Liquid now, this is a bit of a risk. They just think they're stronger. It's a 4 versus 5 scenario, so they're going to a place of the map where they do not have good vision.
Yep, and no access point, right? That's here too. Well, weren't able to catch them on the chase. I guess if things transpired maybe 1 or 2 seconds earlier, we could have been fighting at that gate already. But the fact that they didn't follow up in the gate right away took a bit of pause. They weren't able to catch anybody. They might have ran into an Nyx Assassin, but they're going to miss out on that one too. Radiant Scan does connect on point, so that's also more info for Heroic that, yep, that's a rune that our Storm cannot go and grab.
It's probably now time for Heroic to start moving around the top lane again. You know that Liquid smoked for you earlier, so good chance they don't have a smoke, and also nighttime is coming, so it's not going to be that easy for them to really get the initiation, especially when you have better vision heroes on your side.
Oh, they saw Whisper for a second. He also sees Liquid coming in. King Jungle is going to be the one caught, and with the Gale Force, easy lockdown, easy burst. Pugna, not exactly your strongest hero, so easy grab there. Liquid going to start poking that tier 2.
There is a glyph, so this is not going to be dropping as easily as Liquid would want it, but very nice pick-off around the mid lane where you see that Heroic are regrouping, seeing are we going to shove out the waves, are we going to be coming together to the top lane, and you catch them in between.
Yep. And also the ward placement here on the right side of the tower. There's no way a Nyx Assassin is going to try and interrupt that push. That would just lead into another kill for Liquid, so they're going to sack that tier 2 tower, get the refresh on the glyph. The next one, of course, is going to be your high ground glyph. Bit of poke there from Ace onto the Storm, no real commitment there. Interesting build as well, like the Rod of Atos and Pipe. I like the Pipe, the Rod. How do you feel about that one?
I think they just want to have a little bit more catch, right, on Liquid. Even though you've got a Blink Dagger on the DK, you want to be able to force things out even without him jumping in. Now that the DK does have a BKB, sure, he can jump in. Nyx Assassin is probably going to be one of his main targets, but there's a lot of things to catch, right? There's a Pugna, there's a Nyx, the Storm Spirit you want to keep under control. So ideally for Liquid is to poke out a little bit, force out a spell, force out a BKB, then reset and go in again. Atos is a pretty good item for that.
Just on the side of vision there, trying to keep those lanes pushed out. You do have to split a bit on this Heroic lineup if they want to get those waves. no dominators in this draft or in this game in general. One of the rare occasions. Feel like we're maybe letting go of that when it comes to the important matches that focus on the big items. Liquid gonna start focusing on a Roshan and the first Aegis as well.
We'll see if Heroic can get here in time, and even if they do, are they going to be able to make a good fight happen? Ideally, you want to start with a kill, but now you're running into an enemy sentry, and you're running into a lineup that is fully prepared to fight. Yeah, they're going to use their smoke to just move in a different parts of the fight. They know in a 5 versus 5 where Liquid are set up, it is not a good position to go in.
And of course, when it comes to those sentries, you're playing against the Nyx Assassin. Every time they're going to be placing a sentry down somewhere, whether it's an objective, most of the time an objective, of course, but that means you have a limited stock on that too. So you've got to plan pretty carefully. When we're putting a sentry down, it means we're committing to it. Mass TPs as well coming back home for Heroic. Let's see if they're willing to take this one now. They're still going into that Aegis. Schofield is charging in first. There's no sentry down to the ground, so that DK is going to get focused on right away. And they're going to take mid-game and get themselves an opener. All those BKB charges have been burnt, though. Do they have a TP canceled? They do. That Rolling Thunder is still going to last for long enough for them to focus down on Muerta and get themselves a second on the side of Heroic.
Very fast decision-making coming up from Heroic, right? DK doesn't have the Aegis. He's the one pushing the tower. This is a very important tower for us. Get him down. I understand Liquid putting it on the puck, but that would be if we want to run around the map, if we want to be catching them out, maybe buying a gem and putting it on the puck so that he can go and chase enemies down. But if you're going for this push, if the DK doesn't have that Aegis, it is going to be a rough thing to keep him alive. I mean, look at Heroic. They have a bunch of damage, and they have a bunch of lockdown as well, and a lot of it is single targets, which means that even a hero like a DK is going to die.
Yep. They're hitting a pretty good timing here as well when you think about the Storm and the Kez. This is kind of like the plus 22-minute mark when you're going to start to really gain control of your game. The main base plan is also around these next few minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And it has to work out. Otherwise, of course, there's the late game scaling for Liquid that you got to start worrying about at some stage if you can't cause enough damage. And a little bit of a stalking mission there once again by Schofield, just running around, running about, trying to get as much info that he can for his team, and stealing the shrine as well. Bit of extra experience there. That's a nice grab.
Yep, you don't expect it, right? It's going to be a Scuttle Nyx coming through. But the thing is, while Liquid were killing the Roche, Heroic were on this bottom side of the map, right? So they managed to ward in the enemy triangle, giving a lot of freedom for Schofield to move around.
Yuma gonna be jumping straight on top of Nisha, but does he have an extra follow-up lockdown? It doesn't look like it. After throwing in the daggers there, getting that insta-stun silence, that's gonna be all that he has. Liquid are moving towards that mid lane area. There is a Pugna potentially to greet them. They saw KJ under vision. He should probably also know that he's been spotted. There's vision somewhere around this area.
Nighttime.
And nighttime as well. No idea where he went. Just don't have a clue.
That was so close to that spotting him, and they got him in the end.
Oh, they did find him, but he's healing like a madman. Goes straight back to full HP. Glimmer's about to run out now, and they're going to spot him. As there's also the Nyx Assassin on the side. But is this just both supports dead? It does look like it. Liquid going to find 2 kills for themselves without a response. And that's a dominating spree as well for the DK out of all heroes. That's a lot of money for him.
Very surprised that they brought in the Nyx there as well. It was obvious that the Pugna was going to die. And this is an open area fight where the puck Aegis comes in handy quite a lot. That could have been even worse for Heroic if they decided to bring in even more heroes, but could have been a big highlight for us that you could have found on the FISSURE YouTube !F into chat if you want to watch the highlights from this tournament, previous tournaments, and of course future tournaments as well.
Yeah, we got some interesting bits with those players facing off against each other's in a series of tight questions, getting to know the players a bit better. Those are definitely going to be there. Might as well check them out.
I love Melrine telling Tofu, yeah, you definitely need to work on your gameplay a bit, because Tofu was saying how good the atmosphere was in the team. It's like, gameplay not so much, and it's like, yeah, you need to work on your gameplay.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not a secret. Net worth still tied at 30 minutes, 16-13 in our game 1. Win probability, of course, is saying a different story. 71% with that mid-tier 2 taken down, and all tier 2 still standing on the side of Liquid.
I got a bone to pick with you. You told me there's no middle ground with the Kez. 3, 2, and 8 feels like a middle ground to me.
For now. For now.
Radiant's bottom
that is true.
If the game ends this way, this would be a first.
Nisha still has the Aegis.
Gonna get jumped on with a Hex coming out from Whisper. The follow-up there to try and take that Aegis down. Nice save coming in from the Muerta, giving that Glimmer Cape a chance to fight back. But the DK is dropping really little. Mid-game gonna be chased by Yuma. They take him down. BKB rise back. He will not have it, nor his form. Meanwhile, Kez taking some big hits there from Ace, but Schofield giving the interruption, the disruption there as well. But they do have that Storm almost fully taken down. Whisper, he escapes from the fight. Buck is also still being dealt with, but he does have that Aegis. He'll have a second life. And Heroic, they're going to start pondering at this point. When are we getting out? Are we getting out of this one? Do we have to fight all the way to the end? Because they've just lost Yuma. And there's the second round from the puck. Nisha going to focus on Davai, trying to go for the TP out. It's not going to work out. The shackle shot's there to cancel the escape.
What a nice way to turn the targets from the puck. They jumped the puck, but that wasn't their target. They're like, wait for the DK. We have more than enough damage to take him down through the BKB. And we see what this Kez is doing. What the hell was that damage? Just taking him down from 100 to 0 rapidly.
6,000 damage dealt there on that Kez. But in the long run, of course, you want to play this hit and run style with this hero. But you got limits. You have limits. You need to be able to reset fully for a moment until you can be going back in. KJ, he's in some serious trouble in front of his tier 3 tower. That's going to be another one for Liquid.
And Liquid have a gem, right? We have been kind of thinking they need one as soon as possible in the game. They were a little bit hesitant to get it, but around the 30-minute mark is usually where the teams are looking to take that item. You still have an advantage in terms of tier 2s, and of course now you're going to have a big vision advantage as well. Like, look at that.
Great save.
Yep. But man, the Kez just melts the DK. Mickey did nothing. I think Mickey in this game maybe should focus on killing one of the supports. I think he can most definitely do it. And then just make it so that it's hard for Heroic to fight as a unit. Because then the puck bringing everybody down is going to be much easier when there's no Pugna saving people and when there's no Nyx Assassin stunning that puck. I always thought, I thought when he bought the BKB on the DK that he's going to be looking to kill this Nyx, because when you have a BKB, he's an easy target.
And I just have to say, I just absolutely love how Nisha plays this entire fight. Okay, first, he got saved by Tofu on that Muerta, gets the Glimmer Cape, lives just long enough. Then you go following up onto that next moment where Yuma is resetting, KJ's healing him up with the Pugna, we're waiting for cooldowns to come back up. Nisha's just holding his ground, getting a bit of damage, and the next time they fully focus, Yules, bam, I'm going up in the air. What you gonna do now? They try to reset and reposition. Nisha goes in deeper into the fight. He knows he has that Aegis, so he's constantly on the move and being super annoying for Heroic, and I just love to watch how he played that fight.
Yeah, and Heroic are trying to kill him without committing too much, right? Okay, we're gonna try to stun you and for you to die so that we have a lot of things left in the tank, and then they're not focusing him down to make sure that the Aegis pops, and it gives him so much freedom in that fight.
And that puts Liquid a 5k lead ahead of Heroic for the time being. But things can still change pretty rapidly.
Oh, they say on this, you're going to be needing a nullifier. This Nyx Assassin needs to die. If Nyx Assassin is able to go in first and survive with that A on disc, get the Spy Carapace off, force out some of the BKB, some of the spells of the enemies, and still get out and reset, that is going to be a big deal for Heroic. Because Heroic, they still want to do the same thing, create chaos in a fight. If Liquids start moving away from each other, imagine how easy it is for a Kez or a Storm to just pick them off one by one.
When you think about it, Aeon Disc on Nyx Assassin, it's like a perfect couple right there. Works so well with a hero because what you do, you stun, you disrupt. You don't need to deal damage. Mind Flare's a bonus.
Well, Liquid, they want to make something happen right now.
Just picked up the Daedalus as well for the Kez. This could be a chance for Heroic to respond as well if they can just get in a good position. They give the instant silence on him. They do have Davai rolling on the spot. Yuma, look at the damage he's dealing to that DK. He's pushing Mickey completely out of the fight. The DK gets nothing out in this one. But can Heroic take it in the end? The puck's almost getting blown up by Yuma. And there's the follow-up. They take Nisha down as well. Heroic finding big kills for themselves. Ace is also pushed to the side. Liquid can't fight this one. All the damage is gone, and all of you are dead. 3 on the side of Heroic. Cleanly take that fight, and that Daedalus timing couldn't have been any better for the Keds.
Yeah, it's very easy to understand what Yuma's job in this game is. See the DK, that is pop the BKB, and go for him. That is literally what he's using his BKB for, to just make sure that he's surviving while he's killing the Dragonite. And because you went for this kind of sacrificial build on the DK, you've got no chance. You cannot turn around and fight him. Your job is to kill the supports, and they did kill the Pugna, but quick buyback, instantly go in, and actually the more important of the two supports is the Nyx Assassin. He's free to just stun everybody up, and then the chase is on Liquid. They didn't stand a chance in that one.
Yep, so you could say that his theory is basically see no DK, speak no DK, hear no DK.
Exactly.
Just go with that. And there goes your 5K lead again. We're again back to an equal economic balance between the two. So this game one, absolutely going to be a very fun game, no matter how long this one's going to take. Win probabilities also bouncing back. Everything is in order in this game once again.
Also, Davai is queuing up a Battle Fury. I would assume that he is not going to finish it off, because I don't really see a clean reason why he should. But either way, he has a Basher right now, and that also does make the Spangle really, really scary. Remember his laning phase? I mean, look at him now. He pretty much has everything that he needs.
Yep. Well, I would say that if he ever finishes that Battle Fury on the Pango, that could be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think why. Maybe he's just messing with us.
That's exactly the case, Harry.
Yeah.
He's not going to do it.
We'll see, we'll see.
If he does, that would be a nice interview question as well to ask, like, why is he doing that? Why is he picking that one up? But I'm pretty sure he won't.
Yep.
They're always toying with us.
Well,
Lincoln's no one cares. That one makes a whole lot more sense. And we might have left something behind.
what is that? Let me check.
Let me guess. It's going to be like a raindrop, right?
No, it's a banner.
Oh, it's
man.
actually the banner. Okay, sure. Yeah, someone's going to figure out soon enough. Like, wait a minute. That wasn't Roche number 1.
You think?
Talks volumes again. Like, before we got the buffs to the Roche banner later on down, like, remember, like 2 years back, nobody wanted it. It was so bad. It was so useless that people were willingly leaving it into the Roche pit. The Roche banner we know today is actually pretty good because it's not just for the pushing sense. It gives you 1200 AoE vision. It lasts for a very long time. You can cast it from 1200 range, so you don't need to be right next to where you want to put it down. You can put it on a cliff, and you can see the entire area. It's like a temporary ward, right?
Yep.
Got a lot of good uses for it.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that currently in Dota, usually with the second Roche, you are poking at the high ground, so we usually see it used for that purpose.
Exactly.
But yeah, there are...
Celery did actually do it, where he just basically left after the fight. He just kind of left the banner behind, but that was just to see where they're coming from, where they're going from. They already lost that fight. So it was in the upper bracket versus Yandex.
They spot that ward. I saw a couple of pings, but I think those pings were from Heroic. And remember, that ward lost Team Spirit a game versus Bedboom. And I feel like Heroic, they have a really good lineup to jump in and burst that initial hero down, thus winning themselves a fight.
We got ourselves a big AoE Vortex also coming up for that Storm Spirit.
Getting delivered.
Things are getting, very hairy. No pun intended, as they're going to be jumping on Tofu, take themselves the first kill. Divine going to get the Rolling Thunder out as well. Ace, he'll try to disrupt Schofield, try to get some damage with this. The Aeon Disc popping. Can he make a run out of this one, though? He's stunning a lot of people. Whisper, waiting for those BKBs to run out. 2-man stun from Schofield as well. Schofield has survived this entire fight. Whisper, going for the reset, jumping down onto the low ground. And Yuma with a big jump in. With the Raptor dance and trying to focus on that Timbersaw. He's dropping low, 700 HP still to go through. And he cannot take him down. None at least fully. The Decrypt save there from King Jungle to prevent any extra damage onto Yuma. He keeps his Aegis for now. The damage has been dealt. They found 1 kill. Can they poke buildings? Because it looks like they did do somewhat of a full retreat, and maybe look at that tier 2 instead.
That Aeon Disc on the Nyx, allowing Yuma to be so patient. He was standing and waiting, but Liquid in this fight, really, really good positioning. Yes, it is their high ground, but really never putting anybody in harm's way, mainly the Dragonite. You can see that Mickey has tried with a different approach. Like, I know that Yuma is waiting for me, so I'm just gonna stay out of the fight. That is gonna keep their carry out as well.
They are still deciding to stick around. Still 1 minute and 40 seconds left on that Aegis on the Kiss. Divine going for the aggressive jump in. Nice roll-up timing. Manages to stuns the Vortex, hits the backline, and Ace is almost gone down completely. Gale Force is there, but is it going to be enough? It doesn't look like it necessarily, because they've blown up the Kiss for the first time. The coil is onto the Storm. 20 seconds until he has a BKB up on Whisper. Yuma goes for the Raven's Veil to get himself out of there. Divine also rolling Thunder to safety, but he needs to help out that Storm. They're going in and out with their recycling movements, but Liquid, they've got a good amount of control in this fight. They've kept their composure. Mickey's been dealing damage throughout this entire engagement. And this is probably one of the better fights for Liquid. Heroic, they weren't quite sure what they can get out of this fight, but Liquid knew exactly how to prolong just long enough to take the spirit out of Heroic.
Yeah, Mike seems like he's done with jumping into this fight. He's like, guys, I don't care. If their supports live for a very long period of time, it doesn't matter. I cannot go in and just get killed by Kaz. It instantly loses us the team fight. So it allows his team to poke. There's those Athoses, those Gleipnirs, the pokes, and finally, when heroes start dying, then Mike
Wait for it, and they're going to go on the DK once again with the lockdown. This time it's going to be enough, and Mickey out for 80 seconds. Ace, he's going to have to retreat out of this one, and Nisha following and watching. Heroic will find a kill. It does come out with a buyback from Schofield, but they're looking to find another. He's in position to maybe find that Timber Saw.
They want the supports.
Or instead, they might just go for Tofu. Good Gale Force there from Boxy. Able to slow down Schofield just enough so his scuttle runs out from his ult. Still on the chase though, the silence is there. There's the stun, and Divide with a Rolling Thunder to follow. They also found themselves in a deep position here, but no response from Liquid. They don't have that DK. They're gonna have to give this one up. So we're going coast to coast to coast, basically, inside just 1.5 minutes.
The thing is, Liquid right now, I don't think they have the firepower that Heroic has, right? So when Liquid are going for a push, it's actually very easy for Heroic to turn it on, jump in and blow up a hero. But for Liquid to get a fight win, it's much, much tougher. So at the moment, Heroic definitely holding the reins of this game.
Pretty sight right now.
They definitely are. This game has been, I wouldn't say back and forth in a sense of one team leads and the other does. It's been more like Heroic's just kind of equalizing the whole time, and then maybe looking slightly better in some sense, and then Liquid gets away, and then Heroic catches up again. Probably one of the more even games that we've had in the course of this entire FPG2.
Exactly, right? So both of the teams hitting their timings, and both of the teams realizing throughout the game like what the weaknesses are versus the opponents, and then adjusting in those fights.
And adapting.
Yeah, this is the classic tier 1 Dota that you want to see. Tier 2 teams aren't able to adapt mid-game, but both of these teams have done so multiple times.
Yep. Swift Link is also now up on the Kez, so we're getting into our luxury item territory. Also hits level 25, so that extra Echo Slash is going to be up.
Is Mike gonna buy a Ghost Scepter in the end? He's going for a Satanic. Okay, that's gonna keep him alive. Finally, he's gonna be able to do it. The thing is that if it's only the Kez on top of him, I'm not sure it's gonna help him all that much.
Regeneration.
Did we ever go for the Battle Fury on the Pango?
Yes, he got it.
So we did go for.
I'm kidding, he didn't.
Of course. Now you're making jokes on me. Nisha gonna get jumped on by Whisper, and they also have that DK at the back. Schofield hits the stun on one. But also Nisha saves him from that initial stun as well. Foxy does get the shackles up to follow. That's a damn techie Storm Spirit. They're getting pulled in with a Gale Force. He gets a BKB off though, and able to reset. That Nyx Assassin not gonna be as lucky. That's gonna be a dieback. He's gone for 105 seconds on the Nyx, and looking for even more. Ace. If only he knew. Probably didn't have the detection with him. And that could have been a catch on the Pango potentially. He sees Yuma, goes in for the Gleipnir. Nisha's going to follow up. That's a BKB to get the teleport off.
No bashers, he's going to be able to get himself away. But Liquid, the way that they're fighting in this game right now, it is beautiful. They're just poking at the tankiest, the hardest to kill hero. Nobody's committing. They just know, don't get out of the position and you will win. And also, the Nyx Assassin being dead now means that the Roche is going to be easy for them. And Panda, I know you're getting annoyed. Somebody will check the pit at some point. Somebody will.
Somebody will, maybe. 30 seconds until Roche is going to be spawning on the other side. Actually, it will spawn inside this particular pit, so someone's going to spot that banner. Satanic now done on the DK2, and Heroic instantly on the move, though they don't have their Nyx Assassin for another 50 seconds, but they need to get out there. They need to get a bit of information. They've got no wards on either of those Roche pits. So they're kind of walking in blind, so they have to leave out of the base, even if they have only 4 players up.
So right now, Liquid, because they have the advantage of the hero being dead, you want to either go for kills, continue that, or shove out the waves. Shoving out the waves is just the easier play, and we already talked about it. Their ability to just jump in and blow somebody up isn't really there. So they're afraid of just running towards their opponents because they know that it can backfire. So I like what they did. Shoved in the mid lane, shoved in the bottom lane. Somebody from Heroic is going to have to address that, or you're losing a lot of farm, potentially a tower.
That's the Nullifier also queued up, which I was hoping Liquid's going to be picking up at some point, going for the puck.
You need
it even harder.
This Nyx Assassin needs to die, and he's actually a very easy target to bring down if you do have the Nullifier. And he's going for Yules as well. This Nyx is not going to be happy when that comes out. got 3 of his items completely countered. 4 basically, if you count the Solar Crest as well.
Well, we're gonna play the patience game for now. Roshan is back home. And there's the first smoke set up there. You got Liquid, of course, setting themselves ready. They gotta be awake. They gotta react fast. At least with those blink daggers, things get a lot easier.
This is a tough one for Liquid. Heroic has a lot of buybacks, especially on their cores. They've got all 3. I mean, they've got one on the Pugna as well. And you've got the outpost advantage around this Roche. So Liquid, they have to be careful. They have to be staying back and waiting.
There's a chance we might even get like a double vendetta off because it's already coming off cooldown by the time this fight's potentially starting. Liquid will now finally smoke themselves up too. Mickey's already popped. Schofield is nearby. They see where he is and he rushes in. He gets hit by the dust, gets caught by the rod. There's the backline hit as well from the Storm Spirit trying to lock down that Mickey DK. Ace and Morta also right next to each other. And there's that Storm just getting blown to smithereens. They'll get Whisper. Yuma will find a response off of Foxy. That's just the support win though. And we're down to a 4v4. The whole split from Heroic going in multiple directions. Going for that Delta split. Ace is still on the chase though. Moxie coming in with the buyback. They've got Divine locked in and he will die as well. All spells on cooldown. Nothing he could have done in that situation.
That was a solo one fight by Foxy. What did he do? He jumped into the backlines and there he's keeping the Kez away. So that finally allows Mickey, okay, now I can commit. Now I can kill this Storm Spirit, and killing him, it doesn't even take that long. When the Storm is dead, you know that the fight is yours. You start pushing them back and they also got one more kill. That was the vibe. The Roche will be going for their side. Liquid, who do you give it this time around? I think Mickey might be the one this time around. Yep, he's opening up his inventory.
All right, let's see if there's a potential steal attempt from Schofield. He's going to try and make the play. He got so close, but he won't be able to pick it up as he gets sent up in the air with the Yules. And it doesn't look like he got anything out of the pit. Very valuable play. Tofu is going to drop to Yuma. He'll find one, and they're all surrounding that Nyx Assassin. Finally take down big bad evil Schofield. But man, that was really close. That timing was almost perfect. And
they just don't like the Roche items. I mean, just you live with it. You would expect we were hyping it up. South America, they don't get the jitters no matter who they play against. Liquid, they've got so much experience. They're definitely gonna be doing everything right. And now we're seeing that definitely the land jitters are getting.
You know the basic fundamentals, right? Roche 3. They've already saw the banner down the ground. They picked it up for themselves and like, surely this is Roche 3 because we got a refresher shard down as well. Didn't he used to drop this edible thing as well? You know, it's still out there.
I think I understand what the problem is here. I don't know about the banner though, but the food in Serbia, it is not easy on the stomach. So maybe they're done, right, with the food, with the cheeses, with all of that, and they just want
I
to
hope you're not talking about like food poisoning cases, right?
No,
that would be pretty bad advertising.
No, it's hard on the stomach. You get big, you get strong, but you know, you might need to chill out a bit after.
All right, solid. Nyx Assassin's buyback is also back up, so that means all 5 are up for Heroic. Liquid are looking to push. It's been a while since we've seen Liquid on this side of the map going for an objective. Last time around, they got pushed back. Is it going to be the same case again? 2-man lockdown. The leash is there from the coil onto 2, but big damage coming in from Heroic. They got Nisha. They're going to go for Ace as well. He does get the axe off though, so he has that extra barrier for himself, and he's going to explode in a second. Whisper almost blows up because of it, but he was able to get out with 500 HP. Mickey still holding on to that Aegis, and Schofield getting caught at the back. Nisha did come in with a buyback, and understanding this is a chance for Liquid to deal some serious damage to that Heroic base, given that they win that fight.
Nisha jumping into the middle of the fight and getting caught, that is a problem. But he does have a refresher shard, right? So he's got the ulti anyways. You see that he's not sure what to buy. Should he get an Nullifier? Should he get an Aghanim Scepter? Both of those items make a lot of sense. Now that he's got this refresher shard, maybe an Axe would make a little bit more sense than the Nullifier.
And they also got double gems because they understand that this fight is spreading quite a lot. They want to have eyes on Schofield everywhere in the fight, at the back line, at the front line, no matter what. So double gem strategy, not a bad idea. He brought it with him as well from the base.
DK now has over 50 armor.
It's the Nullifier, the Hex coming out onto the DK. Big 3-man Vortex, followed up by the Pango. Schofield with a full-up stun, but just not enough damage. They're not able to take down Mickey or Ace or Tofu, and it's dragging along for such a long time. Another stun from Schofield with the Carapace, and now Liquid's going for the turn. Mickey's right there. baseline, flies right through. Whispers low, they'll take down Yuma. They got the Kez, and they'll look for even more. Keep Heroic stuck inside their base. Schofield taking some punishment from Nisha, and Ace is going to be right next to him as well. Got the fear off as well from the dead shot. Blink stunned, the DK set himself up for a potential kill for the side of Heroic, and they got the Aegis. That will be one way to go. Can they keep it up? Boxy is out. Nisha doesn't want to have anything to do with this fight, and that DK, no TP, cancelled by the Basher, and they'll take Mickey down as well. Heroic's not letting go of this game easily, Harry.
Yeah, the DK now at this point in the game, with him having level 25, he's no longer an easy target for the Kez. Like, I jump him, I kill him. It's much, much tougher than that. But when you go this deep inside of the enemy base, I get it. They saw an opportunity. We killed the Nyx now. We might just end the game, but they just got pulled into a position where they didn't want to be. Onisha.
Still, the hunt is on, potentially hoping to find him as well. There is that Kez, and a bit of a distance with Schofield right behind, but Nisha, he knows how important that life of his is right now. That'll be 5.5 minutes without a buyback, plus the dieback penalty.
Exactly, but the Refresher Storm, man, that's a big one. The jumps from Whisper have definitely been on point, and now with the double BKB and the double Vortex, Liquid teamfight is going to be very, very hard. I think this DK might be the only one that you can dangle forward, and I'm not even sure that even he survives through the damage of Heroic.
Yuma's gonna get to work. That building's taking a lot of damage. Whisper was hoping to find two heroes. Instant call from Nisha. They got the lockdown. They got themselves that Mortza dealt with Divide. Trying to deal as much as possible on that Mortza, but is it going to be enough with Whisper following up as well? He got the Fierce to bail out. Whisper gonna have to BKB himself out, but he got themselves that Vortex on two, and Nisha won't be able to right-click through. They got themselves Divide out. They got themselves a Storm to safety. Long-range dead shot comes in flying onto King Jungles, but Liquid with two members down will suffice with just pushing Heroic away for now.
Without that refresher, Whisper was actually dead. He had to refresh to pop the BKB once again to get himself away. So getting a little bit ahead of themselves. I thought that, I mean, you have a Kez, right? You are supposed to be pushing really, really fast, and they still jumped into the backlines. You could see that they weren't really on the same page. Kez didn't follow up on that Storm jump, even though it wasn't half bad.
Oh, some serious damage dealt by that Kez so far, 54k. So technically he's doing 1,000 damage with every passing minute in this game. That's quite a lot for a Kez going this deep in.
I'm sorry I doubted you, Panda. This Kez, 13-4 and 11. He is looking hella solid, but I'm liking Liquid. They are itemizing for armor, right? You've got an AC, you've got a Shiva on the Timber Saw, so you might survive through that burst damage of the Kez. And if he loses his BKB, which he does have 2 charges off with the refresher, and gets stunned up, this Kez is still a target that can very, very easily go down.
Let's see what the plan is going to be here. Who wants to pick up that piece of eye, that gem?
Who has a spot in their inventory?
Yep, exactly. Who wants to take this one? We kind of need it, but Boxy's going to be the one carrying it on the side of Liquid. So with that previous fight going on, they gave up one of the gems. Liquid had that double gem on the bottom lane push, gave one away, so Heroic able to at least gain some control of their territory, even though they're going to have to play from their base by the looks of it. Taking it very easily, very cautiously.
Ags on the puck is a game changer. I don't know if you've been noticing, but Nisha has been very conservative when jumping into the fights. This allows him to do a lot, even just staying behind, right? He also has an Arcane, and we'll see if Heroic gives them a fight during that one. But when you got a Parasma and then Aghanim Scepter level 25 on the puck, you do a lot of damage without even being present in an engagement, and this is going to be making it a lot easier for him to play. He's just staying behind doing nothing, and they're thinking, when is my puck actually going to be doing some damage with this? It is coming.
Over here now.
Still love how that piece of goat cheese is still hanging out there in the Roche pit. Still not being picked up by anybody, so someone's going to get a double round the next time they walk into the Roche pit. Be happy with that.
Nice
but again, who has the inventory space for such items, right?
Yeah, you know, we might turn it into a block of cheese. It could happen. So then it won't matter that much, though. I still like it more when people use it mid-fight than rather just be like, okay, I'm gonna eat it now.
Yeah. It's going to be a Daedalus as well coming up for that DK. So Mickey is going to punch even harder than he did. He can slowly start moving away from those early game items that he set up on this build and start being that ultimate late game right clicker that just deletes people out of the way. Of course, you're dealing with a lot of armor, Kez naturally has a lot. Pango, the same problem, also builds into armor naturally. Nyx Assassin's probably just going to throw in the stun. If you don't have your BKB on, I don't think you're really getting through any of these heroes easily, so maybe he's just going to have to find a target to focus on. And hey, people are pinging it out like, hey, there's a cheese still in the pit.
Yeah, well, it wasn't Heroic who found it, but we are seeing that Heroic fans, not gonna lie, they're a bit louder, which is weird, right? In Serbia especially, like the old school teams, Liquid and Nigma, Secret, the OG, they would have the most fans.
Absolutely, but hey, SA, they make noise.
Yep.
They definitely do. They always do. It's gonna be another Roshan going to the way of Liquid this time. Heroic's not gonna be nearby to take the challenge. Instead, they're gonna trade for a Tormentor. That's gonna be a shard for the Pugna. Extra cast range on a Nether Ward. Pretty nice this late into the game.
No, the biggest thing
doesn't hurt you. Hey, there's a cheese on the ground again, by the way. So
pick it up.
I was like, Tofu's just toying with us. Like, should we leave it on the ground again?
Yeah, he's,
nah, we're gonna take it.
So now you've got 2 cheeses. Considering that your inventories are full, you would want the fight to reset. But lately, Heroic haven't been able to burst down a hero in a fight. So I think this is gonna be quite valuable for Liquid. I don't think that Heroic want to commit full on, right? You've got these refreshers. You want to go in first. You want to force out the BKBs, and then with the refreshers go in again. But if Liquid can save those because they have a cheese to just get themselves back up to full, that'll be nice. Is Boxy? Yeah, Boxy's probably gonna hold it. He does engage quite deep in, but also it is much better if you tell him, put something in the backpack, he gives you the cheese, you eat it, there is no downtime. But if it's in your backpack, you have to wait for those 6 seconds.
Taking hits.
They also got some flowers of their own as well on the side of Heroic, just to get an extra pump of healing, at least on Schofield's Nyx Assassin. They are marching out. That's a 25 Nyx too. Everyone's pretty much closing up on that timing, but they're going to get the jump. The Carapace comes up first. Whisper follows over the vortex, jump with the back line. Devine's going to be following on this as well. It's going to be really easy for the Pango to keep them controlled, but they want to break that fight. Liquid once again on the move, and Ace is instantly following on Schofield, close to getting it. He eats one of the flowers, keeps himself up and running, but Schofield already dead and still fighting in the jungle side. Nisha holding his ground. Defy will go down. Liquid get themselves 2 kills, and that might just be a situation where you might have to force that buyback from the Pango. Nyx just got his back, and Kez is still down 40 seconds, so crucial moments here.
Patience is the name of the game for Liquid. You can see that they are never committing, even though the Nyx runs in. They see a spike Carapace. Okay, guys, don't panic. Take it easy. We'll run him down when he doesn't have it, and he's got no A on this.
And that's another jump as well. The banner is placed down, but there's no creeps around. As they got the coil again onto, doing a bit of damage there. Is it going to be enough for Nisha? As they got Sun set up as well from Schofield. Davai on the side. He's still got the storm in the middle. Of Fear is there. Mickey is down. Whisper will fall as well. Ace will take that one for himself. Heroic though, down to 4. They're still not buying back the storm. They know it's a pretty crucial play. Nice force-up saves, not gonna be enough. Nisha will get the kill on Schofield anyway. He's down for 2 minutes.
The Parasma damage kicking in. Now the question is, do you think that you can end this game right here and now? Considering how patient Liquid were throughout the game, I don't think they need to hurry. They've definitely found the winning recipe when it comes down to these fights.
Radiant's mid-rags ain't looking so hot.
That's going to be a range Rax going down. It's time to wake up. There's some Dota going on.
And the Rapier as well.
Radiant's mid-rags
almost closing up in a 6-minute game. Heroic's going to get the jump on there. The Timber getting almost blown up. There's the heal coming in from that first cheese at least. But is it going to be enough for Heroic to get that Timber down and out of the way? The lockdown is there. Ace will fall and pushing away that Muerta as well. Down to 3 on the side of Liquid. Heroic will get to hold, but it comes with a buyback from Whisper. Can Yuma find another? No, but Whisper's going to go for the chase onto that Muerta, get the lockdown in, and take Tofu down. Still hungry for more, but Whisper can't find another target. And Heroic get to stretch the game a bit more.
The Rapier making a difference, right? But still, the armor of this DK, the armor of this Timber Saw, even this Kez that we would expect to just cut him down quite easily. He's got almost 900 damage. It's not that easy for him to do so. Also, I haven't been talking about it, but man, Tofu has been so disruptive with his Muerta. He's level 25 through death charges, and with an Aghanim Scepter, man, it is so hard to deal with. You have to pick up to use those BKBs at a perfect timing. And Heroic, you can see, they get a pull on 3 heroes, and they still don't want to pop the BKBs because they know that initial one isn't gonna be enough for the kills.
So We're going into tier 5 neutral territory now. Let's see what big items we're picking up, at least for the Storm. Looks like he's got himself a Wind Waker as well on top of that neutral item. Whatever it's going to be, it's going to be some frantic jungle farming for the next minute.
Yep, everybody wants those. We'll see which ones come out. Imagine Kez with the Undying, right? He dies and then he just doesn't care and continues going in.
Well, there's some nice collection of items to pick up from. Maybe you stick with Whisper of the Dread, you know, it's OP.
Well, he, if I look at the Kez, he didn't get the Helm of the Undying, but he got the Deso. We'll see, maybe the Minotaur Horn is the way to go. Nope, it is going to be the Deso.
Stygian Desolator, all right, on top of the Desolator.
It stacks, so
and
it's...
one Divine Regalia for Whisper, and that's going to be a cool one to have.
That's a big one for sure, right? The Storm Spirit, when you have a Shard, when you have an Aghanim Scepter and level 25 talent, which he does, your damage output is insane.
The elements of surprise, like they like to say. That could definitely work with that Storm hitting 25 and having the Shard. All things coming together. He's almost 20. He's at 28 right now, so he'll have the final pieces towards his remaining talents. Liquid, though, they're in a good position still. All buybacks are up. All lanes of racks are still up.
Show us the... show us Spango. He should be very, very small.
Very small.
Yeah, look at him. He's got the unrelenting eye. Either he's shrunken in size.
Harder to click, you know. Can help. Can help.
I think the hitbox should remain the same, if I'm not mistaken.
My hero might be small, but Devi's got a big heart.
Ace is staying with the Pericloak for now. He doesn't know what to get. I guess Pericloak wouldn't be too bad. Maybe Book of the Dead if they want to be shoving out the waves a little bit.
Potential for another Regalia, but for the Timber Saw, I mean, like his damage is kind of into the mid game. Guess he could be a late game killer as well in the hero box. He's got himself a nice one. Really like to see that coming into play as well, because it's an easy setup for reposition, get a good Gale Force, or even the Shackle Shot. Just get a double stun going.
Well, Timber still with the Pericloak. I feel like it might be the best one for him, considering how much damage Ace is taking. Nah, he goes for the Book of the Dead. Okay, so shoving out the waves is
Tier
more
5's
important.
too good. Too good. Swapping everything out.
I guess anything out of the ordinary, not really. Tofu has spider legs, that's big, right? His positioning is going to be huge in these fights. And Boxy's got the Fallen Sky. The way that he has been playing in the game thus far is just jumping in, finding Kez, finding heroes to keep away from his teammates, right? So even if the Storm gets a good jump, there's no follow-up damage. With the Fallen Sky, it's even easier to do so.
The reason we've been even bringing up these tier 5 neutrals and their importance because this game has been so tight up till this point. They know exactly where they're coming from. The instant call from Nisha, and they run themselves the Kez control. But Yuma, will he survive long enough? No! He's going out for this one. And Heroic down, a big member of their team. Soulfield is also low. Divine trying to control the backline, but Mickey's dishing out big hits. And they got themselves King Jungles down as well. The Helm of the Undying will keep him alive for a bit longer. Storm going for the TP out with the BKB. It's a long teleport, but he's able to get out just in time. 2 members of Heroic down do have buybacks. Luckily, it's just those 2. If you look at it from a Heroic's perspective, Liquid a bit unlucky.
Yeah, but you gave a rapier, right? So this DK, we were talking about the slow approach of the DK, self-sacrificial build. Does this look like a sacrificial build to you? Because he's got all of the big damage and defensive items. Like, this is as strong as you get.
Yeah, exactly. He moved away completely from that previous build and just goes straight for being the ultimate right-clicker alongside Nisha and that puck. And Liquid in a very good position right now. Closing up on taking that bottom lane. Another range racks to fall. And with the help of the Book of the Dead units, very fast push. Can they get the Megas? That's probably what they're looking for. And most importantly, will Kez buy back?
I think he has to, right? How are you gonna be dealing with those Mega Creeps? It's just gonna be, we saw what happened now if Liquid are the first one initiating. They have their items to fight you, so it's now or never. The Storm Spirit zipping in.
Schofield got jumped on first. He's almost losing his life completely. His Nyx Assassin is not coming back, and there's no response from Heroic. They're just gonna let him fall. Schofield out for over 1.5 minutes. Whisper comes in, Kez with the buyback as well. The buy gonna fall off. Not as quick. It's going to be enough to take down these Liquid heroes now. As there's Ace still in the middle. Bango's still surviving. Mickey hasn't lost any of his HP. 2 strong indeed. Pushes Devi all the way back. And GG, that is game number 1 in the bag for Liquid.
Pretty much how a bird versus a dragon should go. He's been killing him for the entirety of the game, and now it has come to a point where I take your item, and then I take your life.
What a fight they put up here, both sides. It was bouncing back and forth. The balance of power was even for quite a lot in this game. Liquid, of course, these later portions, they're scaling with those with the DK and the puck just comes in better together against Heroic. And obviously, when you're looking for answers in your draft, how do we
And then Vici Gaming trying to slow down Heroic to a point where they're like, okay guys, what do we do? How do we move around the map? How do we actually catch them?
back in the end? Late game is not going to look good for Heroic, so that's a positive I see for Vici Gaming if the game stretches.
That coming into that late game, it only works if they are somewhat equal. If Heroic are ahead and they've got more towers, the sheer vision problem will never allow Vici Gaming to really get a good fight off. So I don't think Heroic should necessarily hurry to end the game, but they should definitely in the mid game be looking to get an advantage. If you start losing with this Heroic lineup, that's definitely a problem. However, I remember I used to be a big Meepo player, and Bristleback was never too big of an issue, especially in the later portions of the game, because you're attacking him from all sides basically, and Meepo does tend to burn down the Bristleback quite quickly.
In the late game, it could be problematic. You can still burn his mana, though. You're still a disperser builder on the Meepo. But maybe you're right about that. But I do agree on the fact that we need to have this game even for a very long time for Vici Gaming to really look towards the late game. So you're going to play with the early timings of the Bristleback and the puck. Hopefully the puck snowballs. He's going to have a good lane versus the Lycan. So you have already 2 heroes to play with. Then you have to withstand the timings of Heroic. So Vici Gaming's advantage moves over to Heroic side. And that will last either until the game ends or until we go to late game where it goes back to Vici Gaming. So it's kind of like Vici, then Heroic, then Vici. That's how I see it on theory.
The one problem I have, you know, when you mentioned the puck versus Lycan, Lycan should be able to win that lane handily. He's not gonna kill the puck, but Lycan has better animation, better damage. He's tanky. This is literally the type of hero that the puck hates laning against. You know, your DKs, your primal beasts, your fat boys with a lot of damage. Those are the heroes that he just loses the lane against quite handily. So we'll see what they can do. The rotations from the support is definitely better from Heroic, but that's also something that we need to keep in mind, that when it comes to rotating to the mid lane, it's not like the Disruptor and the Phoenix are going to be of help. They can be if the Lycan overextends first, but I think that's the thing. Whisper, if he just decides to play this lane as I'm going to farm and deny,
well,
fine.
Looking at bottom, we're going to get a first blood under the tower. The Ursa will fall for Divine Llama, and Heroic, they don't take any time to kick in the full cylinders to get that first kill. So that's a solid start.
This is what happens with the Twin Terror, or basically any double attack. Did he? I think he went for the... No, he actually went for the Icebreaker, but either way, the Tusk and the Jakiro. Exactly. It's the similar thing when you've got a... You're
gonna go again.
Far in the Tusk.
An attempt to take down this Phoenix. His Fire Spirits are on cooldown. DY dropping dangerously low. Dropped to 100 HP. Schofield seizing a moment there for himself, and Ursa decided to take that, well, kind of had to take the long walk home because he didn't have a teleport scroll to work with, so he had to buy an extra smoke too. Get himself back in. So Ursa now at 0 last hits. The Vi is already at 6.
If the Phoenix got the level 2, so he's not going to be dying in that lane. Because the Phoenix is very vulnerable in that lane, level 1. Meanwhile, bottom, man, they really want to fight on Heroic.
Yep, Pop going straight in onto King Jungles. WS will get the kill on this Jakiro. Yuma left alone for the time being. There's your equalizer.
Meepo is a high armor hero, so versus a Bristle back in the lane, at least the Meepo should be fine. That's why with the Jakiro, in this lane in particular, you should try to stay behind the Meepo, and you can fight the Bristle back, especially once you get the extra Meepo. Your lane becomes much easier.
Schofield is trying to angle again onto DY, but have to force out the Fire Spirits again. It was just coming off cooldown, so DY is probably saying, like, yeah, we don't have to force it right now, we can try it later. There's a 3 last hits to the 12 on the Night Stalker, so still that first kill did cause some issues. And Schofield, wow, that was a piece of art right there.
For sure. This bottom lane, you don't have to play aggressive any longer if you're Heroic. Just take it easy, poke at them a little bit, and you're just naturally going to be winning this lane.
Yep.
The thing is,
damage
Phoenix
has already been done.
Exactly. Phoenix and Ursa are now hard to kill, and if you're going for them, you might just put yourself in a position where they can turn. You don't need that at all. This lane is already perfect for you. I mean, every lane is.
Top lane, quick glimpse there onto King Jungles. Actually sends him back to safety, so WS and Planet won't have an angle to punish the Jakiro. At least they're both farming pretty well there. While DY and Lu are going to have to find some answers to this lane soon. The lane is pushing in. They cannot split. The moment they do, Tusk and Night Stalker will jump you. That's why they're hugging each other's and hoping that that lane equilibrium will naturally balance out. But that's kind of hoping, because it is going to cost Ursa some last hits.
Yuma is coming. With him, they can go for the Ursa for sure.
Marked in the Meepo, and here we go. The moment Phoenix disappears for a second, no Fire Spirits. Ursa getting rooted up, and Yuma's there to help secure the kill and takes it as well.
Beautiful. This is beautiful how they played this lane. Like, the lane was in front of their tower all this time, and as soon as it started moving, Yuma was already there to punish Ursa. So even now, when the lane is closer to his tower, he cannot get the CS at all.
Alright, well.
Man, don't kill him again. Have mercy. Finally, they get the pull off. Okay, it's salvaged. Nothing is salvaged, but at least it's gonna be able to get a couple of hits underneath the tower.
Yuma, alright, there's a TP coming in from the Disruptor now, and Meepo's like, I'm just gonna give a quick warning and try to force the Disruptor elsewhere. Disruptor actually ran out of mana, and pressure in the top lane. King Jungles might actually go down. Yeah, he's dead. He recognizes it as well, that there's no way out of this one anymore. But Yuma has already come back to bottom. And remember, Fire Spirits are cooldown again. DY really hasn't had a chance to use them efficiently because he's been spamming them the whole time. And this Ursa is having an absolute nightmare of a game. Oh my god, this is something. If you can get into the heads of your Chinese counterparts, man, Heroic are doing exactly the right thing to do it. So I don't know, they're probably having some bona caralo, some kind of yells going on in there, but it's working. It's working.
It's perfect, man, what they're doing. So if you look at it in this game, it's not that great of a Tusk game to rotate on other lanes, but it is an awesome lane for the Meepo to go towards the Tusk, and they're using this perfectly. So that lane, the Ursa on the bottom lane, you naturally should not die versus a Tusk and a Night Stalker. Should be a quite easy lane for you, and they made it an absolute nightmare. As you mentioned, the Night Stalker is doubling the Ursa. You know, you do not see this. This never happens. And that's even gonna continue. Look at him. He's in the jungle on the opponent side of the map, the only place where he feels safe.
Support Ursa, anyone? to look like it's a really rough start for Lu. And he's rotated top this time around, but they're gonna miss out on a chance to kill Yuma or King Jungles. One thing you could do is push down this T1 tower with this catapult wave and open up the map here so that the Ursa could maybe then move over here and then send the Ursa back elsewhere.
Whisper is gonna make sure that doesn't happen. He went into the jungle.
Scopefield's getting couriers. That's one. That's two. Planet and WS. Also, the couriers down. That's 85 gold each for heroic.
The money. Ursa is going back to the bottom lane. He's like, there's no Tusk. Maybe I can get a couple of creeps. He's level freaking 3.
We have a bit of a meme going on in in our scene where it's kind of like, yeah, this is good for us. You know, we're trying to find positives out of the worst situations. Like, yeah, we got a level 3 support Ursa. This is good for us.
You know,
actually, it's not. But
you've got a level 5 Phoenix. That's the thing, and we talked about the Phoenix being one of the key components of the Vici gaming lineup. So, you know, if you want to approach it that way, we could.
Hey, we got a level 5 Phoenix. That's good for us. You get the points. You get the points already, you know? That's how it works.
I try to be positive. At least now they do have a ward onto the Twin Gate, so Blue is gonna be aware that they're coming for him. The problem is that Ursa, without the power treads, really doesn't farm the jungle fast at all.
Gonna run into Schofield. Wolves are also coming in here. So the Wolves don't really get the extra tag team damage here, so it's just Schofield doing the damage on his own. But Whisper, when you get the main hero into action, here's the glimpse, snowball to dodge it. Beautiful.
They caught the Phoenix as well.
Radiant's dead. White dead, planet dead.
Dire's top tower.
The guys were killing their cores because they're definitely in a better spot than the Ursa is in. So right now, I'm sorry, Panda, but I don't see the that's good for us moment for Vici Gaming. I've been as optimistic as I could have.
Well, we got a Bristle back at the top of the network. That's good for us. Okay. So we'll still something to work with. Just putting all of our faith in it.
A prize.
Yeah, XM is still also clean. So back is 2 kills. There's still some tools to work with. Just we're gonna have to do it without the Ursa. So if you were ever thinking about that late game, there's gonna be a lot of space creating involved in this game for Vici Gaming. There's no other way out of this.
I think before he gets his Battle Fury, the Ursa might decide to join the fight a couple of times. Right now, he doesn't have too much mana, but let's say if there's an opportunity for him to come to a fight, he's gonna take it. Because if you die one more time, it doesn't destroy your game any more than it's already destroyed. That is true only once you get the Battle Fury. So if he sees an opportunity, I'm expecting Luke to be joining in.
Also a good moment to use that opportunity to spy on some tickets at the ticket website for Fissure Playground 2 in Belgrade, Serbia, at the Sub Center at the end of this week on the 31st, on Friday, and of course throughout the weekend. !smart ticket into chat or click the banner below the stream where you're seeing it right now. You can just hover over there. That's also one way to get to the ticket website and purchase your tickets to the $1 million LAN. This is the last day of the Swiss. You're going to see Vici or Heroic there. Planet's making some big stacks, and those are spotted by King Jungle. They know about it. XM will be able to get the orb away before Jakiro landed that ice path. Why Planet? They're all grouping up. Whisper is inside the kinetic field for the time being. And the buy is like, you want to farm this stack? Sure. Let's go for it.
They've got perfect vision. They've got 2 wards. They did get scanned out, but you need the Bristle back. Have a chance of defending this. I guess at least Whisper now without the shapeshift is not as dangerous.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
These are the stacks that were primarily meant for the Battle Fury on the Ursa. They would have been able to clean in, say, 3 minutes, maybe 4 minutes, but I have to wait a bit longer for that. The buy, a core kill, that will do them some good. DY will pick this one up on the Phoenix.
No, I died because he wanted to deny his neutral. So that's the only reason that he's like, I'm not giving you 100 gold. I'm giving you, how much did he give them? 700. Okay, that's not a good trade, to be honest.
Worth. Okay. Hey, that's good for us.
At least it's not 800 gold if they killed both. But he was definitely out on that Night Stalker. It's nighttime, didn't see him. And, he decided to stick it to them a little bit more. You know, when the game is going this well, you just want to crush them even more. And this is him being going for it a bit too much.
Work on that Lotus Orb on the Bristleback. He's still off to a good start towards it, which played also for the puck. Not quite done, but soon. Soon TM.
Radiant's mid tower.
Whisper's also going to hit a very fast timing on the Helm of the Overlord, considering how things have been going for Heroic. But it's still only a 2k net worth lead, so if you think about the Ursa's game being in the dumpster, it's not that far behind when you think about it.
Radiant's mid tower.
I've seen worse.
What is this? What is this Bristleback doing up though?
So much for the Radiant's curve.
Okay, he's got it, right? But with the Ring of Health, Vitality Booster, and Energy Booster. He doesn't need another Ring of Health, right?
Let's see.
Oh, that's a Vanguard. Okay, my bad. Damn crazy. Just looked
I was also thinking, like, is he going for Crimson most likely?
Yeah, I saw those 3 items in the quick buy. I thought he already had all the components of the Lotus Orb. Like, that doesn't build anything, my friend. But yeah, it's now it makes a little bit more sense.
Dire's mid tower.
They've got 2,000 net worth since 8 minutes into the game, so 5 minutes of a pretty even pace. Yes, there is a bit of a downside for Heroic as well, that their heroes don't exactly farm that fast. Lycan maybe does, but the Night Stalker doesn't, and the Meepo needs a bit of time to get his engines running before his net worth starts to really pop off.
I mean, right now, Meepo should be the fastest farmer with him being level 11.
Maybe. I mean, I still think Lycan farms a bit faster. But I guess you're maybe now reaching the critical point of Meepo's farm pace. Bounty! Get more of those meeples around the map and things get a bit easier.
This is the Chinese team being able to slow down the game. Like, even with that start that they had, they only opened up the Ursa tower. It took them a little bit longer to open up the mid lane tower. Needed the full Overlord on the Lycan. But I think the main item that Heroic are looking for is that Orchid. So once the Lycan gets that, it's going to be changing the game significantly. I even thought he might get it before the Overlord. He gets the Domi and then the Orchid. Would have actually been a solid approach to the game.
Devi's going to run into WS. He doesn't want to take the fight to him, so that's his blink at least shown, if he hasn't shown it before. Under vision. Whisper in the Helm of the Overlord. You've got the Prowler Shaman charging in on the Disruptor. That's going to be an easy pick. The Silence, he can't even use his Calypse. Running in circles a bit. They're bringing in reinforcements. Meepo needs to get here ASAP if they want to win this fight, because Devi's already dropped down to XM. That's not a good trade for Heroic.
I thought they were just
never got in position.
I thought they were just going for forcing out TPs. I never really thought that they were gonna commit 100% on the Disruptor. It's a dangerous hero to commit on, especially as a Night Stalker. You always need to assume that he's gonna be getting his spells off, because the repulsion will push you away. It's not like you have a BKB this early on, so pretty optimistic, I'd say, for Heroic to go for a move like that.
That's a trade BG Gaming's happily gonna take.
Time.
That Night Stalker down. Devi kind of has to stick back with the farming idea. Keep those lanes pushed out. Try to live on those Yuma timing. I mean, Yuma does have that Diffusal Blade Dragonlance, so he probably was ready to fight, but he wasn't near enough when Heroic took that engagement. That's probably why he went that badly. Now he goes in again. Let's have Jakiro and Schofield around him this time, so they're able to take down XM. Puck gone. Much better already for Heroic.
The glimpse wasn't as fast as you would want it, right? It took a long time for the Night Stalker to get pushed back, and more than enough damage with the between the Jakiro and the Tusk to bring him down. But that was close. If he uses that glimpse half a second earlier, the puck might even get out of that one alive. VG Gaming were ready for this move in terms of positioning. It just they thought it wasn't gonna come as soon as it did.
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
Ursa is catching up to the pack now. He's 1,000 gold behind the Night Stalker and 2,000 to the Lycan. That's going to take a while, but with that Battle Fury, everything is possible. Glimpse onto the Jakiro, just TPs away right after. Lack of damage. WS did pop the Seeing Red, hoping that he's going to have enough, but it wasn't.
You can see Heroic having vision on the bottom side of the map. So that bottom side of the map, they're not going to allow VG Gaming to control for a long time. We're probably going to be seeing every time that they go deep in that lane that Heroic are going to be doing their best to get in there and to get the kills. And on the other side, VG Gaming are probably, you know, shove out the waves bottom, get out. They have that laning ward in the bottom lane as well, which is going to allow them to shove it out a little bit and then move to the top lane where things are safe. And of course, Phoenix, one of the best heroes to make sure that you get out. You can Sunray over the cliff and get yourself in a safe position, even if you're being hunted. The only hero that you're really afraid of is the Night Stalker. That's the only one that you need to keep tabs on.
You expect as soon as that Axe is ready on Yuma. I was about to say 20 minutes, but he's going to have it faster than that. So he will most likely start looking for Tormentor into Roshan, into pushing tier 2 towers, and try to get as much done with that first Aegis. Normally you'd wait for the second Aegis on a lot of lineups, but if I know anything about that Meepo, definitely that second Aegis, it can't wait that long. You really want to get some big damage done. DY and Schofield have been taking a bit of a battle. DY gets his egg off, and Schofield is not going to run. So XM some of this kill. Whisper got hit by the egg stun. So WS is able to get some stacks of this nasal Q. But now Devi commits onto that Phoenix on the back line. Will be able to clean him up by the looks of it, but he's also taking a lot of damage. And gets glimpsed into the Static Storm. Another right click flying in. WS should be able to chase him down, but Yuma, the ice path from King Jungle is just enough. But even if Yuma is running into him, it is the Ice Path that actually saves him before Bristle got another quill spray off.
What a play from VG Gaming. So you are on that bottom lane that I mentioned that Heroic doesn't want to let you be in. But the thing is that VG Gaming, they shoved out the top lane so much and they came in through the twin gates, surprising Heroic. You could see how eager they were. They're like, they're at the bottom lane. This is where we're going to murder them. You run in and you lose a hero. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, but with the Night Stalker not having his Dark Ascension, VG Gaming have pretty much bought themselves time until the next nighttime. So now for a minute, they're going to be stronger, and they're going to utilize that to walk into the pit. This is huge, man. They outplayed Heroic.
And this is what Yuma wanted. This is what he wanted, but he's probably not even going to get it. So if they don't react to this, Heroic are going to lose out on a big key objective for the Nepo.
You can't fight it because the Crimson Guard is picked up. So even if you would come to this fight right now, you would just get murdered by your opponents completely.
Oh, blunder from Heroic. But yeah, VG Gaming really impressed with whatever happened in the laning stage. We can forget about that because Lou, he's fully back into the game. Now has an Aegis on the Ursa. And Heroic's got to start to feel the pressure mounting.
You asked me about what type of style and gameplay they're gonna be going for on VG Gaming. Have you seen an Ursa that gets a BKB before the blink in this tournament? Because I haven't, and well,
I haven't either.
We're gonna see it now.
It's an adjustment. It's an adjustment. Something's done a bit differently, but it probably is quite required in a game like this. Not playing from ahead, and they have all those silences and stuns and roots and whatnots to throw at you. XM's gonna get caught by Schofield into the Ice Path. Is it enough damage? No, it's not necessarily. The phase shift is there. Yuma will fall over. Schofield gets the right click out.
They're coming through the gates. They want to fight.
Or good. Okay. For Heroic, they're happy to take this fight.
I think
it's gonna get jumped on right away because that Aegis might just disappear right away. And WS walked into the Ice Path too, so that's the Aegis already gone. They're not gonna focus on the Bristle at all. They're gonna focus everybody else on the back. Phoenix and the Planet, Moses potentially here. Planet already dead. Ice Path catching both of them too. And on the silence with Devi, and they're cleaning them up. VG Gaming had a moment to breathe and catch their breath, get this game under control and start controlling it. Well, I wouldn't say controlling it, but, you know, get their footing back in. And going to take this fight to revenge XM, it's again a big mistake from their side. So Heroic messed up the previous fight, Vici messed up this one even worse.
I have to say, Vici set Heroic up in the previous one. In this one, Vici Gaming just set themselves up for death, because it was obvious you are on the bottom lane in a place where Heroic wants to fight.
Trouble brewing.
You are missing your key hero. I understand that this was like the timing for them. Crimson Guard, Go Scepter on the Phoenix, everything is perfect, but how do you keep them in place? How do you stop this Lycan and the Night Stalker from encircling you and just jumping in exactly when they know that there's nothing you can do about the fight? Plus, the Ursa, he didn't have his BKB, his courier died before it got delivered. Maybe if he had it, you can stand your ground, you can protect your supports a little bit more. This way, it was just impossible.
Mistakes from Vici Gaming there. Heroic's going to be happy that the previous fight that they took and what they lost with it wasn't going to be the course of this game, and they're straight back on track on what their original plan was. They didn't really lose that much in the end. And
exactly. And the game is going to continue going the same way, right? The Cersei is going to get the BKB, and Vici Gaming are going to try to delay as much as possible. You keep these tier 2s alive from Vici Gaming, and you are keeping the dream alive in this game. Even their tier 1 on the top lane is still alive. So 8k gold lead, great for Heroic, but until this map starts getting opened up a little bit more, you always have this looming threat of the Vici Gaming comeback coming your way. Very easily. It can happen very, very easily.
It is an uphill battle for Vici Gaming in these next few minutes, but they can weather the storm. It's going to be really important.
Smoked on the reward. Vici Gaming, they can be ready for this one. Ooh. They smoked on the rewards.
Like he didn't know.
You expected daylight.
Okay,
didn't get the memo.
So they used the smoke a little bit to the far side, but they picked up a couple of heroes on top of the reward. Okay, he got his BKB delivered at least this time around. He didn't lose his courier.
Vici Gaming's been playing a lot of these morning series. I wonder if the day has already gone so far that they're starting to get a bit drowsy, because they're definitely not on full focus here. Oh, they did actually play the evening series yesterday and the day before, but that being said, XM gonna be the next target to fall. They did finish off Schofield. Killing the Tusk isn't really that enough, as WS is gonna be the next target on the list. Yuma ending up the Niko army right on top of him, and they'll finish him off as well. It is there, the Soul Burn. Soul Burn and Crippling Fear inside a web. Earth binds all over the place.
Too much. It's definitely too much. Them having that nullifier as well also make sure that this Phoenix is gonna be a real target right now. So before the fight starts, they're gonna have really good chances of killing the Phoenix. And I don't know if you have anything to save him.
Radiant's bottom tower is
back. Difficult target though. Having all those webs, keeping him busy as Devi shows up.
One is BKB.
Yeah, they really wanted to force that out. That says a quick hello and backs away.
Very hard to do so. You know that you're close to your tier 2, and if they overcommit, Ursa is still a very dangerous hero, no matter how much his game was destroyed. And I really miss the old days of the Blink Hex Meepo. We never see it nowadays. Blink we do get to see in the later portions of the game, but the Hex almost never.
Blink Hex was a pretty cool build.
You blink in and the hero dies. Basically, that's how it goes. Then you've got locked up. Broker in a smoke. They also bought a very early gem. This is the way. This is the part of the game they need to take over. Take away their vision. It's going to be much, much easier to open up the tier 2s.
Y and Lu moving away towards the mid area. They have that Prowler Shaman doing some work to the tier 2 tower. There's the web coming in with Yuma and the connection right on top of it. There's the BKB finally forced out, but no snowball ever goes off from Schofield. really have a target to use it on either by the looks of it, or was it XM with the waning rift that had him silenced, but didn't do anything. EY, half HP, that egg will still remain unused on the Phoenix, and they're gonna call it a quick retreat.
It was a quick static storm from Planet. So as soon as they jumped, he didn't.
Oh, static storm.
He didn't snowball immediately, which he definitely should have. Now, you know, looking back, but Planet just instantly, as soon as the Walrus Punch came out, there was a static storm in the ground. He has been very fast on his fingers.
Just what you need. Some of the disruptor plays that we've been seeing through the course of this tournament, even some pre-cast disruptor ultis down on the ground, suspecting there was that one game versus was it what, Toronto Tokyo's Earthshaker?
Yep.
Where the static storm was already down on the ground by the time he blinks in for it.
And he doesn't even get the echo. That's quite sad. Yeah, but then next fight, the disruptor is running in, and there's such a big tectonic buildup around the fissure that the disruptor gets stunned, and he doesn't get his ulti off. That even was an Axe reveal. So very interesting things have been happening with disruptors in this tournament.
They certainly have. Yeah, that's something for Planet to keep in mind as well. If he's just awake with him pressing his ulti, good things could happen. At least to the point until BKB starts showing up on Heroic, but you just itemize yourself to that Aghanim Scepter. And of course, we did discuss if your supports don't have any item to build Solar Crests. Planets is one queued up, Phoenix is another queued up. And he also bought the gem at 27, despite them being the defensive side. But they can get rid of the Heroic wards now on their side of the map.
What the hell, Phoenix? Where's your greed? Buy the freaking Shiva. What are you doing? I know you might never get it, but Shiva's guard is just amazing in this game.
Shiva's on Phoenix, refreshers, all kinds of cool builds. Also find them on Fissure's YouTube channel with exclamation mark F in the chat, or as always, the banner below the stream. Planet! This time he sets up a very early static storm and saves his life, so an 80-second cooldown into play. Hopefully he gets it up before Heroic is up to no good.
He does. They don't call his bluff. That was definitely a bluff with the rest of Heroic thinking there might be heroes behind. Also, another thing, Vici Gaming, they're mirroring the early gem buy. They understand we're playing versus a lineup that definitely does have better vision than we do. And if they had a gem, we're going to be blind. Every single fight that we're blind, this Orchid and the Nullifier, they kill our Phoenix, the fight is instantly over. So the only way we can make it somewhat okay for us is if the enemies are blind as well. And of course, we're fighting during daytime, or at least starting the fight during daytime, which they're trying to do right now.
So Luz just picked up a basher on the Ursa. The very helpful tool in the fights to come. Now he's technically ready to face Heroic. What's on Heroic's agenda?
Lycan is getting his BKB delivered right now. So that's quite nice. At least the coil and the kinetic field won't be able to control you. Still fighting bottom lane without your tier 2. This is a bit of a dangerous position for VG Gaming to be in, especially if they don't take down that ward, because that is a ward for which they would be escaping the enemies, and they should be able to see it now. Way.
Well, that next Tormentor would be spawning in 30 seconds. Why they held onto that area now. WS has to be careful here. Heroic was nearby. Schofield smoke already popped. Vici smokes right after. And then the bristle back in.
See that ward? I think they had an angle there for a second, and they would have been able to spot it, but it didn't happen.
They know where Heroic is, and Heroic probably has a good idea where Vici Gaming is right now, but let's see what the exact positions are going to be. Planet scouting ahead with the Thunder Strike, so Davai gets info first that they are somewhere here. Now XM shows in the mid lane, or WS more like shows up in the mid lane. Vici Gaming changing sides once again. See Roshan waltzing by. This is an Aegis Heroic needs to get.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to be giving it to VG Gaming. This is definitely an Aegis in which they could delay the game enough to be in a comfortable spot. I'm surprised Heroic didn't put more emphasis on leaving some creeps on the bottom lane to shove in that lane. That is a good opportunity to force a hero from VG Gaming to have to respond to the bottom lane.
Bullfield is really dancing here. That snowball is going to be a dangerous one. The blink off at least. There was an orb coming in to attempt to break that blink dagger. Or Schofield's able to get it off.
Very hard hero to bring down. He's got a blink, he's got a Yules, and he's also building a BKB. That is a direct counter to the disruptor. You pop the BKB, you jump inside of the static storm, and you save whomever. Even once he does have the avenue sector and the disruptor, which at the moment is not really on the menu.
All right, another repositioning moment around the Roche pit. Roshan gets pulled out by Phoenix. Really smart move.
So Puck is on the bottom lane. He's dealing with the waves there. I'm still surprised Heroic are not putting more emphasis into that one. Yes, you've got a Howl. That helps. But I would really like to creep.
Oh, we're going to be fighting here as they got WS here. That Whisper's ulti force at Yuma. Goes for the egg. Can they hit the egg though? This Meepo is melting, but is it enough? Yes, it is. Yuma down. DY for the kill. And Schofield's going to drop as well. And that probably costs Heroic their chances of taking that Roshan.
That's Planet. Planet is just winning these fights with the fast responses on the static storms. And now we are seeing why people are really wanting to pick this disruptor. It's not only about the chase, but even in a defensive environment, the disruptor can make a big problem for some of these heroes. I'm surprised. If you're committing onto that Phoenix, you need the Lycan to be close. Like, pop the BKB, Orchid Nova far and kill him. He gets his egg off inside of the static storm, the fight is just lost.
It's only over, and VG Gaming say thank you. Aegis for the Ursa, banner picked up too. And now Meepo's timings are, well, basically you hit the best timing on the Meepo that you possibly could. Now all the other items, sure, they're going to do you good, but everyone on VG Gaming is now kind of equally scaling in strength. Especially the threat of that Ursa is getting real. Ursa's trolling us as well with a Tango and his quick buy. Nothing else, so Lou is feeling he's had a healthy meal.
Like, I didn't eat many of these during my laning phase, so I want to live out my youth a little bit right now when I've already done enough. One thing that Heroic can always fall back on is split pushing in this game. If you see that team fights are going really badly, Whisper could buy the shard, and then you could put more emphasis into applying pressure on that bottom lane, which I think they definitely should have done even when they were ahead. But I hope that they change tactics, because straight up team fights seem to be not working out for them just yet.
Yeah, you feel like something needs to change a little bit here for Heroic. VG Gaming were setting up fights for Heroic to win. Heroic setting up fights for VG Gaming to win. Maybe we just don't fight. 10-16 in a 2-hour game.
Ursa is already queuing up a refresher. I mean, he barely has mana to use it at all with his full mana on. So I'm not sure. Usually you see one item like an Octarine or something, and then maybe people buy it. So we'll
you got some good mono reason at least, because you got Battle Fury, you go for Refresher. You don't have to use it right away.
I guess, right? You put int treads, you use the Refresher, and at least you're gonna have the double BKB and the double ulti, which is basically what you need.
And you don't have to chain them. It's like what we usually think. It's like, oh, nice, he's got 12 seconds of BKB. I was like, is he really going to use them after each other's? Maybe use that first BKB a bit more aggressively, reset and re-engage later and have another. That seems to be the way to do it.
I think he might even want to use the both, because what I'm seeing from VG Gaming and how they're reading this game, which is weird because they're an Ursa lineup, is we want to survive. Like, if we survive, we're going to be winning the fight. And it actually makes a lot of sense. Usually Ursa lineups, they rely on jumping in and killing that first hero. It doesn't seem to be the case in this one. A completely different read on the hero and the lineup in general.
I think the only way you can use them both in a row is if you're protecting an egg.
Yep. Exactly.
There's no egg. If there's no egg, I don't think he's gonna pop them both right after each other. So I just feel like he might be better off saving it for a secondary engagement. Have the option to use it once aggressively, and then look for another opening after when the opponent thinks like, oh, he doesn't have BKB now. Oh, but he has a refresher, so it doesn't really matter for him.
Have you really seen Vici Gaming go on the aggressive in this game? I don't think they've fought over the river even once in this game. They've always fought on their side of the map. The most aggressive play was definitely that one on the bottom lane when their puck was lost, because they already decided, but it was still a fight that was on their side of the map. Still, puck has got an Aghanim Scepter.
Maybe the refresher is the answer to it. If they pick it up, then they can play aggressive.
There you go. I would like for them to play a bit more aggressive right now, though they don't necessarily have to. But a lot of the teams would put their foot on the gas. I guess at least opening up the tier 1's 37 minutes.
Hey. Hey, let's go. It's something. It's one objective less. And most importantly, a 12,000 gold heroic has been equalized. This game is definitely not what it used to be. Take 10 minutes back. Versus support for the win, maybe.
So support is gonna be top of the network chart soon, Panda. So our boy has grown up from a teddy bear to the real fat bears. Hopefully, he doesn't get too fat. You know, the ones just before the winter sleep. They're not very good at hunting people. But it seems that's the one that we have, a tank that doesn't really want to kill other people.
Mid tower's nothing now.
Vibing with nature. Well, I did say we're going to have a 2-hour game with a 10-16 scoreline. It's still the same. We haven't had any fighting in 6 minutes at least. So a moment of pause for both teams to recollect their thoughts and their plans. But we do have heroic smoking up now. And what is the item that is leading into it? So Yuma's courier hasn't delivered the Scotty yet. Orb of Frost is still in his stash. There's an XM puck nearby. They see him, and they're gonna go for the jump, and there it is. And we'll heal him before he has a chance to react. No BKB going off or anything, as that stun lock is too long.
PG Gaming, have you learned your lesson? There's no puck. Go back. Seems that they have. They're dispersing.
They should.
They're getting themselves away. You need to deal with waves if you're heroic. I think that has been their downside in this tournament in general, but in this game in particular, they haven't dealt with the waves too well. And in this lineup of theirs is amazing in doing so. And then you've got a Phoenix and the puck who are literally split pushing and just trying to keep off radar. That are shoving out the waves better than a Lycan and a Night Stalker and a Meepo, which have two health. That just shouldn't happen.
Well, they've got one of the lanes in control, but that's the one that doesn't have a tier 2 tower standing. The BG Gaming side of the map. It's kind of hard to deal with, and top is already pushing into a tier 2, and nobody's checking it right now. This is a bit slow from heroic for sure, and of course. BG Gaming with that cheeky ward placed down here by DY will also give them constant information about the mid defenders. If somebody goes back, they'll always know.
And it's probably not going to be a Jakiro, right? Because that is a part of the map where you can easily get caught. If you come out of the base, you die. So a hero like a Jakiro, and he's the one with the gem, might not get to that area at all. Also, DY got himself a BKB, so this Phoenix is now going to be off limits. If you don't kill him pretty much in a Walrus Punch, he's not gonna die. He's getting that egg off, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Still playing defensive on their side of the map. BG Gaming is not jumping the gun here. Observing cautiously. Maybe now XM picks up a haste rune. That could be something to work with. Whisper is quite close to the mid lane. He shows himself here. Only the wolves are being sent forward. WS shows himself. They want to get that wave to push in and force heroic back into base.
They want the wave in front of heroic's base, so somebody leaves the base on that vision, and then they jump in. And during nighttime, heroic are going to be feeling a little bit more confident. Because they're like, we have better vision during nighttime, but in front of
they're going for the gate. They're going to try and jump XM maybe here as he reveals himself in the lane. They have a chance to jump him now. They get to him. They only have a read on where whereabouts he might be, but with that H-Rune, he actually gets away. They were slightly slow for the jump there. And Defy just reveal himself to XM. Oil misses. That was a long shot, but it'll work.
Go.
Also found their location. DY down at half HP. Can they get the Phoenix? He's got a BKB of his own. And Divine Whisper hit the backline. They chip down the Disruptor. Divine is chasing as well. The nice pass landed as well onto the Bristle back and onto the Earth. Ursa still BKB'd up though. He has a refresher. And now he's got another BKB available for himself. Get himself out. Like it, Blue is still looking for a second angle into this fight. But there's no receiver is dead on the side of each game. Another ice path on WS. And even if he BKB's up, maybe he makes it up with the Gale Guard. But no, Schofield runs in with the blink. Appears in front. Gem is down on the ground, so maybe somebody wants to take that one out, but Heroic will take a win here.
What happened there? Did the Phoenix get bashed? I'm not sure, because he had like 60% HP. Yuma comes over and they kill him, but he definitely, when he saw that people getting on top of him, he could have popped his ulti, and then we might see a completely different engagement. You could see there Ursa, he's like, I'm prepared to fight. BKB fighting, refresher. Oh no, my Phoenix is dead, and then you're just seeing him running away from a fight, and might need to buy back because Nepo, Lycan, these heroes, they push really fast.
They do, and Nepo only needs one good team fight to start, you know, looking at ending the game. He's level 25, so the full Nepo army is here. They're all doing the chicken prance taunt.
And he's got that.
I really want to look at that last fight. I really want to look at that last fight and see what actually happened, because he was getting hit by the ice path and the walrus punch at the start. He pops his BKB. Did he just wait for too long?
It might have been the case. Maybe the Nepo just poofed in and killed him. But I can't believe that they allowed that to happen. You know who you're playing against. Nepo is just that type of hero. If everybody smacks you once, that's what, 800 damage? And Phoenix is not very well known for high armor. And we're gonna see the replay. I really want to see what happened here. KB.
BKBs, stun rays, they're hitting the back line, and Yuma shows up and he one-shots him. So Yuma one-shot him basically.
But he got
He got
bashed by the Night Stalker. Oh, he got bashed.
That was Yuma on top of him though. I think he just hit 5 times in a row and just died. Yuma was in the back line, wasn't he?
Someone took
him. Yuma, the Night Stalker was in the back line.
He's the only one with the basher though, but he got bashed 100%. I saw it. He got bashed and then he died. That's a nice catch.
That's all Nepo's appearing at one go right on top of planet, so that's a Disruptor dead again. 60 seconds gone. Roshan is up, so finally Nepo's going to get it for himself. Unlike Sneechy Gaming, he's got something up their sleeve. WS, he's parked on the stairs. Schofield, Yuma, Whisper right nearby. They got the jump on Defy first. Defy dropping down. Nice Stalker dead. And they got the Ice Path again connected onto the Bristleback. The Egg's in a good position. And Yuma is standing all the way back as he got stun locked for a second. He couldn't get nearby. They'll lose Defy. Good defense from Beachy Gaming. Is it enough? Is it enough?
Beachy Gaming have to be thinking about that bottom lane right now, right? It's pushing in. They're also putting a little bit more emphasis in those lanes, giving themselves opportunities for better fights. Sure, this was all happening during nighttime. The daytime will be coming in a minute. But still, without the egg, Heroic can most definitely defend the Roche. They might be even able to walk into it, but the Ursa has gotten to a point now with this Abyssal Blade where he can kill the Night Stalker, and that Night Stalker is the biggest problem for pretty much every single one of their heroes. Disruptor, the Phoenix, and the Puck, they all hate him. No way, bro, you're letting this one go.
Oh, this is... They got the roar, they got the info of it now, but nobody's nearby, and nobody's going towards the Roche pit. That's yet another Roche shot for Beachy Gaming, and even Static Storm just for safety, just for good measure.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
Man, that Night Stalker seems to be their main hero, and I agree with it. That is true, but maybe they should have... I think Heroic should have continued that fight when the Night Stalker died and the egg popped. They definitely had the opportunity to go for a 4 versus 4 when they re-engaged, when they got out, and Beachy Gaming got their heroes back. Maybe it was the smartest choice not to go for the engagement. Finally, Whisper has the shard. Thank you, God. I'm still getting mad at Lycan's not buying this early. There are some Lycan players, I think Ace, he buys it pretty
every
early
time, the same story.
Yeah, I don't know, man. And when I see Ace doing it, I'm like, yeah, thank you. Somebody understands just how big this is, because it's also a farming item. That item gives you so much gold. Like, there's the wolves are so strong that they pretty much see us every creep in a way. Look at that. Big old.
Yeah, it does increase your farm. It's a good item. It's a good item to have.
I'll squint on this, but we will get his BKB. That BKB is very important, especially now with the Aghanim Scepter and the Disruptor almost done. If VG Gaming somehow find a way to be the first ones initiating, that Tusk with the BKB is your only save. Alright, and Schofield, I know that he loves jumping in, but this is the game where once you buy that BKB, you need to stay behind. Especially, you're dealing now with the Puck, who's level 25, has an Aghanim Scepter, has a Refresher Shard. You're dealing with the Disruptor that will have an Aghanim Scepter as well, and an egg. That snowball save is literally something that can destroy the whole team fight for VG Gaming if used properly. So be patient and wait for it. We have seen Schofield, even when he gets these defensive items, like, I'm going in first.
Alright, we're going to be fighting in front of the tier 2 tower. Not quite enough to blow up that agents. All of their BKBs is pretty much forced right now. Yuma, he's trying to run away from the egg instead of fighting, and he got glimpsed back at that. Meatball is getting torn to shreds, and Lou will get the kill on him. The tower goes down. Then buyback, they're going to go for round number 2. Hoping it's going to be enough. The Whisper drops quite low. The Refresher is going to be as well. Except though he's protected with BKB, so is WS. And at the same time, Dama is going to be taking big hits with the puck at the same time as the chasing Whisper. Whisper's going to go down. They're going to lose the Lycan. And Meepo, what is he going to do? He's going to snipe one, at least from the back. They got the Disruptor. They got the Phoenix. Lycan also buying back VG Gaming. Time to follow the fight and back away.
This level 25 is so ridiculous. You can just instantly TP to your side. Look at how much damage you did on the Meepo. What the hell is that? 26 freaking thousand. I don't know how you do that. But remember me saying, Schofield, you cannot go first. Don't just go in. You're gonna lose the fight for your team. 3 seconds afterwards, Schofield is like, screw this bear. Bam. Like, I'm gonna fuck you up. I can't believe. And of course they lose the fight. Look at it.
Yeah, Schofield versus Bear. I mean, at least they got back up on him, but there's so much stuff going on. The coil is there, and Meepo got stunned by it too as he was trying to walk away. I think it was leashed for like maybe an extra 1 second, but he didn't have the patience to wait for it. Then he got followed up by an egg stun, and Ursa jumps on him as well. And then they come in with the buyback. So round 2 kind of kicks at this point. BKBs are basically spent. Whisper is trying to run away from WS and from Lou. Schofield is he's going on a back-to-back death pretty much. And at the same time, Yuma hits the backline. He basically hits both of the supports, takes them out to play. But if this is the way we're going to be fighting, that next fight's not going to look good for Heroic. They're going to be at a disadvantage considering they don't have buybacks in the same level.
That's the problem. But you know, they can fight in a different way. They can dodge the coil. Now you don't have a double coil. That was a double coil from the Puck coming from the Roche. He's building a Lincoln Sphere, so he's going for a completely different route. Even though I think Refresher might still be a good choice for him, he's afraid of getting jumped and killed. And maybe they're preparing for a high ground push at some point, because you are expecting an Aghanim Scepter from the Tusk to be coming out. And if you want a Bristleback or a Ursa to have any kind of chance hitting the tier 3s and the Raxes, the Lincolns is going to be something that you will need.
A gift from the Tempest of
That Aegis is going to expire. Just 15 seconds left on the clock, so Lou, he will lose it. But he didn't have to force it in that previous fight. Given a moment that Ursa would have lost the Aegis in the fight, it could have been a whole different way for Heroic to get excited. Maybe push into the 6th gear. Instead, with that Ursa just reigning free in the middle of the fight, protected by that Aegis. He was not a proper target, and they spent a lot of time just scrambling, repositioning. Sen with the rest of the squad just taking over that high ground position. Heroic, though, they're happy staying at home.
Right now, you can see with the way that Lycan has chosen a talent on level 25 that they want to split for. So how reduces total attack damage? Imagine how big that is versus a Bristleback, versus an Aghanim Scepter Puck, versus an Ursa doesn't do much, but versus these two, definitely a huge deal. However, he decides to go for extra wolves, so Heroic now finally are utilizing that part of their lineup, which I think is a big deal, because you can never write off a lineup that can shove out waves and has this much vision advantage over the enemies, right? What does Vici Gaming have? They pretty much only have the Disruptor Thunderstrike. That's their only vision spell. Everything else is in favor of Heroic.
Also, Vici Gaming also returning back home, suspecting there's a smoke going on right now by Heroic.
Look at what the Ursa is building, a Moon Shard. Not really an item that the Ursa needs. You would probably see a Magnum Scepter in a game, but I think he wants vision. I think that's the idea. Even though it's going to be only 200 vision when you eat the Moon Shard, it really is something that is necessary for you. The lower vision is hurting them.
They only have alert on Puck, so the Desert Bloodrite with the plus 300 bonus night vision is the only extra they have in the team. I guess in that sense could be a good pickup. Vision seems to be the one that decides fights, especially when we're fighting during nighttime.
Hopefully, Schofield isn't the first one to jump in. Now you've got a Hex on the Lycan, Blink and a Hex. Schofield no longer needs to go in first, so I'm really looking towards this Tusk being conservative in his jumps. That's the way in my mind for Heroic to win these fights. Unless you're saving people from the Fight Coil and from the Disruptor ulti, you're gonna be screwed. Good pushing. Smart choice. I think Heroic are doing the right thing right now, and Vici Gaming don't really have a great response to this because it's very easy to catch their heroes. The pick-off potential of Heroic is still immense in this game.
I love how Lycan gets a late shard for the wolf spawning, and he still goes for the 25 talent to pick up the +2 wolf summoned. Yep. It's doing he's doing something in the right way, but still missing a key component that you'd like to see happen earlier.
I think Heroic just thought that their timings were going to be strong enough and that they're going to be winning the game the old-fashioned way. We come for a good old fist fight, right? But it didn't work out, so now back to plan B. Ideally, I think that plan B should have been plan A, but Heroic are the type of team. They're manly, right? Yep. They're not going to be dodging a fight if they don't see it as absolutely necessary.
We're at 3 minutes into the game. 5k lead for Vici Gaming, basically at a point where net worth doesn't kind of stops mattering. So we really those buybacks playing a big role. 4 for Vici Gaming and just the 2 side of Heroic. So they won't have. They have a 2-minute period, which they still need to go through. And Roshan is spawning within that 2-minute period, so this is definitely still keeping Heroic at a disadvantage.
Very curious which item the Meepo will go for once the Zaghanor's Blessing is eaten. What's the item now? Is he gonna get a Hex? I think Hex is probably the way to go. Something that actually allows you to kill these heroes. And the Puck decided not to go for that Lincoln Sphere, so that makes the Hex even more valuable. The Zaghanor's Scepter.
AD rune. That gets denied by Whisper, sending in those wolves. XM is deep in. Lotus orbed. Heroic was going the other way. And the Puck, they might still run into the Puck. Schofield's gonna get info on that, and Devi's gonna be right there on top of him as well. They got the silence, they got the lockdown, they got the news. They got the moves.
Will they go for the big boy?
Forced back. No shot should keep control. They got 30 seconds if they want to do it. Gaming is going to try and intervene somehow. Static Storm only hits the Frostbitten Golem. WS is in there. Yuma inside the Roach Pit already. Bloodthorn pop. They're going to Zerg it down.
Finally, the 4th rank is theirs.
It's been a while. They finally got it. Out. Buyback from XM. They're going to fight this one. Devi is going to soak up the egg. He's going to soak up the buyback from XM. They got all of the goodies. They're on their way out. The coil also misses the Jakiro, so King Jungles is out. Whisper is out. Yuma is out.
He plays the banner onto the ground there. And like we want the vision. But didn't really do much for them. Okay, nice disengage coming out from Heroic. The waves are also in a decent spot, so Vici Gaming pushing the high ground is not going to be that easy. Still, you got an Aegis during daytime, so Heroic are still going to be at a disadvantage if they leave for a fight. Let's say you kill the Meepo once, during those 5 seconds that he's down, you can actually clean up his entire team.
Just gotta be super careful though, his positioning though. He got really unlucky there. He had no idea
Their top tower.
about the positions of Heroic. What they probably thought was when Roshan was still in the pit that either they moved to their outpost or they're still holding onto the high ground position to the northeast of the Roche pit. Instead, they were already at the secret shop and past that. They finally got information on the puck.
That's the power of the nighttime vision for you, just how much it means to have this Night Stalker in the later portions of the game. You have a line of EG Gaming that, if you look at the straight-up team fight, they shouldn't be able to lose it ever versus Heroic. But if you're always the ones that have all the information before the fight starts, this is the end result almost every time. Vision in late game is just everything. We're approaching the tier 5 items, Panda. You and me haven't seen a single game of tier 5 items. And is 63 minutes still our longest game of the tournament? Because this one is pretty solid, has a pretty solid chance of breaking that.
To answer your question, yes, 63 minutes is still the longest. We've had a 60-minute game. I think there was another 61 or 62-minute game as well in the tournament, but now no proper tier 5s were farmed inside those 3 minutes, because it's usually if the game goes that way, it's kind of you're fighting during that time and repositioning to the enemy base and focusing on the push and all the buybacks and long extended fights. So very likely this is the first game of this Swiss stage where we get to see the actual tier 5 neutrals. You could be correct.
So I'm thinking why this Bristleback doesn't buy an Abyssal Blade. He wants an Aghanim Blessing right now, but I think Abyssal is very much needed in this one. In terms of him protecting his teammates from the Night Stalker, to be exact, when the Night Stalker is jumping somebody, you need someone to get on top of him. Ursa is fine, but what if the Ursa is not in a position to do so? I would really like for it to be 2 heroes, and the Meepo is going for a Hex. Yes, that's the play. Heroic itemization, I really like it.
Really big item. Yuma's already flying off the Scythe of Eyes. He only has 3,000 in his surplus at the moment, so combined with this quick buy, it's gonna go in a bit of a negative there. You know, maybe with a Tormentor Shard, a bit of extra gold, or actually Schofield never had his. It was the only missing shard in the game at 58 minutes, so now everyone has one.
Yeah, so no big extra gold for him. He needs another 1,000 gold for a Meepo, so just another minute if he's giving a little bit of priority, and he's gonna have both the Hex. But the Ursa went for the Rapier. And now you, as a Lycan, you might start regretting your choice that you didn't go for the right talent. We see too often.
I guess they just need to stretch the game far enough that he picks up all the talents. That's one good thing for Heroic. Think about the item, the talents that they're still going to be picking up.
Goodbye.
Okay, that's an Aegis gone. That didn't really take too much. But yeah, the real Meepo was at the back, so he's all right in that sense. But that was one way to give away an Aegis.
What a weird hybrid build on the Ursa, right? The way that he built Refresher into an Octarine, you would have expected him to get the Earthshock, has 2 charges, but he actually went for the left talent. Since he's gonna be level 30, he's gonna have it anyways, but it's still a very, very weird build, right? You've got Refresher Octarine, now you got the Rapier, you went for the left talent on 25. Things are, Lewis definitely being torn in between what he needs, and it seems that he needs everything, which he will have soon. However, Heroic, how they know about the Rapier?
We're getting another Rapier. It's going for Whisper. Lycan has a Rapier queued up. Planet deep in the lane. Dangerous position to be in. Instantly blown up. Doesn't take too long. Except with the coil only connecting onto the Tusk. Instantly throwing out those Earth Mines out up there. Tusk, A on disc. Still some loaded damage. The snowball. Out the creep with no, he got the BKB off, but that's pretty much going to be it. But they're going to jump the Phoenix right after, clean him up as well. He's going to be going for 90 seconds. 4 versus 5. Tusk coming in with a buyback. They'll get their reinforcements, but he's on the other side of the map right now. He needs to get there really quickly. Schofield, but it looks like BG are just going to pull back to the base.
Yeah, You don't want to fight this. The Phoenix did have a refresher. If he gets it off there, then maybe you can go for another fight. But right now, without the Phoenix, without him having a buyback, and there being a refresher shard on the Night Stalker as well, you cannot win a fight 4 versus 5 versus another Dark Ascension. So it's better just to hold back for now. Wait for your refreshers and wait for the Phoenix and then go for it. Luckily for them, the Roche is not going to be spawning, as you mentioned, for another 2 minutes. So it's definitely a pretty worthy investment to just oh, then you need to farm the tier 5 items. That's the one. And oh man, Whisper is just going full on in to burst the target. Yeah, he just wants the target to die. I don't know, man. He doesn't have the nullifier any longer.
Audacious Divine Regalia with a rapier, sure. That sounds like so much overkill, but yeah, you want to delete somebody, might as well. He's got the Swift Blink and the Abyssal, so the Hex, so he's definitely going to kill somebody.
Whoever he jumps is going to die unless that hero has a name.
Book of the Dead, Book of the Dead.
Yep, we're split pushing you. This is this lineup in a nutshell. We are going to split push and we are gonna kill you, right? So 3 heroes are contributing to the split push with the Book of the Dead, and then you've got this Lycan and the Meepo that are ready to burst people down.
Yeah.
But I want to see the enchantment. So
another Divine Regalia. So we have two Audacious Divine Regalias with rapiers. We have a fleet-footed Meepo with the Stygian Desolator. Book of the Deads are Timeless, Evolved, and Bound. So extra cast range for the Tusk, and if Tusk ever picks up something like an Ags, it's not an amazing Ags game on a Tusk though, so I think that Hex is probably better.
I would still be okay. I would like the Ags though. I think it's better to just kick the Ursa away when he jumps your Meepo. I think that just straight up wins you a fight. If the Ursa cannot commit to a target, VG Gaming are not going to be killing anybody. Let's see if he changes his mind.
Yeah, that's an option. But hey, at least when they use that Aegis to take down the tier 3 tower, Heroic is able to sneak inside the base. Right, the smoke is going to last for about 10 seconds. Except
you see the puck?
And there goes the puck. Buyback. 2 minutes gone. 123 seconds. That's how long BT has to play it for. Already up by DY. Pretty early. Only gets the Sunray off.
Disengage. Go back in. I think that's the play. Wait. For VG Gaming to pull back, for them to be scared, for all of the waves to shove in, and then just take it easy. You do not need to rush this Heroic. You know that this puck is not coming back for 100 seconds.
Yes. I was looking for the potential Phoenix there in the back line, but instead they use the army on that melee rack down to 600 HP. 87 seconds. It's already 1/3 of the time spent holding.
Look at the mid lane, just how much damage we can take. Oh, man. The Ursa has put himself in a position where they can jump him.
Early enraged there. He does have that Aghanim, so he's got to be okay.
Left was used.
200 HP remaining on the melee racks now.
That's just coming in 15. Maybe it's a better choice to just go.
They're going to go in and attempt again, but he does have that enrage off once again. He is level 30 after all. The Ursa. Whisper going for planets. He got him. Hell of a Unjung will keep him up, but that's Whisper down. He didn't have the rapier though. And now they are blue. Going in again. Static Storm. It's a big one. They got the buy. They go Whisper. Schofield's going to have to go on the run, but that Tusk should be forfeit. He should go down. But Yuma's retaliating. Takes the Ursa down. Blue gone. WS is still in the middle of all of it with the egg exploding as well. And Schofield finally down. Yuma, he's still in the middle of all of this action. Mega Meepo up and walk it off. Ichi Gaming also retreating back to their side. There's a shield rune for Yuma. Give himself a bit of extras. He's got 10,000 HP right now on that Meepo tower. But that was a fight.
Did Heroic just forfeit the Roche unless they're buying the Lycan? It's gonna be a 4 versus 5. The end of the Phoenix up in 80. And maybe they didn't. Maybe it's too hard for VG Gaming. But the thing is, you still got a Night Stalker, so that's good. Whisper, this was, as you mentioned, without the rapier, and he just like 5 shots this poor disruptor.
It took too long. It took too long. The Lu Ursa was able to get up to him. And then this Static Storm, which messes up the Vi and Schofield completely. Schofield has to walk away from it to get his BKB off. And then Yuma shows up. That was a really clutch moment. A lot of players wouldn't have done that when a Phoenix Egg is already up, but he still went for it. Believed that he can cause some damage, and he forced out the buyback from that Ursa, and he still has his.
PG and
That
Deso
could be an ace up the sleeve.
believed he could kill him fast enough that he could dig into the ground. That's quite quick. This is why Phoenix is not as good as he was versus the Meepo because you always have that dig. Yeah, forcing it out and still controlling an area is nice, but still.
You know what's a big thing here? Because of those kills in that last fight, Ursa and Lycan, they have a disgrace with Arya now. So for the Ursa, that hurts a lot. Oh, Sean roars them out of the pit. The US is still in front. Macropyre will force them away. That is a pure damage Macropyre, and Yuma will go into the pit. VG Gaming have to give this one up.
Thanks to the Dire.
Only the Night Stalker was dead, but no, he doesn't have a buyback on the Night Stalker. That's why they give him an Aegis. I understand Meepo's inventory is full, but the Night Stalker is probably the most important hero of Heroic anyways. If you don't have the Night Stalker, if you don't have the extra vision, you are not going to be getting those jumps. And then imagine the fight with the double leg, with the static storm, with the double coil. You're probably going to lose that one.
But this game is basically in the next 5 minutes. If Ursa dies, the game could be over. That's how we have to look at it. Meepo can't afford to die.
We are in these fights because we're just looking at the burst damage. If the fight is long enough and people start dying, like Ursa dies, then I don't know, Lycan dies, you know, there's those swaps and kills. This Bristleback is still way too powerful, and now he finally has the Abyssal Blade and the Blink. So this is the thing that I wanted from him.
No, Schofield is trying to make a block of cheese, but it's not working for him.
There it is.
There it is. Finally got it. That took a while.
Immediately wait for use it as a cheese, and then you're gonna have the.
He was trying to create it there for like 15 seconds. It's like, why isn't it working?
Well, you know, some people they're not good at cooking, my friend. Even when you give them a perfect recipe, they still have a problem getting the right result. So maybe Schofield is one of them.
Yeah. Maybe his. We are at this moment playing the longest game of this Swiss stage. 63 minutes was the previous match. That was with Virtus Pro and Runa, but now Vici Gaming and Heroic, giving us the entertainment at the end of the day here. The final day of the Swiss stage, the final series of the Swiss stage. We're already at game 1, over an hour.
Lycan is now going to be going for his Aghanim Scepter. I really want to see how that works with the Meepo. If you bite the Meepo and then he turns into a Mega Meepo, do you have a very strong Mega Meepo? Is it the Wolf Mega Meepo? How does that work? I really want to see.
I was about to ask you that question before, but I couldn't say for sure, so I thought you know. You're my analyst.
Yeah, I know. Because I always see a Meepo and a Lycan together in a game with in an ultra late game. So I would assume if it's if he bites him when he's in the Mega Meepo form, that he's going to be getting all the goals. I don't think he's going to bite anyone.
Well, we'll see. We're going to call connecting onto the Hero King Jungle is going to be the one to fall first, and that's going to be an opener for Vici Gaming Divide. Going to get rid of the vision here. Big static storm. Look at that. It's just a big pile of electricity, but Defy is still able to get out of it. He's able to blink off that damage. He is out. Harm's way. Jungles, instant buyback. Still 3 to go on the side of Heroic. 4 for Vici Gaming.
How did they pull him out? How did they pull him out? Can we get a replay on that one real quick, production? Like, he just got pushed by something, and there's no force stats.
Hero? I don't know.
Hero was dead.
True, actually.
That was a weird one.
Hard to say. We'll find out in a second. Another smoke from Heroic.
Could be the repulsion that somebody was hitting the disruptor and he just pushed him out. But you see the difference now in the Bristleback.
WS is going to be in trouble. They're going to be jumping that Bristleback, and look how quickly they do 5,000 damage. That probably didn't even take 1.5 seconds, and he's already gone.
What did I tell you, Panda, about a Bristleback versus a Meepo? This is just dumb what he does to you.
Yeah, he did mention that. Well, you guys thought that he was strong enough, but he isn't. He isn't anywhere close to that. Whisper.
You see them
shapeshift. They're gonna send in
Lycan at least, and the Meepo hitting the back line. Whisper, Schofield, both dead. That's 2 heroes down on the side of Heroic. Another static storm, Night Stalker. Aegis down. Meepo's also in the corner. But still stand his ground because he is just more falling, and he is down as well. And they take the Night Stalker down too. And Vici Gaming, they got everyone. They got everyone, and King Jungles is like, this is not my fight. I better back out. This game will continue.
And you even got the Phoenix, right? So the jump was perfect. But the thing is that once again, we are seeing a Tusk who didn't use the snowball. He's jumping in with his Walrus Punch. I'm really gonna start hating on Schofield. His Tusk in the early game is perfect, but when it comes to the late game, where your main thing should be saving your teammates, he is still jumping in like a madman. He needs to be there to save them from the static storm and from the coil of the puck. Coil of the puck even more so right now. When he's got a refresher, double coil, you're just gonna die.
Gaming gonna force out some buybacks here. Schofield's gonna be the first one to get popped.
No breaking through the dais.
They don't have the Ursa nearby, but he should have TP boots on him. Yep, he does, so he'll be able to join in whenever, just keeping that bottom lane pushed in for US. Claiming the first lane of Rax here for Vici Gaming.
No Night Stalker. You can go as hard as much as you want. That extra vision from Heroic is not going to be there. Your backline can just keep himself hidden forever. Plus, he's got an Aeon Disc right now, so double egg on defense. So with an Aeon Disc, he's no longer that easy to target him down.
They have to get through backdoor protection, and they have enough for it. That Ursa with a rapier and a bristleback that also hits like a truck is going to be enough to hit these buildings.
He has more damage than the Ursa. He has more damage than the Ursa with the rapier. He's got 750 damage, and the Ursa has got 60.
He's getting 344 just from the Warpath. XM gonna get jumped on. Whisper trying to blow up the puck, but he is worried about that incoming Ursa, and he's worried about his life. Schofield, Yule's up in the air. WN almost finishing the refresh to Yule. Schofield survives. Whisper gonna go to chase for planet. Ursa's finishing up buildings while Whisper is taking the fight. And Meepo, where's the Meepo? Meepo's gonna be jumping in at the same time with the teleport on top of Lou. Lou, he does have another injury. But here comes the boat there with the kick into the air as well. And Lou's trying to fight all the way to the end, but that Ursa's gonna go down. He's out for 2 minutes. So is XM. X gonna be popped on through the low ground, and they're gonna go charging straight to the Phoenix. Take him out. Yuba with the double kill, and no Phoenix for now. The Phoenix is completely out for 2 minutes. No buyback.
There's a
for
DD.
a very, very long time.
There's an AD rune. Get that one, and at least get the megas as well. Diving in on the enemies. Is that a double rapier on the Ursa, or is that an extra? Okay, he lost his one right now, so this is the next one coming towards him.
Yeah, he just died to Yuma at the top lane. So yeah, that's another rapier for him. And we've got one on Jakiro. King Jungles, is he going to be the one to carry it in the end? Looks like he might not even be able to use it, because that could be his ally's rapier, unless he's getting spell amp from that. Nope, he's not even getting spell amp from it, so technically right now this rapier isn't giving him anything, unless the tooltip is completely broken.
It has to be, because the rapier should be gray if he can't use it.
Yeah, well, maybe it is a graphical bug, but if it isn't, that Jakiro hurts. That Jakiro hits really hard. Maybe it's because he had that in it with a minus 50% damage. It's finally gone on a positive side. We are taking buildings. Lou tearing up that Lycan. He's gone. 100-second gone. Dabailama's going to be the one to jump on as well. And going for more. Lou, can he get enough here? That Ursa is still tearing them apart, but is it enough? Ice path set up. Macro fire follow. Dabailama there as well. XM's going to join in onto the fight, but no. Ursa down. Schofield dead. No Ursa for 2 minutes. That could be it. That could be it for Heroic. And they're going to hunt down WS. They take the bristle as well. And Heroic, finally, they got the chokehold that they need to end this game. 74 minutes in game one, and they're just gonna do it right now. You don't have the firepower on Vici Gaming.
Phoenix in 20 and 10, maybe he can make a difference with only one egg, though I'm not sure he can.
It doesn't look like it as Yuba, Whisper, they're gonna make their way through the 4 towers, and they are just gonna run through the ancient. Is game number 1 in the bag.
Oh boy. I think a little bit harder than it should have been, but definitely more fun. And Llama immediately putting the chair back to relax a little bit. A tough game for them, but that last pick, Night Stalker, it changed everything, Panda. That vision in the late game that we were talking about, Vici Gaming, they should be stronger in every single team fight, but if you do not see